I was gonna say, I was like, huh. It's like Let me just talk about that.
Just having a go. No, it's not.
Lol.
D2 Rav.
That's how my buddy still knows you as from back in the day. Yeah, he's like, he'll like call you D2 Rav.
Month 2 of the 2026 Brawl Stars Championship has started, and once again we begin in East Asia. 8 teams fought their way through the qualifiers for another shot at the monthly finals and towards some crucial points for the Brawl Cup in Berlin. Last month, Zeta division has claimed the crown in East Asia after a very dominant run, but in a region this stacked, the chase for the top spot is never really slowing down. I'm Sunny, joined by Kenny, and who's your name again? Trev, today. Always a pleasure to share the desk with you two. So guys, new month, new bracket. Are we expecting the favorites to hold strong, or are we in for another month of surprises?
I think there's a couple top dogs this month. I think CR take a step back up in the right direction. It's a world championship team. Tensai's been around the block. Zeta division to me should still be the favorites though. They've been running this region for almost a year now.
Yeah, I think you've got to expect them to come out on top of this region, to be honest with you. I think they are just the top dogs at the moment. There's a few here and there that will contend them, but they are just the best.
So we're keeping an eye out for Zeta division. Luckily for you, they're also going to be playing in our very first match of the day. Me personally, I'm really looking forward to WWL that had a great run last month, and I'm really looking forward to see. I have them put down going all the way into the grand final today, not gonna lie.
Wow, I think that's
bold.
Yeah, I think that's a bold move too. I think CR are looking in better form, but WWL have been a team that surprised me. I mean, they have an opportunity now, especially as an upper bracket team, to get to a second semifinals in a row, which for me, this was a squad that was borderline top 8 even coming to the year. So the fact they've made back-to-back has certainly shown me they've got what it takes.
So kicking things off today is Zeta division versus DF. After that, Trev, which quarterfinal are you looking forward to the most?
I think the bottom one, Crazy Raccoon against Reject, is probably going to be the biggest one for me, to be honest with you. I think it's just, you know, a matchup that we didn't expect to happen. I think it's fair to say out of the back end of the qualifiers. But
why?
But I think it's going to be one of the better ones nonetheless.
I'm really looking forward to all 4 of them. Last month, this region has been full of upsets. We only had one of the quarterfinals go the way how we expected them to go. So I hope your predictions at home today are looking a bit better than ours did last month. Make sure to lock in your predictions on the website and make sure to, yeah, as I said, do better than we did last month. Let's also have a little chat about the meta this month. It changed again. We had completely different metas in all 4 regions, and now for this one, it was very heavily leaning into tanks, into healers. We had a new update. We have new hyperchargers. We have Glowy now showing up for the very first time in the BSC.
Yeah, I think Glowy will bounce around here and there. Not going to be the best in every single game mode and map there is, but a few that definitely going to be showing his face face. But Nita, not really going to be seeing too much of her, I'd imagine. Possibly here and there, but Bo, Crow, Bull, Leon, BB, all these brawlers who've got their buffies, they are really, really solid right now, and I think they can definitely pop up in the majority of maps and modes.
I think the meta has been dominated by Bull, Crow, and BB. Those three are three I see either in the ban phase or later in the pick phase. We're going to see how strong they truly are also in competitive, because sometimes ranked is not the same as what we see in the BSC. We also have a little new addition to how this all goes today, Kenny. We have a global brawler ban.
Yeah, certainly an interesting one. The global bans, I think, add a little twist to things, because for a long time, it used to be in the olden days that the global bans was all we had before we had a traditional draft. Now you can target enemy teams, you can topple those top-line brawlers. I think ones like Bull, Crow, ones that are pesky on a lot of different maps, certainly are going to show up in that stage. I'm curious how teams kind of approach this, though, because this is new territory for us. Now we have draft plus these global bans.
And let's see how these changes also will affect the race to Brawl Cup. Kenny, which of these teams are looking strong so far?
I think Zeta Division have to be in the driver's seat right now. I mean, there's no way around it. After winning the first month and winning 5 of 6 since last year when they won their first monthly finals, it's an insane feat. They have been running this region. A team that you really like, though, I think is in great positioning. Expectations kind of change reality. WWL, I did not expect them to be a second place team on that leaderboard coming into this month. But the reality of the situation is now they're in an upper bracket team. Now they are safe. They have a little more cushion. Rival Esports, same for them, only a couple points behind. I think they are in a great spot to where even if they lose to SKC, still meeting my expectation. There are other teams like CR, SKC that are feeling the pressure for sure. CR, a team that lost 1-3 last month. Devastating result, especially considering you're a world championship. You start flat-footed. If they lose again early this month, now Brawl comes out of the question, and even further down the line, we might start worrying about the world final spots.
And obviously, it's super important for these teams to perform today. They only have 3 monthly finals before we're going to Brawl Cup. And talking about Brawl Cup, we're super excited to announce that this is now your official seeding for this tournament in Berlin. Some of these spots are already taken by the sub-regions, but for the regional seeding, everything's still open, Trev.
Absolutely, and there's a lot to look at here as well, so kind of just take your eyes on it and bring it in, because obviously, looking
take
at
a screenshot.
Yeah, take a screenshot. have a look back at it later on, but yeah, it's going to be a really interesting event at Brawl Cup in Berlin. It's going to be really, really solid, and obviously the best teams in the world are going to be attending as well, because there's so few spots that it's going to be a big, big battle, and we've said in this region already, just looking at that leaderboard, there's obviously a front runner in Zeta Division, but still so much room to be maneuvering over these next couple of months.
The results from these 3 monthly finals are super important towards the Brawl Cup. And in the East Asian region, we always had kind of like the same 4 teams at least in every single monthly final. And they've all been Japanese. Now for this month, Kenny, we have some fresh teams, fresh faces. And 6 players today are going to be South Korean.
Which is honestly really cool to see. It's nice to see some fresh blood in the water and kind of mix things up. Like I said, I still expect some of these Japanese powerhouses and teams like CR, Zeta Division to be at the top. But to your point, there's other squads out there that certainly have a chance to make a splash.
Absolutely. I mean, there's, as literally just said, there's so much room still for this maneuverability before Brawl Cup, before LCQ, before World Finals. With our events kind of having less spots available for them this year, it's going to be definitely harder to get into those positions. So you've really got to battle from the off, and obviously Zeta Division have started the best. They're number 1 at the moment, but it can quite quickly change even just after this month.
And 2 teams had really to struggle with those South Korean teams in the qualifiers already. One of them is missing today. Fennel with the New Orc curse didn't even make it into the monthly finals after making it all the way to the grand finals in February. They dropped to 2 South Korean teams. On the other side, we have Reject with the same fate. They're here today because the one team got disqualified, but they also technically lost to 2 South Korean teams.
It's definitely real interesting, and now they get to face off against the 2025 world champions. Look, Reject are certainly a team under the gun right now, CR as well. I think this match means a lot to both of those squads, and the fact that Reject get a second life, they better make the most of it, because otherwise CR are going to get off and running and go towards the top of that leaderboard, which is dangerous for any team in this region. They need to shut them down early.
And we already talked a little bit about this new blood. Last month in February, we had WWL coming in, making it through the quarterfinals. Nobody expected that. Again, I have them today, maybe making it all the way to the grand finals, Trev. They're back again this month. What does that tell us about the team?
I mean, I think it shows that they're a better team than we expected coming into this year. You know, you can come in 1 month, make a splash, make some upsets, but you've got to keep on getting to these monthly finals. And in a region where there's so many teams kind of on the cusp between the qualifiers and the monthly finals, you've got to keep on qualifying, you've got to keep on getting to those later stages, get points on the board to really show us that you deserve to be in these positions. And I think they're a team who definitely can do just that this year.
They proved it last month. Let's see if they come back even stronger maybe today. WWL, definitely a team I look forward to today. We're almost ready to jump into our first game now. It is one of the South Korean teams versus none other than Zeta Division, the winner of last month. First, we want to have a quick look at our predictions. So again, make sure to lock in your predictions at event.brawlstars.com as well. And we all seem to be in unison here. Kenny, do you want to explain some of these picks?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go ahead and preface this as well. Last month, I think we did the exact same thing. We're all aligned in East Asia, and we went 1 for 3. So I'm a tad nervous, having a little bit of flashbacks to that. But for me, I'm just gonna go with the simple answer: Zeta Division should win this. Reject, no disrespect, but it's no secret. They are here because another team got disqualified. There are several bracket ones that I could see maybe flip-flopping a little bit. I think WWL should be favorites. The one that I'm a little hesitant on is actually that quarterfinal number 2. I went with SKC because I believe in the talent of this roster, but just 1 month ago, Rival Esports swept these guys. They embarrassed SKC. I think that puts a little tinge of doubt in my head, but I'm still going to ride with my brain. I'm still going to go with SKC.
Whenever all the casters are aligned, that means 3 of the 4 qualifiers, quarterfinals, is going to go the other way, right? Trev?
Hopefully not for my sake, because my predictions on the event side have been woeful so far this year. They've been really, really bad. So I need some good fortune coming through these ones. I think we said probably something similar last month that the majority of the quarterfinals are pretty clean cut. That was not the case, and it was the same for a lot of the other regions as well. So many upsets across that first month of February, and I love good Brawl Stars. I'd love for there to be some more upsets again, but for my prediction's sake, let's just keep it calm, guys.
And the spray this month is definitely one you want to get your hands on. We're going to kick things off with Zeta Division versus DF. The winner of the February monthly finals. Zeta Division, looking mighty strong, has collected those crucial points towards the Brawl Cup. And then on the other side, a completely unwritten page in our East Asian book.
Zeta Division should be leaps and bounds favorites here. They've been running this region for a long time, 9-1 last month, and one of the few teams on the entire planet that are undefeated through qualifiers and the monthly finals. Only Team Electros over in NA can also share that with them. It's an unbelievable feat. And on the other end, like you mentioned, little old DF, some new blood out here just trying to make some names for themselves. They've already lost to Zeta Division this month. One of the qualifiers matches was a 3-0 where Zeta stomped this team. I think it would take a large turnaround. It's a great growing moment, but if I'm DF, even getting a set on the board's got to feel good.
Yeah, this is the thing, and it's a moment to make a huge splash in Brawl Esports if you do come out swinging against Zeta Division, because as you say, getting a set, getting even games on the board's going to be a big thing against this team. But as we mentioned, they're kind of new blood in this region. We don't really expect them to do too much, and as you said, they've already been swept and stomped on by Zeta Division this month already. So my hopes aren't high, but going off last month, anything can happen.
You know, little old me, always a heart for the underdogs. I would hope for Zeta Division to drop out immediately. It's probably not going to happen, right? But it would also help our storyline here of maybe South Korea taking over the region more and more. It used to be all 8 teams Japanese, and now we have 2 teams South Korean. So DF, definitely a team we're looking forward to. We're looking at how well they can truly do. On the other side, we have Zeta Division, Mechanical Wizards, 3 of the most talented players in the region. And now with Mameshi on their side, they also have the draft nailed down, so I don't think anyone can stop them today.
I think the draft was something that stood out to me from watching them last month. It really did feel like they were using some unorthodox picks there, but Mameshi was kind of setting them up for success in the sense that these aggro brawlers were so useful under their hands, especially in matches like this. I mean, just running it down with brawlers like Frank, Mina, double aggroing Evian at times. I mean, just a gym grab map like this, other regions aren't necessarily going to be running things like a stew in the mid. It's something you see flashes of, but Zeta Division have really embraced this style of play, and I think Mameshi has taken that and made them able to win with it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw them run it down time and time and time again. You mentioned it a few times there with the kind of double aggression, bringing in a tank and an assassin, kind of just running it down over and over. Sometimes with some supports, and sometimes kind of just even as you said, with a stew in the mid. That's something that can go super aggressive too. So really nice to see them kind of really getting this draft down and making big impact in those first monthly finals.
We're now looking at the global brawler bans for this specific match. So for all 5 sets, if we go all the way, these 4 brawlers we will not see. Kit and Great from the side of Zeta Division, Edgar and Tick from the side of DF, and now at least from the side of Zeta. Kenny, we've seen them play last month already. Why Kit and Great?
Well, to me, that screams we're removing any cheese factor that could possibly be in play. And then I look at DF and I'm questioning, are we trolling? Are we for real here? Edgar and Tick are not standout brawlers. I wonder if this is genuinely just them trying to get rid of some pesky brawlers. Layer Cake's our opening map. Maybe you see a Tick there every once in a while, but even for throwers in the game, that wouldn't be my top choice. I think Zeta Division are just going with things that won't catch them off guard, and DF, I'm not even going to try and explain that one. No clue what they're thinking.
Maybe they just want to leave the meta open. None of the hypercharge brawlers are banned out, and none of those super strong brawlers otherwise. Mina still had some great drawings last month, for example. These are the maps that we're gonna see in this series here. Layer Cake to kick things off. Double swoosh, pinhole punt out in the open, and then open business. As you already mentioned, Kenny, those are all kind of open maps, so maybe the Tick ban is gonna come in handy later on.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what you said, Sonny. I think they're just trying to leave as much open as they can and be very kind of, we can just run it down with the best brawlers if they're left open. Because if you're going to give these guys an opportunity to take, some of the more broken brawlers in the game and just kind of have a bit of a lifeline through that, then I think that's the absolute best thing to do. On the other side, as you said, getting rid of the cheese, the great hits. It's 2 brawlers that you can pair with the tankier units and have some real issues as the better team.
I wonder, is there a brawler that comes to your mind if you would face up against Zeta Division right now that you would want to have banned out? I certainly know which one I would ban against them.
Bull's already insane. There's no chance in the world that I'm going to let them go by with that. I think BB's in that mix too. Long-time East Asia brawler, top of the meta.
Maybe you want to play the meta.
Oh, well, maybe they want to play the meta, but if I'm thinking about...
Specifically Zeta.
If you've got something, Sonny, just spitball it, because I'm...
Shade?
Oh, well, for sure. Yeah, I think depending on the map. When I look at double swoosh, it's not really as big of a factor. Layer Cake, though, for sure, though.
Yeah, Layer Cake would be really annoying to face up against them. This is the first map of the day, and to kick things off here with Zeta Division and DF, we're going to head into Layer Cake. Let's see who will take the cake. For Zeta Division, this should be a smooth run. For DF, this is their opportunity to write a history like we haven't really seen before in this region. DF, a team, a completely unwritten book. I think it's for all 3 players, their very first time in their monthly final, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's super surprising to see them be here, but as I've mentioned a few times, this is the region where you're going to see teams kind of on the cusp, coming in and out of monthly finals here and there. So nice to see them. It really is. There's one of the brawlers at the moment that's super strong in the ball. Over the other side, the same. Just got the buffies in as well. Crow really strong at the moment. Bull more of the same. Obviously, you can see those global bans just above the bans that they come in through the map as well. Spike going to come in. It's a versatile brawler. I don't mind at all. Ban-wise, looking at the BB, the Glowy, and the Leon for the side of Zeta Division. Over the other side, it's the Charlie, the Chester, and the Cordelia. So wanting to shut down some of those more aggressive, or get rid of, or maybe wanting to play some of the more aggressive ideas. Sorry for that.
Yeah, it's wild to think about, too. I mean, especially with every single one of these brawlers being unique bans, 10% of the brawler pool just out the window instantly. Really cool to see these teams kind of adapt, but of course, when you see Bull, anti-tank has to come in. This is one of those options. Cordelius would have been a thought, Chester would have been a thought, but obviously those out the window on the other side. I like that the left-hand in Zeta Division picked the Bull, but they're going to go with a little anti-aggro on that side as well, especially with all these bans. Now it's going to become even more limited options. That's why Nita comes in instead of some of those other ones.
I'd like to see a Jean here. Still knockback definitely would come in handy here against the Bull. RT could be an option here, just a bit more tanky. They need something to address this Bull. They're going to go with Kaze instead, want some aggression on their own hands. Kaze doesn't really have the best matchup into Bull though, and it's super important. Bull is one of these brawlers that can actually get knocked out of his super. Maybe with the Nita stun, that could be an option here on the right-hand side. But other than that, they don't really have anything to address him. I do not think even a Nita and the Crow have enough damage against the Bull.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing for me. Even if they do have counters to the Brawl, even if you bring in a direct counter to Bull, at the moment with how strong he is, sometimes it doesn't matter. Because you can just go and you press the gadget, they're stunned out, and you can't do anything. You can't move for such a long period of time. It can be a real issue for them. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here. Yes, they've got, the slow that's going to stop some healing here and there. The Nita that's going to be decent into that matchup. Surely going to be raining down quite a lot of bears, but then again, you expect the Bull to be running away from that Brawler, trying to switch lanes, get away from it, stay out of the way. So we'll see how this one plays out. Obviously, Zeta Division coming into this one, the heavy favorites, expecting a 3-0. And I'm not the biggest of fans of this DF draft.
A very interesting one to say the least. A new age for the draft phase as the global bans come in. Zeta Division have owned this region for an entire year. Now little old DF already got swept by them in the monthly qualifiers. Have to find a way to win. Otherwise, Zeta Division are going to run away with this region once again. Suzuku, Shitampo, Batman, all putting a lot of pressure on this DF roster. Red all the way in the back spawn, trying to do their best on the deep side to get back, but no room for space. Krong knows he has to dash forward, buys them a little bit. Now they can force themselves away. DF with a small lead, but not a lot.
Bull having some struggles here and there, but Will, I think that's kind of expected until he gets that super, which he does have now, so all members of DF going to have to be very careful, and a good pinch here as well from Shitampo around the back, getting the Kaze very low. And Crow will switch onto that matchup, a good super from the Spike, will find the kill, and Bull retains that super still.
Yeah, now a Hypercharge going down as well. Crow going to be in a world of hurt as Clarks tries to expand out. Hyper Bear going down, but not enough to make any contact. They can just walk away from this. Meanwhile, Suzuku on the top line, building them up to this 9-star lead. They're just going for a dive in. Ooh, don't know about that choice. Bull, even with that shield, is going to be able to take that fairly easily.
Yeah, I mean, they're having some serious problems here. Managed to get a bit of a consolation kill on Shitampo, can't back up all the way, but he'll be straight back into the mix. Suzuku with another super in hand as well, so he's cycle those. With the kit that he's got available at the moment, they're going to need some heavy aggression here towards the end, and I don't know how they're going to be able to get these supers and get in when Zeta can just sit so firmly behind the walls.
Suzuku also shadowing Krong on this left-hand side. A favorable matchup in a Kaze, like you mentioned there. Just a dash in will take care of the job. Hypercharge for Shitampo, elects to use it. Oh, in perfect precision. Gets a nice little tap on that right-hand side. Kaze does not have a chance in this world at the Shotgun Brawler. Last Brawler remaining for DF goes down. Entire team wipe for Zeta Division once again. Off to flying start. Not even close. DF down 12. Gonna have to find a different change of pace in this game number 2, because otherwise Zeta just off the jump. Walk them down to their spawn. Not a lot of comeback potential, I would say. Kaze can branch them out for a little bit of space with the dash if you really need it, but other than that, I don't really see a lot of comeback mechanics, if you will, from the DF side.
Well, I think it went as expected for Zeta Division there. I don't think they really had too many issues. They went behind at the start. Yes, Kaze's going to get the blue star. That's just how every game's going to go in Bounty here when you have that Brawler. But Zeta Division seems to just get control back so fast and just pushed up no matter what the lane, no matter what the matchup. It looked good for them. Clarks over the left-hand side, not having a good time against the Spike, and it doesn't seem like they're even trying to really force the matchups, to be honest with you.
Yeah, just not an enjoyable time. I mean, Spike with the long distance, and of course the core ball as well. It's just difficult to operate against that. Meanwhile, Crow doing his best to dwindle away at Suzuku, but Shitampo from the long distance can cut them off. Oh, and now a super going down. Crow not going to have a lot of space to operate. He's doing a great job of juking this out. Shitampo low HP. Red roster trying to focus this down. A little body blocking. Still not enough, though. A good trade there, but Zeta Division still in the driver's seat.
Can't complain about that trade at all. You're expecting the Riki to go down and not really be much pushback from Zeta Division there, but did a good job of getting the kill and retaining the lead nonetheless. Krong coming around the left-hand side, trying to be a bit more long range in this form and get some shots in. Nice from Suzuku there. That's going to be a guaranteed kill, and Shitampo do a covering super on the way back, and that's going to get Clarks as well. Crow jump available, but it's the same as last time. Who can he go in on, really?
Yeah, going to make an attempt at a dive in. Oh, and net with Suzuku. Now Krong going in, maybe a little too early. Low HP, and a nice little tap from Shitampo will take care of business. This is unreal. Several team wipes have now been cycled by Zeta Division. Got Crow in this left-hand in, just trying to creep away, but I feel like DF are just forcing it at this point. They have to find kills. They are down by 6. A lot of stars to make up. The good news is they have complete positioning of the map.
Yeah, well, they're going to need a Nita Bear or something to be able to push in here and tank some of this damage out. Shitampo with a super again. We know what he did with it in this situation last time, and he's going to do the same to Clarks again. Bear's going to do nothing, and Kaze forced on the retreat, and he's not even going to get that far. Suzuki will get the kill, and the Crow going to try and make a play with the Hypercharge and the buffies. But Suzuki can just peek around this wall, and that's going to be 20 stars for Zeta Division. About as dominant and controlled as it can get from that side to start things off. And as I keep saying, as expected.
in a professional capacity, it's never a beautiful sight when you hit the 20-star threshold. That's how you know you really got thumped, especially when the other team is borderline mustering up double-digit score lines. Look, we've mentioned it a few times. DF even getting games on the board, that's the level of expectation that we have for this squad. You just need to build up those reps. This is Zeta Division. Won 4 of 6 monthly finals. Last year already started off 1-for-1. This year they have yet to lose a match, including qualifiers in the BSC. One of only 2 teams in the entire globe that can boast that. This looked dominant, though. I really liked their draft. The only one that was surprising me a little bit was that Rico pick, but of course, in Shitapo's hands, there's no brawler that I really have doubts in my mind that he's going to be able to make work.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Coming into the game, you look at the Rico and you're like, all right, okay, fair enough. Like, it's kind of a question of why. But then you watch it played out, and this guy can do whatever he wants on the Brawl. Going to be outranging everybody on that side of DF. So didn't really face many problems there. Good DPS from both Shampoo and Batman Suzuki. We don't expect too much from him, but still got 7 kills and 213 nonetheless, so can't complain at his performance there either. All round, just solid stuff from Zeta Division, as expected so far. A really good performance.
Yeah, I think one thing that was interesting there was the anti-tank was needed from the DF roster, but you saw it on the screen. A little donut there for Nita, and it makes sense to me. Nita is a good brawler, but it's definitely not my top anti-tank choice on this map or just in general for Bounty. I think it's really hard to keep up with the distance of something like a Spike. It just felt like all the lanes, Bull always had a favorable one. The Kaze, they did a great job of shadowing that. Spike and the Nita, just always going to be winning that. And Rico from those back lines, Shitapo could just kind of maneuver around whatever direction he wanted, get those bounce shots. It just seemed like a very clear-cut, solid strategy from Zeta Division. I feel like DF were trying to answer, but there was never them being proactive, trying to get the brawlers that they want. They were just trying to respond to Zeta Division. I ultimately think that's where their strategy collapsed.
I think it's super easy to overestimate a brawler who's just got some new kit added to the game, especially when all the other buffies are so strong, all the brawlers with them. So then you look at a brawler like Nita and you're like, well, surely she's just had the same things added. Surely she's really strong as well, but it just doesn't seem to be the case. Yes, she's better than she was, but I don't know if she's really like top-level competitive ready, especially picked into some of those brawlers as well. So we've said Zeta Division this year been much better on the draft so far, and it did kind of creep through here as well. Rico, you kind of wouldn't expect it from many other regions on a map like that, but they've completely outdrafted their opponents. We are quite deep into this draft now. We are into double swoosh as well for set number 2. Chester Ems for the side of Zeta Division. 2 very decent brawlers at the moment. Over the other side, Meeple, not something we expect too much of at the moment, but Bull, we've just seen the capabilities of that brawler. Ban-wise, you're looking at the Crow, the Doug, and the Glowy. So we keep on seeing that Glowy banned out as well, so clearly got a big place in the meta at the moment. Charlie going to be rounding out the Zeta Division roster, and over the other side, it was the Otis as well. They bend out Nita, the Janet, and the Cordelius, so they're wanting to run things down, I feel. Didn't really get a chance to do it in the last one, regardless of their bans. But if you're banning out Cord and Nita, you're expected to go some tankier, more aggressive units.
Completely different direction for Zeta Division, who are running anti-tank. They see Bull as the first overall pick. That's where Chester and Ims come in. Ims still a phenomenal brawler. Maybe not at the tippy top #1 like she was last month when you all last saw her at a competitive level, but still a very solid shout. Bull is an excellent brawler, but into a Chester, into an Ims, into a Charlie Cocoon, that is a lot to deal with. I feel like they have several shutdown options. I think the more interesting thing to me is going to be how those other lanes operate. Will Otis be able to hold his own? Will the mid and Meeple, an untraditional one, be able to do well? And it looks like a cutoff immediately. Mansion of Meeple on the left-hand side. It's going to set up for Otis to try and fire away at Shitapo. Comes out swinging. Doubling up on this right-hand side are Zeta Division, so Prong going to fall away. And there's that difficult matchup that I was talking about. Bull's an excellent brawler, but into these 3 options, going to be quite difficult to tackle.
It's a tough brawler to take as a first pick as well. The M's doing a lot of work, and Bull just running straight back into the M super, knowing he's going to get a super of his own, but shut down by I mean, they've just got 3 incredible anti-tanks. What can he do against this composition? No matter where he goes, he's going to have a tough time, and that's the issue with picking those early. Suzuki will eventually grab this gem, as Batman doesn't really seem to fancy going over and getting it. Another nice slow from Suzuki, and he'll just force them onto that left-hand lane. They're just buying time for the gems to drop at this point.
I think the easiest matchup for the DF side has got to be Otis, and even he's still struggling. Suzuki popping off with a hypercharge, down go 2. They have 9 gems, now a 10th in the pocket. Suzuki with low HP will fall off for a moment. Now branches out to this right-hand side. DF with 15 seconds to respond. Bull super in the back pocket. Now a hypercharge available with that as well. Dives head first. Cocoon there to meet him. This is just tough to watch. Hate to see it for a team like DF making their opening monthly finals. They are not even grabbing gems at this point. This is Zeta Division not only winning, but bullying the opposing squad.
Yeah, it's brutal. You know you're in a safe a consistent position when you have 10 gems, you got 9 and 1, and you can just sit there and wait for another one instead of being pressured back to spawn. That's how you know you're in good standing. Bull, we saw what it can do in that first set, how strong it was in the hands of Zeta Division into the right matchup. Now, you're looking down the barrel of an Ems, a Charlie, and a Jess. You don't know where to go. There's not a good matchup for you, and it shows.
If you're a believer in Zeta Division as well, it's reassuring to know that they can do it multiple ways. I think when you see Bull as that first overall pick, the answer's a little bit easier, but even one like Charlie here, using the Spiderlings into something like Meeple, they even had a response to that. They're digging deep for these anti-tank brawlers. Now Krong with an opportunity has to take advantage. They need to find some pickups here in the early game. Ooh, a little diversion, but Batman meeting with another super. They just can't catch a break.
Good kill there from Batman again. Stun on the left-hand side from Stampo. Don't think he could have asked a better super at that point to get. The Meeples and Mancha coming in on the right-hand side. Suzuki has a super though, so he should be able to get out of this one pretty unscathed. And there it is, he does pop it, knowing the Bull's going to start coming aggressive on him. And there's 6 gems already in the pocket of Zeta Division. No pushback yet again. There's the super. Might finally see a call on the right side and the hypercharge to follow it up. Batman is going to be able to get his super in time, and because he did just use stun, won't be able to take out this gem carrier. A slow place on him, and Stampo will help clean up.
Really intelligent use there of the hypercharge. Popping it a little bit early, but fully anticipating that he would be able to get that super in time. Great heads-up play out of Batman there to hold on to those 8 gems. Now Suzuki going to be working this right-hand side as Shitampo pulls back again. I think Shitampo's got the hardest task for Zeta Division. Otis can just outrange him by a tad, also has the mute button available. Meantime, Clark's is able to pick up a few gems. Krong once again, headstrong, trying to make a charge at this enemy team, but will fall. Bull has to pop off. He's got a tough task, but Zeta Division are just one away.
Yeah, they desperately need him to make a move. Stampo with the hypercharge on the right-hand side. Doesn't matter who he throws this on, it's going to do quite a lot of work. And actually, I think he missed it in general there. Completely Suzuki going in for this last gem, being bullied away from it for now by the Otis. But he will get it and bring it just a little bit closer to Batman, who will pick it up. And the countdown starts.
Clark's with a few on that left-hand side. Low HP Batman with a nice tag. Krong trying to dive in. There goes one, but a hypercharge and a super ready to go. Batman has had an answer every time the signal has gone up, and they will already lead 2-0 in the blink of an eye. Apex #1 already taking charge. Just hasn't been a moment here. Hasn't been a single play where I felt like DF have a chance at a game. And I think that's not a shot at DF. It's more of a compliment towards Zeta Division, who have dropped 1 set last month, who went on a flawless qualifiers. It just seems like a team, especially with question marks after the World Finals in 2025, they are answering every single time. They stay driven, they seem like they have a good strategy, and clearly the mechanics are showing on the field.
Absolutely. I mean, the drafts as well. The drafts are looking really solid. You know, it's so easy to get blinded by how good Bull is at the moment, but taking him so early in the draft, taking him as a pick #1, leaves you completely susceptible to things like this. You're going to get triple countered, you're going to get bullied for the entirety. Yes, you might find a few kills here and there, have your certain moments, but they did always have something to shut him down, no matter how many kills he got. And don't get me wrong, 4 kills, it's completely fine. That's a decent performance for a brawler. But 0 for Clarks, 1 for Banj. It's not looking good for them at all. On the other side, 10 for Suzuki. I mean, he was just bullying that right-hand side the entire time, and he's not even got the kind of Bush advantage on that side until he wins the initial matchup. Shampo, I'm not even going to say that's a great matchup for him. He's going to get outranged by the Otis. It's fine for the Otis, but just having that Bush, keeping control, knowing he doesn't want to over-aggress and lose that lane, because that's where the real issues start.
Yeah, and another question mark I'd have for that DF side is what the influence for the Meeple was specifically, because I don't think Meeple's a bad brawler, but right now it feels like he's in an awkward spot in this meta, especially on a map like Double Swoosh, where aggro and tanks are so prevalent. The one thing for Meeple is he doesn't do a ton of damage, just really is an area control brawler. Sure, he was able to cube a few people, but other than that, it wasn't really leading to kills. It didn't put them in a position to take advantage. I think the Bull early was mistake #1 in the sense there were still so many anti-tanks available for them to grab, and Zeta Division clearly didn't shy away from that. I mean, I would argue all 3 of them were anti-aggro kinds of picks. And then on top of that, Meeple didn't really have a winning matchup. I mean, the Charlie was just an excellent response out of Zeta Division. Just good decision-making overall for the left-hand side. DF's clearly showing some promise to make it this far in the monthly qualifier/monthly final stage, but might not be enough to take on a team like Zeta Division yet.
Yeah. I mean, the thing for me is as well, you know, you mentioned a few times he's boxing a few people with that gadget, but they all looked so comfortable when in that position. I don't think he ever boxed someone and had a super to be able to finish them off. It was just like, all right, nice. Like, you know, delay me through.
I'll take a breather. Yeah.
Delay me through a few seconds, but I'm an inevitable. I'm going to get this kill. It happened on the right-hand side for the Ems, happened on the left-hand side for the Chester, and they end up winning their matchups nonetheless. So it's just delaying the inevitable at this point. I think DF, they're in a position where they've been faced with an absolute giant of the region. They're coming into it. They probably know they're not going to be able to win, but trying to put on a good performance nonetheless. But their drafts just don't seem to be at that top level yet for me.
I can agree with that. I think the strategy has definitely been questionable so far. But again, under the bright lights, they need the reps. This is the practice that it takes to get better, and still plenty of Brawl Stars left to be played. It is only 2-0 as we walk into Pinhole Punt. Catch up on the draft here and see what's going on between these two squads. Zeta Division, 2 early great drafts so far, looking good and poised to make a deep run in this bracket once again. On the other end for DF, again, I just want to see him take a few games, maybe even see him a competent draft. I think the bar is very low for these gentlemen. I'm sure the event site website, event.brawlstars.com, I know you locked in Zeta Division. I locked in, the whole desk locked in Zeta Division. Heck, most of the world probably did. But again, just showing some competency I think would be really good for them to try and carry over into next month's qualifiers, or even, like I said, just getting a set on the board would be huge here. There's Glowy. Brawler, I was interested to see if he would show up in the ban stage this month. Crow, a no-brainer to me. Amber, a little bit of an interesting one, but I think that's the kind of ban you make if you have the first overall pick.
Yeah, I was the same, but I wasn't sure if Glowy was going to be kind of pushed into the bans or maybe kind of picked. But 3 for 3 so far, really not wanting to see that Brawl, and I think it's been Zeta Division every single time, regardless of if they've had the first pick or not. So they're clearly a big fan of getting that away, not wanting to play it. And it's more of the same from DF. They've taken 3 tank counters or 3 brawlers who are going to be pretty decent into tanks on this map. And then first pick the Spike. So they've learned from the mistakes, not early picking a really aggressive tank like Bull and going something a bit more versatile like the Spike.
I think Spike accomplishes multiple things because, especially in other regions, I think the decision-making here would be, do we want Leon, do we want Spike? Spike has a favorable matchup into Leon traditionally, so I think that's a benefit for Spike, and also a little anti-aggro, and I think this is DF kind of learning from what you mentioned. They have to learn from taking these tanks too early. Bull is a phenomenal brawler, but this isn't your everyday ladder where you're randomly playing opponents. You have to set up yourself for success, give them a favorable matchup. So Zeta Division still take that Bull, but on top of that, they're going with Ims, who is an anti-tank on this map. Also can be an excellent lane. I think it can struggle a little bit into Spike, but I do think this is overall not too questionable as a division. 2 brawlers that I think make complete sense.
Yeah, just got to pick your moment, and you know, there's still absolute chance that DF go the 3 tank counters as well, because Spike's not exactly, you know, poor into tanks or anything like that. So I do like the fact that over the left-hand side, Zeta Division have taken the M's. You know, it's not going to be the best brawler into Spike, don't get me wrong, as you've already mentioned, but it takes that ability away from their opponents, stopping DF from bringing that brawler in to counter the Bull even more. Lou going to be a brawler now brought in by DF. You know, it's going to be decent into Bull. It can stun out. It can do a good job, but it's just not one of my favorites, I would say.
It's definitely not at the top of my tier list by any means, but Lou is the kind of brawler that is clearly here as a direct answer into Bull. Warm-blooded Bull does not do well into cold-blooded Lou, who's going to be able to get some freezes down. If you're landing those snow cones, can freeze him in his place. Obviously, a super for a lot of area control. That's more of the anti-tank I'm used to seeing right now. I think Chester has really risen through the ranks, especially with the balance changes for him that came up. Got some buffs to go with him. Definitely a brawler that I like having on my side. So this really is kind of the triple anti-aggro. This is more what we saw from Zeta Division in the previous draft. They're still going to go with Leon, who I think is excellent, but a big reason for that is the Buffy for the Lollipop drop. Being sped up and invisible is a nasty combination.
It really is, and it kind of lingers a little bit after you leave that zone as well, so you still have a little bit of a speed boost when leaving it. And nowadays kind of being paired with the Smoke Trail star power as well. Invisi-Heal was the star power of choice for a long time. Well, not that he's really been played in much,
fair.
To be fair at all, but on ranked ladder, whatever you want to play, it was kind of always Invisi-Heal, but now back to the Smoke Trails, pairing up with you know, the star powers, the hypercharge, the Buffies really well, and that gadget as well, as you mentioned, really, really good.
They can also toss out that Lollipop drop, and they're going to put it right in the middle. A trade on the top left-hand side, but now a 2v1, and Suzuki who can just barrel his way up the middle of this map. No chance for DF to get a stop. Already 1-0, not even 20 seconds, and they've got a goal on the board.
Well, clearly Clarks didn't get a super that he could have used to stop that there, and now going in, he still doesn't have one that he can stop it with either. Suzuki's going to go up, and that should be a super straight into the goal. And I don't know what
30 seconds.
Them. I don't know
What are we supposed to do?
This might be the fastest series of Brawl Stars ever.
That was phenomenal. I don't know if I've ever seen a game go by that quickly at a professional level. 30 seconds was all it took. Bull is a phenomenal brawler, But even with multiple anti-tank brawlers, I can't say this enough, this is not a freebie. He's going into Chester, a Lu, and a Spike. And Suzuku is still walking his way up the map right now. Shatampa with a little piercing through the wall. Now Batman can flank this left-hand side. Already, DF collapsing under the pressure. Clark, Prong doing their best on the backlines to hold on. Suzuku this time being patient. They already got the speed run game in. They'll play a little more responsibly this time.
Yeah, you kind of needed Shatampa in that, like, kind of left-hand side position, pitching in instead of the Leon. That would have definitely been a goal, but just choosing to hold control. He did attempt to go for it, and a super being used here by Batman on the left-hand side. Get one, and looks like he might also get two. The through ball might be there, and it is. Beautiful position from Batman, and a good spot from Shatampa to slide that ball through.
DF have not even crossed midfield yet. They have to find a way to get to the other side just to press the ball forward a little bit. This is a very defensive-looking roster, not one that strikes me with having a goal scorer, something like a Bull that can force its way forward. Now invisibility for Leon, getting dangerous here. Hypercharge going down. Bull will try and move up the middle of the map as well. Two DF brawlers standing up in the middle, though. Little ice rink going down for Lu. A makeshift one of Lu's on his teammate's side. For the first time this entire set, Zeta Division are the ones on defense. A little progression of this ball forward would be very helpful for DF right now.
Shatampa looking a little low and will go down. Suzuki wanting to grab this ball, should be stunned out here, and that might be an opportunity to push. Gets the bomb as well, couldn't ask for a better super at that time, but just giving possession of the ball back to Zeta Division in this instance probably wasn't the move.
Now it's cornered as well. Suzuki diving in, doing his best to make contact with a super, but runs head first into three other brawlers. Now a hypercharge going down for Prong. Some signs of life coming in from this DF roster. The longer this goes on, the more I'm going to favor this defensive matchup. Now multiple hypercharges as well. Prong's going to make a dive for this ball. Suzuki has to debate who he goes for. A little bait and switch. Right-hand side, Frozen is now will make contact with another. Oh, and the young man still found a double kill amongst all of that. Chester hypercharge on the ground. Lu hypercharge on the ground. Now utilities have been wasted, and they didn't get a goal.
Yeah, I mean, it threw the kitchen sink at him, and he still survived and got 2 kills. It's incredible from him, it really is. Invis now from Batman on the right-hand side, still looking for this passing play again. Super comes in from Suzuku, and that's inevitably going to be the Zeta Division win. They sweep through the quarterfinals in probably the swiftest fashion we've seen anybody do it in the Brawl Stars Championship, and that is just a great, great showing from them. DF not getting the drafts right, not going to be able to match Zeta Division in mechanics, and they drop out in the quarters.
Terrifying stuff. I mean, Zeta Division look unfazed, unmatched by this squad. This is a top 8 team, I might add. This isn't your monthly qualifiers. This isn't round 1. These are good players. Some quality ones in this region, and Zeta made light work of them. If we are not careful in this region, Zeta Division are going to run away with it. They've already got a lead that they can build off of from month 1. They've now already made a semifinals, and I would say regardless of who they play in this quarterfinal 2, they should once again be favorites. Not as big of favorites as they were in this one, of course, but still nonetheless favorites. They could be convincing, dominant #1 seeds. This could be one of the biggest runaways if some team isn't brave enough to shut them down right here, right now this month.
It was not Zeta Division shutting them down today, that's for sure. DF, they were here. They surprised us already with being in the qualifiers, but they did not even win a single set, did not really show us the best drafts. But they were still here. They're one of the top 8 teams in this region. And if they make it into the next ones consistently, I think they're going to only get better and better. And for Zeta Division, today was still kind of chill, but they have to look out for them in the next few months.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's going to be tough for DF to get to consistent monthly finals this year. Yes, they've just come in against Zeta Division. They're not going to have the best showing no matter what, but I do think they will have just been pleased to be here at this point. You know, first timers, really nice to see them on the big stage. I hope they do make a comeback again because they do deserve it. They deserve a chance to play against maybe a little bit of a less difficult squad and try and make those semi-finals, but I just don't think it was meant to be today.
So after what we've seen from DF now, do you feel like maybe they could have beaten someone who is in Zeta Division?
It's hard to say because that one was just hands down all Zeta Division. It really didn't feel like a lot of life in that for DF. I will say though, top 8 is a huge accomplishment. I mean, we're harsh on them. We're just calling it how we see it, right? But in reality, there are very few teams, very few players on the planet who can do that. Even more credit to Zeta Division in that case. The fact that they made that look so easy scares me for this region.
And it is not DF who will shut down Zeta Division today. Let's see who could shut them down in the semi-finals. Quarterfinal number 2 is already on the way. We're going to start in a few minutes. And one of those 2 teams could now beat them in the semi-finals. If we're going to see the words. Thank you so much. SK Kalalas versus Rival Esports. After that, we have WWL Esports, Feasible Gaming, and Crazy Raccoon and Rayjack to turn into the semi-finals after that. 3-0 now for Zeta Division means they have to face up either against SK Kalalas or Rival Esports in the semis.
This is the one I'm most excited for of our quarterfinals in East Asia. I think Crazy Raccoon and Reject are kind of your name brand, the big names, if you will. But SKC and Rival feels the closest to me in the sense that last month, Rival Esports shocked the world. This is one of those quarterfinals that caught me off guard. A 3-0 against SKC, this younger roster that had a lot of talent, a lot of mechanical prowess, a lot of hype coming in from the offseason, and instead it was them that fell flat. Now they have an opportunity to redeem themselves.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, and we've all still stuck with them and predicted them as well. This is, one of the main things. Regardless of disappointing performances, we're all still siding with this roster. So we've got faith in them. We're hoping they can do a little bit better than last month because it was a big surprise to see. We had so many upsets, so it's not surprising to see yet another. But we'll see if they can do a little bit better this month.
And this one is another rematch between those two teams. SK Kalalas was the clear favorite in the February monthly finals already. They did not take the win. It was a 3-0 sweep from Rival Esports, so they proved that maybe SK Kalalas is a little overrated, and they can do it again today. Once again, all three of us have voted for SKC to win it. Care to explain why, Kenny?
Look, I think ultimately when I watch this SKC team, I still feel like they should be doing better than what they showed us in the first month. And I'm kind of just going with my gut. I think they're better. I think the name brands are there. I think Rival are clearly better than I thought they were going to be this year, so credit for them. They have an opportunity to double down, to show that they are the team that we saw from last month, that this is going to be a regular occurrence. They can make semifinals regularly. For SKC, though, I still believe in them. If they fail me this month, if it's another 3-0, I'll change my opinion of them for sure.
Rival Esports definitely have what it takes to beat this team. In scrims overall, SKC is still looking a bit better. So on paper, they are looking very good at the moment. That's why I voted for them. But Rival Esports has proven to us before that in the monthly finals, they still seem to have the upper hand. We do want to talk a little bit more about Rio Hey, Trav. He had some great showings last month already.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is the thing. I think so many of these guys put in big performances, don't get far, get cut short of the semis. Unfortunate, but Rio Hey is a player that we've seen around so much, and he's a player of incredible talent. So I'm really hoping we can see some more great things from him this month as well.
Rio Hey might be the drafter for his team. On the other side, it's Zeta, one of the coaches that has been in Brawl Stars for a very long time. And as we've seen now with Zeta Division, a coach definitely helps to get the meta down. Zeta Division so far unbeaten, and let's see if Sebas can do the same thing for his team.
Sebas, great to have you on the show here today. You were 3-0'd by Rival Esports last month. Bit of a disappointing result, I'm sure. Tell us more about that.
We was disappointed because it's hard to lose 3-0 in a month final, and we worked a lot for get the victory, but unfortunately our player get nervous for the first month final in camera. But no, I think all is fine, and we're working in the uses we had for improve his team.
Naipishu, Kuru and Ghost T on that side that should be the clear favorites. In the last monthlies, they did not really perform, Kenny. Let's see if they can do it this time around.
I was definitely disappointed. I mean, I expected this team to be a semi-finalist and maybe even surprise us and go further. I think a lot of Brawl folks in the know expect big things out of this roster. Naipishu winning a grand finals last year as a fill-in for Zeta Division, Kuru as a world champion. I mean, they've got some reputable names. Ghost T, I think, a large talent in this region. Instead, it was Rival Esports stomping them 3-0. So I'm curious to see if the coaching effect comes in this month, because unfortunately last month definitely didn't do them any favors.
Some new faces in the block also here at the desk. It's super nice to share a desk with you, Ark. Welcome back.
I love hearing that I'm a new face to the desk. That's good. That's good for me, yeah.
Better face, one would say.
Well, compared to Trev just before,
It's
he
a
was
low
here
ball.
for a full match, and now you're just popping out of nowhere. It's because, you're new.
I'm new, but I'm also an OG, shall we say.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely interesting.
He says he's new, but he's also an old face, which is true. He has a very old face. I hope he can't hear me either. I don't know if he can. Oops. Anyways, we want to talk about the rosters that are coming up next on this big stage. Going to start things out on double swoosh. It's Gem Grab. We've already seen what Zeta and DF will play on a map like this one. Do you think we're going to see some similar brawlers now between these two teams?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of these brawlers will be repeats again. Bull's somebody that I'm definitely expecting to see. I think BB could come up a little bit more too, and Glowy in this region has certainly been a brawler that's caught my attention. I think it's one in the scrim rates that has shown up a lot, maybe shows up at the band stage a little bit more, but I think it's something we have to watch out for.
This is the first BSC ever we're going to see, or BSC event we're going to see Glowy at. He's already been scrimmed quite often, even in February, despite him not being open yet. We have some global bans between these two teams as well. Let's see if we're going to see some more Tick banned out. No, it's going to be one of the newest hypercharges brawlers, sorry. It's Crow and Bull. Both of them have received their hypercharge, and both of them banned out here, Kenny.
Yeah, I think Crow makes a lot of sense for me. He's very pesky in a ranked kind of draft phase because I feel like he's applicable on so many different maps. And then let's just get rid of the Bull. We saw what it could do in the first one. Don't fault them whatsoever for just like cleanly removing it from all sets. We don't even have to think about it.
I don't want to see much Brawl today. I really don't. It's one of those brawlers that can just like literally take on an entire team at once and cycle so effectively. It's just such a dominant force, and you know what kind of brawler can just sit back, tank damage, build that super to itself, and then just do what he does. I don't want to see it.
Welcome once more, by the way, to the desk. Now that we can hear you, any words to your fans?
I mean, as always, the support is it comes in many forms, and I'm always going to be here. So great to see you as well.
Already mentioned, we're going to kick things off on Double Swoosh. Our first map is going to be a gem grab map. We do have the same maps as in the previous series, but we have them swapped around a little bit. So we're going to see Pin or Punt after that, out in the open business and layer cake. Once again, these are very open maps, yet still we've seen a lot of Bull. Ems is going to be banned out in this series as well, also one of those global bans. So I think they want to play the long range game here.
Yeah, it could be definitely a good idea. I mean, I want to see these two teams go really head-to-head and take it all the way to the fifth. I think that you've got to go in with a nice strategy and just not overcommit too early on. You know, we always see this with a new meta, the way that things kind of evolve. It takes a bit of time to really know what your oppositions are really liking the flavors of. So I think you kind of have to just go in, really roll out the big heavy hitters like we've already discussed, the Crows, the BBs and the Bulls. They're the kind of big three for me that we used to see spammed all over social media as well. So those buffied brawlers, they are really quite troublesome.
The buffies definitely made those brawlers even stronger. Some of them already were. I think Crow had some great showings already. He is going to be banned out here in the global bans. And we have BB left open. We have Crow, one of the best healing counters, banned out. Glowy and BB are going to be two menaces that I would ban out now, Kenny.
Yeah, they're already brawlers that I think are played a ton in this region, so I think now that they have free access, they're going to be in this ban stage a ton. I think we maybe see them, but I think it's more in the capacity of, hey, we're going to call out their names to make sure they're in the ban stage map dependent. Glowy certainly one I'll keep my eye out for. BB, we didn't see any at all in that opening set. I still think she's a really good brawler, but obviously the fix up into her gadget made her a tad bit worse.
This is obviously a rematch from February. Rival took it 3-0. So SKC surely wants revenge.
Today is the day that you get to have your revenge, potentially. How have you been preparing for this?
Yeah, today is the day for the revenge. One our first match has been in Month Finals. So we prepare a lot and we're working in our comfort brawlers, what we wanted to play. And we hope I'll get very well. I'll be very well for the second Month Final.
So how did it feel for you, Art, to talk about the revenge matches and all of what happened last month with Sebas? He obviously is not happy about what happened in February.
Yeah, not happy. I think that's fair to say that anyone would be, right? But in terms of the mindset, I think it was great to touch base, and he's feeling confident, and that I think is really quite key. He's also learning some Japanese, which I thought was super cool. I don't know whether I've just had a bit of a spoiler alert, as that might be coming later, but it's great to see how much he's embracing this region.
I really like that. We have some new coaches introduced into the region. Now, this has been the region that we always mentioned, mechanical wizards, but they're not really good at draft. Bringing in some talent from other regions might be what they needed.
I think having that extra influence or just that extra voice in the room certainly helps out. I think just having somebody that's so aware, has so much experience, definitely can go a long way. Again, strategies can go flat on its face. Last month certainly surprised me with the 3-0, but I like that they had this one on the calendar. You mentioned it. This is the opportunity revenge. Had a little smile on his face too. I got the vibe that they want to be here.
And Ryohei has been one of those players that has been in many different teams, let's put it that way, in this region. He finally gets revenge into his old teammates in this match as well, Orc.
Yeah, I feel like he's always been a very, very strong mechanical genius in this region, honestly. I feel like a lot of players get a spotlight over him, but like I just love watching him play, and specifically with this region generally, because, you know, there's so many micro movements that he's really able to bring to the table, the very aggressive nature of brawlers, and I love the way that this region is also just caught up in terms of draft. That was always a bit of the weakness, and we, you know, certainly my reservations on Crazy Raccoon last year were based largely around draft, whereas now we're starting to see them really take shape.
I find Ryohei to be one of the most interesting characters, I'll call, in this region. I think especially making a splash in that opening month. This was the guy that was left to the wayside in Roster Mania, had to pick up two quote-unquote tier 2 talents. And I think that's comes across as semi-disrespectful to his teammates, but just in the sense that Zeta Division, Reject, all these teams who made World Finals of last year, these two never had those accolades, and Ryohei had to quote-unquote settle for that. Instead, it's him leading the charge, taking a 3-0 against a very hyped-up roster. They have an opportunity to do the funniest thing. They could double down today. They could get a win again, improved, that they're one of the mainstays in this region. It feels like this org always finds a way to have its name show up in East Asia.
Which is super nice to see. Ryohei bringing into newer faces into a competition like this one, and immediately has some great success. And that's been what was the story in February, really. We had 3 quarterfinals not going the way as we expected. And in month number 1, we usually tend to go with whatever makes sense, like which faces do we all already know. And it's proven to be a global thing, actually, that all of these new players are now truly shining.
Yeah, this is and this is something that we've seen across all the regions, not just in East Asia. But, you know, I feel like this is the year for the underdogs. 2026 is like the new dawn of Brawl, in terms of my opinion. Like, I feel like we are seeing just so many people that have been just brought up in draft. I think that's kind of what I feel it comes back to as a core, is that they've never had to kind of adapt and learn this new thing, which other players had to drop the kind of old school way of how they would pick their brawlers. They've literally come into this ecosystem with that in mind. So the emphasis on how important draft really is resonates more so than it ever has done. And now we're seeing as well global bans making an impact here. I cannot wait to see how that evolves as we go on throughout the season.
Global bans are something we just introduced today. So far, so good. We have seen an Edgar and the Tick banned out previously, so maybe they're not really embracing the potential of these global bans so far.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really curious to see if that plays out well. We'll find out. I think they had some good ones, though.
And with that, we want to kick things off right away. The players are ready, so we want to, not wait too much longer. We're going to head over to Double Swoosh. And we see the people at home have also voted for SKC to win this one. 73% overall say this favorite roster will take it. Despite what happened in the February monthly finals, people are still convinced they can pull it off today. With Bull, Ems being banned out the right-hand side, global bans, Crow and Charlie on the left-hand side, and many new brawlers banned out also. At the bottom, we have a huge percentage of brawlers out of the way here. Otis and Sandy, though, are double banned. Are they this good on this map, Kenny?
I certainly think they're annoying. Sandy shows up a lot on this map, and Amber in that wide open lane can definitely be a tough one to tackle. Jester coming in, I think, is a good brawler for not only vision on this map, just because the more shots he takes up, the more bells he's shooting. That means the more space he can occupy. But on top of that, it gives them an anti-tank option. So obviously that right-hand side and Rival are locking in the Janet early. This is going to be likely their mid of choice. Very safe gym carrier, can take to the skies, jetpack away, make sure that you ensure the safety of those, and also has a cheeky gadget where you can bounce away as well. So I really like that as a mid choice on this map.
Leon coming in for SKC. I feel like we're going to see a lot of Leon this weekend. The lollipop drop now with the additional speed, it's just bringing so much utility to his kit, so I quite like that, certainly so. Just as a nice thing to have in the back pocket for the side there of SKC as well. Lily and Doug doubling down as well. Kind of interesting. Don't see too much of this, but the Doug-Janet's combo, it's really quite dirty. You know, having the hypercharge with the Doug, being able to combine it with the Janet and being able to effectively have that area splash on 2 brawlers at the same time is something which can absolutely decimate your opposition and be able to come back with the gems. And Janet is the best escape maneuvering to have on a squad to be able to do just that.
Lily with the comeback mechanic and then some hot talks on the way. The protein power is definitely going to come in clutch. On the other side, we now need something to address the aggression on the rival esports side. Shelly coming in here as last pick with the Chester and Shelly. They have a lot of DPS, so the Lily is definitely going to struggle there. I do like the Janet mid pick. You can either jump out of the way with the second gadget or place down a turret to give you and your teammates some more visibility. So she is one of the best brawlers on this map. Still kind of side with the left hand side here because that damage is gonna make it so the Dog and the Lily don't really have a good matchup here.
Shelly was one that I was immediately highlighting on my cue card. Just felt like a free square there. Definitely a fun one to go shotgunning away. We'll see if the Doug and the Lily combination can be devastating enough. SKC and Rival, it's round 2. Fought in month number 1. SKC embarrassed. Swept 3-0, especially after all the off-season hype. They're the ones on the back heels now. Pressure certainly falling to them.
Well, nice aggressive movement there for the left-hand side of the Pishu. As the Toro comes in, tapped up though, forced back into his squad for heals. He goes down though as well, so his heals not going to be coming in nearly as much as before.
Guru is certainly somebody that we're going to start seeing on this Leon, or not him in general, but I think Leon as a mid in general is certainly a viable strategy in today's day and age for Brawl Stars. This is somebody with the lollipop drop, the extra speed, it makes a huge difference. Now Udipin's going hunting though, jetpacking all the way up to that left-hand side, looking for an Ipishu. Will quickly dive away. Kuru forced to invisibility on the back spawn of this map. Fall to the shallow end is Ryohi. Not afraid to get up in the faces, and Ipishu ready to go with a shotgun blast though, will force them away. The aggro brawlers of Rival not quite making contact.
Yeah, fantastic timing on that Shelly of Ipishu. Good communication clearly on the side of SKC to ensure that these takedowns happen. The Doug is such a pest. Now's an early hyper charge here for Utapin. Not going to use the super though. Now, just in the nick of time, able to still establish that hyper charge, but not really landing that many bombs to be completely honest. And now, SKC go on the assault.
A lot of purple buttons being clicked, so SKC exhausting many resources, but it will lead to a team countdown. Udipin, right-hand side, marching alongside Totoro. Hypercharged Lily Super, that's the thing that this other side has to watch out for most. Now disappearing. SKC rotating this top left-hand side. This could get scary, looking for a bounce shot from that Lily. Hypercharge makes contact. Naipishu dragged to the Shadow Realms, is immediately a switch over. The heist has been completed. They have to find a way to hold them off, though. Naipishu will survive. SKC have an opportunity to climb up the map. Lollipop drop for a little extra speed. Falling behind those back lines. Players off screen there, holding on to all the gems. It's going to be a close call. A butt blast going down. It will be enough to reset.
Ooh, can the Pishu get out of this though? Oh, not quite the best of landings there for Utapin. Now Totoro coming back, trying to get behind the field of action. He does so quite successfully. Does get a takedown as well. That will reset the gems. But goes T, gets them back in his pocket. Totoro not done yet, burns down there to the poison. The gems somehow, some way, stay with SKC.
Not enough to grab them from the mid, so Kuru has to be the one killed. Udipin trying to hold positioning for as long as possible. Ryohi there for the heals. Naipishu dive forward. Shotgun blast will force Doug away. Now they're looking for this. Oh, it is going to be close. Not enough, though. A buck blast will end things there. I think Rival were looking for that one little extra gem. It was going to be a close call regardless. They were forced away due to the Shelly Super. That was an intense one, though. This is something that we didn't see last month. It really did feel like Rival were running away with it the entire duration of the match, and already we've got fireworks.
That was a very, very close start. But it's still just a set still up for grabs here. That's the crazy part. Toro straight into the realm and finds Kuru immediately coming out. Cycling as well, his super, still a danger. But now the Pishu being so low is a good target potentially if Toro going to hold back and reserve himself just a little bit still. This goes T now deviating away from this mid and over to the left-hand side, swapping with a Pishu to get that break in the bush. Really important on a map like Devil's Wish to do things like that to really show up your opposition in all the right places.
Grants them immediate visibility. Doug will respawn alongside the Super. The Immortal Hot Dog now running it down. Ghost T there to respond. Both of the tanky brawlers immediately eradicated as Udipin has to force a jump away. 6 gems for SK Kalalas. This is a nice lead that they've got going. Oh, and a perfectly timed bomb as well. Couldn't have rolled the dice better.
Yeah, found everyone, but that will feed some utility back over with the Doug. They're helping out of Rio here now with a hypercharge as well, so a bit of a dangerous position here for SKC, and Pishu noted, has to pop the hypercharge to go for a great offense. Unbelievable to keep the gems, to survive on, to wait for his team to come back. That was everything on his back He has got a massive backpack.
The Shelly certainly paying dividends. It's a brawler that made too much sense into this matchup. Having a shotgun brawler as excellent as Toro has dangerous intentions, getting sneaky, will drag those teeth down. Udapin makes contact, lands, tries to jump away. Kuru there to save the day. Ryohi for the heals. And now the tanky Lily will be able to walk this one down. Naipishu doing his best to try and catch up, but they're hightailing it back to spawn.
Pushing forwards now. SKC trying to make up for some lost time. They can't give up this mid. Janet has got super on the side there of Rival Esports. If they can get one gem, then the escape will be also theirs. Toro with a 9. He's playing the Lily. He doesn't want to go on the aggressive. Trying to depend now and to get something of some takedowns or some low damage straight to the hands yet again of Naipishu, who's been such a pest in this game.
Ooh, and now a takedown there as the 10th gym gets claimed for Rival. It's Totoro, the aggressive brawler, who has to fall back. Udapin there to play bodyguard. Ghost T will find the first kill. They've built plenty of space to occupy the middle. They're just playing for the mine. They're not even interested in the kill. They'll tie things up, still maintain their positioning, and it will allow them to keep expanding their territory.
Yeah, it was a great reset there from SKC. Really love the way that they handled that, honestly. Hypercharge for Udapin though. There is still time to make something happen. Toro pretty safe and sound there, coming back into the mid. It's 12 to 10. The reset has got to be on the side of Rival Esports. They're just too far away at the moment. Toro goes in, but he's low. He might burn down to the poison. He will. And the SKC made that look really quite straightforward towards the end. But it wasn't without a fair share of hassle on the side of Rival Esports.
Shelly pick, I think, was the ultimate decider there. I think Naipishu playing that brawler beautifully and just having that in your back pocket. There were plenty of reset opportunities for Rival. I don't think it was a completely abandoned strategy. I think it definitely had some validity there, just not quite enough, especially when you leave it to a 6 pick for the other team and something like Shelly is such a perfect answer. I think it's going to be really hard to expect to win that set.
Shelly, Chester versus the Lily. She didn't really have anywhere to go. And with that, SK Colossus has already won more sets than they did last month. So it's going swimmingly, Orc.
Yeah, that's a 100% improvement. Let's go. But this is what we see with teams and the best teams in the world is that ability to come back despite the past and that result. And it was, like I said, a very, very convincing result in favour of Rival Esports last time round. You do have to reset the mental. You do have to look at what is a fresh, brand new meta and say, how can we shape this to our advantage? Like, what can we take from this to be able to really further our abilities and take away from the other team at the same time?
I really want to see those stats now. Ghost T on the Chester with the most kills. 699 DPS. I don't think we've ever seen a higher number.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's unbelievable Valley, and then Naipishu on top of it with 8 kills as well. I mean, it feels like it was going in their category in terms of the KD for sure. But again, sometimes it's all about those last 15 seconds. I think that's where Rival's composition showed that it had some merit. They were able to get those Lily resets with the hypercharge. Doug could walk in with the super and just respawn, get those kills as well. Definitely had some scary moments. That felt a lot closer to me than it did last month. Certainly not saying that SKC is going to run away with this by any means.
It was very back and forth, and that is probably why, Rival looked kind of good in this matchup, even though they might not have had the better comp. With Lily and Doug, they do have the comeback mechanic, but they couldn't really hold on to the gems in the end. We're now heading over to Brawl Ball. Paintball Punt is a map where you really want to focus on that mid-control arc. Which are the brawlers that come to your mind immediately when you see this map?
I like to see a Notice for me. I feel like that's kind of one of those brawlers that's just a very good, safe pair of hands. Doesn't look like it's actually banned out here as well, so it could be a good shout with the bans of the BB, the Ball there as well. And his first pick, yeah, I really quite like to see it. I feel like you've got to, even regardless of that Ball being banned and the BB, because you just got to have something in the eventuality of new tank counters coming in. I'd like to see kind of like a Mo as well coming in from me. I think it's a great map for Mo and a brawler which is kind of getting a bit of a shine now that some of the big heavy brutes are out the mix.
Ochas with one of the highest win rates on this map. Chester could also have a great showing here once more. Anything with a lot of DPS to address for aggressive brawlers. BB actually banned out here as well as the Bull. He's global banned. So those two brawlers have the highest showing on the map like this one are not going to be popping off here. Another shot here from Arc. Mo is going to come in. He's that great flex brawler. You can shoot from afar. You can go in and get a goal going with a very aggressive play. So Mo definitely always a mainstay on a map like this one. Chester coming in, already mentioned him, super good into any tanks. Chester and Otis are my 2 top picks on this map.
I see a Kenji ban, and I'm curious if Mina gets brought in for this left-hand side as well, because I think now it has a little bit easier access to being an aggro brawler. Chester's a hard shutdown to that, though, so I think you're a little scared off by that. Very well-rounded 2-3 turn. They got the goal scorer in Mo, Christian Barrel underground, pop up, grab that ball, instant super shot at while in that form, and Chester, of course, is just menacing in this meta right now. I feel like a lot of teams, the balance you have to find is this anti-tank / anti-aggro, and when you actually pull the trigger and do it yourself. SKC gonna zag away from that completely. They've got their anti-aggro in terms of Otis. Now they're going to grab Pierce, who's gonna, in the long distance, I think have favorable matchups into both of the ones shown so far on that red side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see some Pierce global bans as well, or at least escaping through the ban stages quite a lot, and the picks are really quite heavily in his favor, especially in Brawl. I think it's a map which also in the wrong hands can be quite devastating, because obviously you depend on having that ammo to be able to pass the ball effectively. But these are the best players in the world for that reason. Mortis going to come in to seal the SKC comp, and it's a dangerous brawler at that.
They have a really well-rounded comp here with some aggression in the Mortis, with the long-range sniper Pierce, and then with a lot of area control in Otis. And again, Pinot Pont is a map where it's all about that mid-control. Really like the comp so far we're seeing from SKC. On the right-hand side, we have something aggressive. We have the area control. Maybe something with range could come in here. Be Leon. Poke is a brawler that shows up here quite often, doesn't really fit into any of these two comps, so don't really expect him here. It's going to be Max instead. So we do have the support, but instead of heals, it's going to be speed.
I'm a little surprised they still go with Max here. A lot of the times when teams are facing down a Mortis, they won't necessarily pull the trigger on that. Instead, though, they might just be confident in the fact that they have a Mo and a Chester on their side to deal with this. SKC, after a devastating month 1 performance, opportunity to strike back in a big way. They have a 1-0 early lead. They're trying to get revenge against rival Esports. It was a competitive opening set, and now when I look at these two drafts, I feel like once again it has potential to be a close call as well. I don't necessarily lean heavily towards either of these sides. I think both are winnable drafts.
Let's see how things go for SKC. They definitely need the result here today. Good rush match of the February monthly finals at this very stage of the competition continues on. Already is SKC on the back foot. Rival Esports pushing themselves slightly forwards. Notori realistically here would like to get the drill, but might be able to walk this in. No, a lovely knockback with the helping hand of PS Gadget there to be able to ensure the defense, but not over yet. Kurulo goes down, this ball coming straight back, and all 3 members there at SKC fell.
Great early possession out of Ryohi and his teammates there. It was just an immediate fallback from SKC. Naipishu tried to buy his team a little bit of space. They're gonna have to play these matchups very perfectly. Now an opportunity for the blue roster. A kick over to this right-hand side. Kuru's gonna be working with it as Mo and Max fall backwards. Mortis left-hand side diving in and out, trying to bait out any shots. This is a great kick away though. Now it's back to a midfield fight. Oh, and a perfectly timed super from Ryohi as well. Having the wall break there was very helpful, but now smelling blood in the water, knew the ammo had been exhausted. That's where Naipishu strikes.
Nice amount of mid-control now. Ghost T will secure Notori there, but he will be coming back with the drill. So let's see if he can use it on defense. Have a charge available to Ryohi as well. So I feel like Rival Esports have got enough here, and if Utopia can get that speed out as well out of this equation, then he can bring his teammates forward as well and bring on the offensive. Now Pishu knows this, wants to prematurely go in with a helping hand of the Gadget, but again, it's going to be a trade, and Rival Esports hold on.
Yeah, nice use of Creature of the Night there, but just not enough to equate to much more than a kill. The bad news for the SKC side is Rival have an early lead, they've pocketed this ball, and now they have 3 supers, 2 hypercharges on top of that. Pierce just trying to apply a little pressure, use the super, a nice swing of the bats now. This could be a huge opportunity as the blue side grabs a couple. Totoro with a nice kill, Ghost T with a bounce away, Naipishu just enough to slide one in the back of the net. That was great patience and nice execution coming in from SKC.
Yeah, I really like the way that they handle that, but now the aggression comes in of Rival Esports. A huge hypercharge to Tora coming in. This is pitch perfect for Rival Esports, and they will be able to secure it as quickly as that. I love that kind of response, because the way that things were building up, SKC looked so in control, and then you turn your back, and Rival Esports just bounce back.
You can see the Mo and why it's so coveted on a mode like this, and especially a map like this where it's more wide open. You got some walls on those left and right hand sides if you want to kind of get around that for those wall peaks. But when he burrows underground, it is difficult to tackle. Obviously, he's invincible underground, but with the hypercharge especially, it's so quick and it can take over the entire side of the map. The distance it stretches is unfathomable. It's just so hard to play defense against.
Wow, SKC, again, just using these bushes to their advantage, trying to build up utility. Allow Ghost T to be able to get super, and then they can start to push themselves forward in a certain position. Whilst the Mo has not got a drill, that's the best time to really ensure that you've got your utility working in your favor. So, good taps here. Ghost T continuing on, and there's the super trying to whittle down the defense of Rival Esports.
Ghost T just maintaining. Not pressing this, just a lot of patience. Neither side has a ton of utility to work with outside of gadgets that are going to recycle. Udipin finally getting up a super. There's a little mass lead being distributed. Is Ghost T, ooh, gonna fall there. That's a nice takedown for Udipin. Now Rival know they have the advantage. Numbers and the ball in their possession. SKC once again gonna be back on defense.
Well, Kuru, fast splatter, looking to find hypercharge. That stun is going to work out so well when you're looking into the speed of the max and what it can bring to the table. He's now in an aggressive position, pushing their Pishu and trying to continue the assault here. Slow comes down. This is a great pitch. Tora comes in. The catch from Ghost T's not going to really do much. He stays standing. At the moment, Rival Esports are just trying to find a bit of an open goal here. And Kuru survives as the last man standing on 727 HP.
Brilliant defense from SKC, using the gadget and all those shells from Pierce. On top of that, Kuru is able to stay alive just long enough. Here comes the extra max speed once again. No Rival, relentless, still pushing. 80 HP keeps Naipishu alive. He'll dive to this right-hand side and just try and put a little extra pressure. Buy some time for the teammates to march their way forward. Ghost T does like working from the distance though. Ryohei now forged up. Oh, and a big pickup there too. It's still 0-0, 30 on the clock. If this gets to overtime, I don't mind this as much for SKC. I think they've got enough mid to long range distance where they can make it work.
Pishu low here, staying alive though with some nice dukes, but he does need to heal up regardless. Ghost T big taps down to Ryohei, should be able to finalize this as well. And Udipin now just doing his best to stay alive and in the mix. He's got the hypercharge, which would be fantastic to provide to his teammates. At the moment, it's Totoro who needs super though. The hypercharge of the Chester. It's going to be a great thing on defense. Is it a bomb? The question mark as to what Ryohei's got. But here comes the hypercharge max. A great way to open space as now Rival Esports explode onto the map.
Oh, and Kuru missed a hypercharge. I believe the Seedfish did not make contact. Totoro with a hypercharge super available. Bounced back, not enough though. Rival punch one through and take the set alongside it.
There was almost a chance there for a defense with the helping hand of the PS gadget. You only Brawl twice for the knockback. So I love the way that they were so resourceful on the side of Rival Esports, so slow in their approach to ensure that there were no mistakes to be found, because even in the 1 versus 3 there, it could have been done. Defense could have been a possibility. So holding it out, waiting and baiting it really was the play there, and a good comeback.
Zeta Division versus DF, another 3-0 on the board. Luckily, this one is going to go into a set 4 at least. We have a game on our hands, and Rival is fighting back this time around. We had 2 very good comps. I think in Double Swoosh we were talking about how the comp from Rival couldn't really do too much. This one was a fair game. Mo popped off a bunch of times. I really like what Totoro did there.
I think just having a goal scorer on your side, it really makes a big difference in a mode like Brawl Ball. And Mo can be such a flex because a lot of times those goal scorers are aggressive brawlers or very tanky ones. And instead, Mo's kind of this mix in between where he's a mid-range brawler, but his super is so good at spacing out and just going underground, being invincible and popping up wherever he needs to be. Didn't show up in the kill category as much as somebody like Ryohei did, but where he did show up was in the goal scoring.
Yeah, I felt like this is one of those moments where, as being behind, Rival Esports have got to come together. And I was again like similar to you coming into the draft, a bit unsold, but on the max. But it made a lot of sense, being able to evade that pierce and really provide a good cushioning for your teammates to go on the defense and then go on the offense. Chester worked out better than I expected. I think we're going to see a lot more of him as well this weekend.
Chester actually the most picked one on this map in the region, so I kind of felt like he would be banned out already. Did show up in the draft stage instead. Really like what we saw. I think what we've seen in the DPS category was that on the right-hand side, Rival kind of shared the load, pulled all the same amount of weight, and on the left-hand side, it was Pierce with a lot of DPS, but it just wasn't enough to stop them.
I was really curious how Naipishu would do in that, because I think the Mortis had the hardest job, especially running into something like a Chester. And it did well, just not enough to equate to too many goals. I think just ultimately couldn't quite make the distance there. 3-1 in totals in terms of how many teams were scoring goals in that. And I think it really showed throughout that. 7 kills, Mortis was good, but not good enough to overcome something like a Chester who just popped off in the kill feed.
Looking for a Brock here for me. I think it's a great brawler pick, quite versatile. Bo going to come through. I don't mind. Bo are quite open to it, to be honest, but on a pro level, being able to evade the mines made it a little bit trickier now with the help of the Buffy, as they do land on the map faster, but still I kind of feel like it could work, it could not. I think Brock's a bit more of a safer pair of hands for me, to be perfectly honest. Eve here, Pierce definitely going to be one I've got to see picked up pretty early, in my opinion. But I do like the glowy band there. Both teams really do like that kind of brawler. I think Angelo as well here. Buster could be an option too. Bell, there's definitely some choices still here.
Out in the Open is one of these maps where you really only have one lane on the right-hand side. On the left side, you could play an Angelo or an Eve, anything that can walk over water, or you open up the map. That's what Ark is referring to with the Brock. Bo technically can do the same, of course, with his bow mines down the lane. But Brock can do it immediately from the start. Ollie on the left-hand side, a brawler we don't see too often here, honestly, would be a great pairing together with the Gus, for example, just something to make sure he can even come in close and comfy with his opponents. Gus, maybe also Byron K.
Yeah, I was thinking about what sharpshooter they would go with. Gus was one that came to mind just because it's so popular on this map. Also a shield allowed for Ollie. I was kind of curious to see if Brock comes through there, because a lot of times teams will pair Brock with Ollie, maybe not necessarily on this map, but because they want to be in control of the wall break, they want to leave the walls up, they'll go with something like Rocket Laces where they can make use of it and then kind of take away that choice, especially on a map like Out in the Open. Being able to get to mid a little quicker makes sense, but instead Angelo can traverse over that water, so now I fully anticipate that if they wanted to take a Brock, they're definitely not going for wall break.
Yeah, I'm open to it for sure. I quite like where things are shaping up to be. Yeah, I mean, you don't really have to take it off the table at that point, really, because in the hands of SKC, it would have been much difficult to make this kind of comp work. So I like where things are heading. Let's see. I still think Brock would be very viable here to get into the map quickly and just allow yourselves that kind of breathing position here. I think Artie as well could definitely be a brawler which could come in under the circumstances here. I feel like, Ali has a place, could cause some problems, but again, with the helping hand of Ollie, as long as that player on the side there of SKC is available and ready to hand to defend against it, it could be shut down quite easily. Yeah, exactly, Artie. I think it's a safe bet. I think Brock or Artie was where my mind was at.
They don't really have any aggression on the right-hand side. I definitely go with you here, Ali, maybe also Mina, if they wanted to bring in some aggression. The RT just makes sure that they have a good brawler for the long run. Once the smoke's coming in from the side, that RT is definitely going to do a good job with his super available. Left-hand side, well-rounded. Again, I would like to see some support for that Ollie. Gus already taken away. Leaves the Byron still open. Jae-Young would be a great pick here, but he's at banned out, so they're going to go with something completely different. Area control here with the Squeak. And Kenny, it's not a bad brawler into 3 long-ranged options on the right-hand side. Squeak also ensures that they have a good matchup in the long run. When Squeak has ult available and the field is getting smaller, Squeak is going to do well.
Two super different compositions. I mean, the right-hand side very clearly going with the ranged fight. RT somebody in the close distance as well will drop the static, be able to grab those kills towards the later stages of the game. But on the left, I think the early Squeak gadgets are something that I'm going to be looking out for. How will Ollie fare in this long-range fight? Something that definitely doesn't do as well, but towards those in-games, certainly a factor. The Hypnosis has to be a factor. And Ghost T, operating on this left-hand side, going to work his way up. Of course, reverse Overwater, one of the unique factors about him, as Kuru's going to cut off. That's what I was looking out for. One of these gadgets that they're going to be running is the one that's slowing effect from Squeak. Buys them instant access to the mid. Now they can walk this up, and this puts an IP shoot in a perfect place. There's an indestructible wall right here. You can try and charge up his super, get a few tags, and in the long run of the game, do better.
Yeah, I think Squeak here is very slept on as a brawler pick, honestly. But let's see what Rival Esports can do to be able to get out of this position. Super Totem goes down on the bow. Ooh, some good connections as well there from Kuru. Super Totem, of course, now has a slightly wider radius with the helping hand of the Buffy, so that's kind of what you want to see on the combination with the RT as well. Building up towards that hypercharge as quickly as you possibly can, because in this position now, the gas closing in, you've got to be able to have an escape.
Desperation jump right there on the launch pad, met by SKC. Just brutal stuff as Ryohi's now going to be stuffed into a corner as well. Even uses the super too. I think that's a bold call, because all that really accomplished was 0 kills and a lot of grass being revealed. That was not good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I was literally saying about RT having an escape, but that was not the escape I was looking to see. You've got to get that hypercharge, and that can open up the space over this early outset. This is where you want to see Rival Esports just trying to hold their own better. And already they've slipped into their old ways. They've gone back into the spawn, and Ryohi already struggling on that top left.
Impactful supers available for SKC as well, as Ghost T's able to force his way forward. Now Ollie jumping over the wall. Oh, Ryohi, an easy victim for him to get through. Rival has a super into Toro, but of course, if he drops the static, they're going to be able to get easy tags to the wall with Squeak. This seems like a pretty checkmated situation. SKC with a huge advantage, and now Utapin is gone as well. Just an RT left. This is a clean game 1 coming out of the blue side. A really back and forth. The opening set was such a close call across the board. Set 2 leaned a little more towards Rival, and now we're just seeing SKC clean house. I feel like this is going to be tough to make adjustments from, because I really like this combination, the Squeak gadget to build you some early space, put Ollie against that wall, stuff the other team in their spawn, and now they can't move. Ollie can charge super. Easy Hypnosis for a win.
Let's see, Ghost T not finding too much here, and as long as Rival Esports can try to evade him along the way by pushing forwards, they can definitely have a better start. And now pushing marks up on the right-hand side, go down. So I'd imagine not running hacks then on the side of the RT, because that would have been a simple, straightforward kill as it were. Now, SKC starting to really collect themselves better. But as quickly as that, Rival Esports back in that spawn side yet again. That's exactly where SKC want them.
RT has a free super, but hasn't really been able to use it because they can't escape the fog. He's going to have to dive towards this launch pad once again, has no angle on Naipishu. Now SKC forcing the left-hand side. This is where he makes a launch, but it's going to be a sacrifice for Gus. So either Totoro's going to have to come in clutch here, find a kill on Kuru, or they're going to be in trouble. Instead, it's Kuru landing a ton of shots. The little squeak being a high DPS brawler. Totoro left alone once again. This is a disaster. Rival Esports showing no signs of life in this set. He might even have to just force a kill to try and charge up supers and things like that. Instead, it's Naipishu grabbing one of his own. No good. I mean, Rival Esports have to find a way to charge some supers, get some kills, or at least move out a spawn for crying out loud.
Yeah, someone needs to tell Rival Esports that jump pad is not working for them. The second time they've just used it and gone straight down. Nice bait of the mines there by Naipishu. 2 more still remain. And we're going to find them yet again. The hypercharge of this RT. That is what I'm now looking for. This could be a time to use the jump pad, actually. As long as the Totoro doesn't go down immediately, he could get behind the field of action. But I feel like SKC are really going to be well aware to it and trying to shut it down early. But he has got to use his utility. They cannot afford to lose this round.
There's nothing wrong with flanking, but because you're using a launch pad, you can literally see them from a mile away climbing across the map here. So Udapin on the left-hand side, gonna have to be able to fight. Ghost T has a hypercharge available, looking to get a piercing shot. Here's Rio. He's just juggling left and right. Has nowhere to walk. Naipishu unfazed with 10,000 HP is gonna be a menace towards these end games.
Totoro did not use hypercharge straight away. Now using it and staying alive as well. Naipishu's so low, but these shots have got to land to secure it. Kuru is there for the body blocking, and Naipishu is now healed. A missed opportunity there for Rival Esports.
Oh, and now a hypercharge for Kuru in the 2v2 as the bow mines go down. They're gonna have to dance their way around this as Naipishu operates in the open space. Triggering one. Oh, that was no good. I think they triggered all 3 of those, and it caused them an insta-kill. I mean, there weren't a lot of spaces to walk, but I know the right side was definitely the wrong way.
Well, as a result of that, Rio, he has got more mines and a hypercharge now as well. This is the best chance that Rival have had so far to be able to make something of this. Now pushing themselves forward to help with the additional speed, and now they push force straight into the mines! Goes down as Rival Esports capitalize.
Bow mines are tough for all shapes and sizes of Brawl Stars players, and right now, Rival Esports, it's the one thing keeping them in this set. 2v2 once again, Angelo and Squeak, long range. The Totoro operates once again in a little grassy area right around here. Ghost T looking to trigger these mines, makes a mistake. Thankfully for him, nobody there to follow up shots at all. Just a standstill right now as Totoro holds on to this super.
Yeah, Totoro's in a good spot, and Kuru knows it, trying to get the pinch between himself there and Ghost T. And now the helping hand of these kills from Ghost T. Totoro's got to go in on the aggressive, and is going to get tapped down slowly but surely. A great connection there from Kuru as well. Might seal this demise down to 1,000 HP, and it's the gas that seals it.
Beautiful play. Ghost T taking the launch pad to his advantage, and of course at that moment, couldn't move a muscle. Kuru just put his teammate in a dangerous spot though. Mines go down. Ryohi trying to dance around this, can't quite do so. SKC narrowly escaped the set, certainly a little closer in that game number 2 than we thought it was going to be, but Rival Esports showing a little bit more life. That was a tough strategy overall, though I think SKC just had the draft.
Maybe. Honestly, Ghost T saved that one for me. They really struggled with the bow mines. Bow mines MVP for me here. Got more kills than anyone else. And then Ghost T with the jump pad in the end, winning the 1v2 basically. Really well played by him. Yeah, I didn't love what I saw from either of those teams in this set, if I'm completely honest, Ark.
Especially, as I said, coming into the match, I kind of expect players at this caliber to be able to dodge that, to be able to communicate that, to not fall for those traps. And, it's a brawler which I would kind of have myself on the back foot with in regards to the meta currently, as to whether we're going to see much of it, whether we're going to see, as a new buffy brought into the mix, you kind of always have to consider how they're going to affect things. And I've been in 2 minds about it. I still like playing bow personally, and I do get quite good results with it, but you'd expect a bit more of a communication around where those mines are, and I think too much value was gained off the back of them.
I think so too. I mean, it's safe to say that the bow mines certainly came through, especially in that game number 2. You'll see it in Ryohi's stat line as well. 4 kills for him, easily the most on his team. I think the left-hand side just had a little more variety in their composition. I just think they had an initial jump with the squeak gadget and then combining it with getting Ollie in position. That's why you're seeing them just desperately throw down bow mines in their grass. They were willing to reveal the positioning because it was just Ollie taking it every single time anyways. They had no real chance at getting to that spot. Instead, it's going to be to their demise. 7 kills for Ghost T. What a sharpshooter there as well. Excellent Angela work.
80 DPS for the Ollie. We kind of said that he probably doesn't get as much value on a map like this one. You really want to pick those late-ranged brawlers. In the end, it worked out for the team because Ghost T was just popping off. For me, really, Ghost T did a super well game and he won it for SK Kalalas. They're now 2-1 up ahead. We're now heading into a new map. We haven't seen it today yet. Hot Zone Open Business. Once more, a very open map. We might see some Poco here coming out of them. Other than that, it's just Bull all over again. Chester, Fink still has some showings here, but you want to go with those buffy brawlers.
Wouldn't mind seeing a Draco here myself. It's kind of drifted away, but could certainly be on the cards. I think as well, I like the Ruffs ban and the Poker ban on the side there of Rival Esports. Brawl, doubly banned as we know. Fink's going to come through. Great shout, Sunny. Love that. And that's also a very high win rate brawler for them too. I think the Pierce as well could be a nice combination if they want to be able to bring that particular brawler in. Glowy banned. It seems like despite our attempts to see him, he's not really showing up much today.
Glowy, I think, especially on this map and especially in this mode, is a must-ban kind of situation, especially since Glowy escapes the global bans. That means you just have to deal with them more on each individual map, and this is certainly one of them. Just the ability to kind of be a mainstay and stick around, be able to heal teammates while also in that open space, get damage onto enemies. It's such a powerful force. I am a little bit surprised to see the Draco, despite the Lu on the other end. It seems they're unafraid to run this. I think if you're playing open business and you're the right-hand side staring down at Draco, you have to either get super anti-tanky or you got to start finding some wall break.
Kind of agree with that. However, Finks and Draco were the 2 brawlers Arkemi shout out, and both of them picked up immediately.
Watch them lose now, she said.
On the right-hand side, I still expect the Chester to come out here. Maybe Otis. Anything else to address this Draco? Yes, with the Lu, they already have a really good brawler against them. Cordelius, of course, also one of those tanky counters. Really like him here. Now, last pick. Maybe they need a bit more range. Throwers usually do quite well on the map like this one too. Maybe not into Draco. They're going to go with aggression themselves.
Yeah, I like it. The Cordelius is a great pick, but it is going to be working overtime. That's my only concern, and especially in a map like this, wall break could be a possibility if they want to go for it on the side of SKC. I like the way that things are shaping up, though. There's no heal, though. They might want to bring something to be able to back up that Draco with, for me. No, going to go with the ability just to dash around and cause some issues. Stu, certainly a very mechanical brawler and one that's very difficult to hit, and going to be struggling, I think, on the side of the Kenji to really close the gap for that reason. But I don't know if I'm a massive fan of it. I think that the speed zone that it brings is kind of like its best attribute in the current meta, really.
I think so too, and I just think being able to shred through the enemies is my main concern as well. I think it's going to be very matchup dependent depending on which lane they kind of draw off the rip on the other side. SKC taking advantage now as we approach set number 4. Last month, couldn't even muster a single one against the same rival esports squad. Now an opportunity to redeem themselves, to live up to the hype that they received in the offseason. It's Kuru starting off in the middle as Sphinx. That's to be expected. Ghost T, though, no speed zone that we've seen so far, which could allude that they're going for wall break.
Nice. That makes a lot of sense. And is, again, going to make it tougher for Cordelius. Literally saying it before that brawler came through, is that if they break, then the Cordelius has to really start to work overtime. So now they push you, trying not to feed into Yukin too much. He has already got super immediately into the round. That's what I love to see, that Cordelius is doing exactly what it needs to do. And a good draft then for Rival Esports.
SKC with not a great start, now an opportunity to make a little bit of a comeback as that Lu super slowly trickles onto the field due to Finks' little super there, slowing down time. It's going to be Kenji dealing with this top right-hand side as Stu skates away. Udapin once again putting in that work like you alluded to. Cordelius is going to be glued to that Draco lane while Totoro moves around in the middle space. Great kill coming out of Ryohi. Rival Esports smooth sailing so far.
Yeah, absolutely cooking. Some hypercharges too. Totoro can just get super, we'll be able to have that instantaneous stun, and now Hypercharge from Utapin. That slow is painful onto Napishu, who will fall down here as well. SKC staying on the zone. Body blocking there is available for Ghost T to keep Kuru in the mix. They are starting to bring this back, slowly but surely. Utapin doesn't fall here, big miss shots from Ghost T. You can't make those mistakes when you're behind.
Yeah, that's tough. And Utapin doesn't even die, so now he's recharging a super off the backs of this as well, just being in the same space as them. You can see the little cylinder around him. Naipishu forced to use Hypercharge, push them away. Ghost T will do the exact same. Utapin once again dragging him down. Goner at that point. SKC, despite all these little mistakes here, do have an opportunity. They've got complete control of the mid. Now it is wide open. This is going to make things really difficult for Kenji and Cordelius.
Yeah, Ghost T now starting to work things a little bit better, but they have given up some of the positioning power into this mid. Pin goes in straight out though, and this is going to put pressure here onto Rio here and Totoro. Rio here now falls, and Totoro has got to be forced back now. SKC bringing back the objective, still behind by just a little bit here by 14%, but now really started to gain their stride.
SKC is certainly in this one right now. It's a small favor towards rival Esports as the Lu Super goes down. Naipishu skating, trying to breathe fire onto the enemy side, but the ice overpowering Ryohi now diving in with the sword as well. Utapin will clean up on the bottom side of the map, and rival Esports will grab this opening game. Despite having an early lead, SKC still managed to come back. I think if they can get these wall breaks down earlier, allow Stu to climb the map sooner, they've got a real chance at the set.
Yeah, certainly now that I've seen the wall break as well, they can really start to shape the map and take away what this Cordelius is bringing on the side there of rival Esports. So I think one thing I've got to say that regardless is the fact that SKC have really come in prepared this month. I mean, this is a different SKC from what we saw, and they've brought the fight back to rival Esports in the way they had to, considering that they got swept by this very team last month.
This is closer to the SKC that I expected to see. A lot of talent on the field. The drafts are certainly showing up a lot better this month. The strategy coming through is now an ice rink goes down for rival Naipishu. Once he pops out of here, he's going to be slowed down, doing his best to kind of skate away before this goes down. There he is, top side, moving his way around it. Wow, that is such a slow thing. I always forget how Kenji Super interacts with that.
So devastating. And just trickling down the clock, the time, it's all the things that you want to have in your kit when you've got a Finks doing things like that. And yeah, he's coming in, trying to get this damage onto Naipishu. There is the last stand yet again. He comes out on top. Absolutely disgusting. You've been bringing Kuru into the realm here. But so far, a very, very close affair here as SKC is starting to be able to even out the match 44 apiece.
This time, rival Esports won't run away with the early lead. Ghost T can start breaking up the map. Gets the easy takedown to Cordelius. This is where Stu is going to shine. The wall break, and then in these 1v1 interactions with somebody like Lu, where he can dash around with a super, Cordelius, who's in the short range, that's where Stu starts to shine. Really starting to show its worth here as the Tsushimi Slash won't make any contact. Ghost T once again with another kill. SKC starting to run away with it.
Ghost T going on the super aggressive here and does find Totoro the perfect person to take care of as the freeze is really starting to affect Naipishu. It will start to deplete now as well. Kuru with shots around the wall. Beautiful stuff. Absolutely nowhere for them to go. As now, can SKC be able to secure it? 10% left now. The Hypercharge from Pin does connect there. Onto Naipishu. It's down to Kuru and Ghost T to be able to hold the fort, and they get it done. It's SKC moving on then to a match point position.
Really good bounce back from them. I think just not getting carried away with the opening. Can't afford to have team wipes, and that's something you saw in game number 1. Once they lost all 3 of those Brawler members, Cordelius was plaguing their back spawn, could use Shadow Realms to remove 1 Brawler at a time. Really well done, but rival Esports now have to deal with the wall break that is incoming. Stu was a little more calculated this time, took out that top right-hand side where Cordelius is currently standing, and then kind of did what he needed to do throughout the rest of the game. Instantly going to take down this left-hand side as Ryohi feeds a super, a kill early. SKC, despite not having an advantage in the percentage, will in numbers. I think they're going to be able to climb back here.
Yeah, Ghost T kind of feeding it a bit into Utapin there, but it shouldn't be a problem as long as his teammates can stick around on this zone. Both sides really just trying to see each other out here. It's been weak on the bottom right-hand side, has to heal up as now Kuru just find Rio here on that left-hand side and stays on the zone. Nothing that Totoro can really do here, but just need to find a freeze and build some space for his team. Is really starting to dwindle now for rival Esports.
Felt like much more of a fair fight. Each side really taking a little bit of space instead of one running away with the early lead as Utapin. It's a nice tag to the Shadow Realm. Naipishu without that dragon form can't really make up the distance. Utapin, I think they're getting the comms out. Kuru's going to rotate to this right-hand side and will jump away there with the bunny hop. Ryohi up in the air slowly but surely, and it's an easy dodge for SKC. They line up the shots, grab the easy frag.
Now SKC in full control, and now staying on the zone. He's been into the round now. He's going to come out on low HP, which could be a terrible time for him to do so as well. SKC at 5% now are about to get it done. And what a difference a month makes. Last month, it was doom and gloom against this very team, and they finally get their revenge in March.
Elated faces across the board, and well-deserved as well. I mean, after falling flat in month number 1, 0-3 against the same squad, it's nice to see them respond with a win of their own. Now this is officially a rivalry. It's 1-1 in the series, hoping we get a rubber match in a future month.
I'm kind of hoping for them to face off again in the next monthly final. Both of those teams technically still have a chance to make it to Brawl Cup if they make it far enough in grand finals twice. So let's see who is going to take it in the end. SKC versus Rival. As you said, now we have a rivalry here where both of them has won once each. SKC now also has the chance to beat Zeta Division. In February, it was Rival versus Zeta. Rival got knocked out 3-0. Let's see if SKC is going to do better.
I mean, we talked about the nerves of Ghost T, but you can't deny, I mean, with 15 takedowns above that man's head, I mean, he did phenomenal. And Stu is a brawler which is notorious for not having the highest amount of DPS. So to get 413, I feel is also really quite commendable there as well. So he was all over the map. Again, there was a very clear moment where he missed, I think, 4 consecutive shots on
Yeah.
what was
Yeah.
all of it. It was about to go down immediately if he'd hit just one of them, but I feel like those stats still deserve some praise.
Utopin had so many moments where he was on 92 HP, 75 HP, and he somehow survived behind his opponents. He was pinching with his own teammates standing in the spawn of the opponents, and it still was not enough for them to win it.
Ooh, Knifeishu getting fired up. I'm getting fired up. World champion Kuru's getting fired up. Finally, we get a little action here. It's a little snooze fest with Zeta Division, of course, but I think SKC will prove to be much more difficult opponents for them. I still expect Zeta Division to win, but I think SKC are closer to the team I thought they were in the offseason coming into this year, and I think Rival are better than I expected as well. I think both things can be true. Despite this being SKC's day, I still think Rival are going to be a good squad this year.
They have proven today that we didn't just overestimate them in February. Maybe it was just not their day, and today they're finally here to show what they can truly do. Yet again, it was kind of close against Rival still. It is a 3-1 in the end, but Rival came close to winning each of these sets.
Yeah, it was much, much more like the match that I expected to see in February.
Yes.
You know, I think that we can all say here on the desk that last month wasn't really our month in terms of predictions. But this is kind of more what we kind of expected to see. And that could have easily gone to a 5th and final set, by the way. I think that, you know, this rivalry will continue on this year for sure.
We want to have a quick look at the bracket once more. Now we know what is our semi-final number 1. It's Zeta Division versus SK Kalalas. Both of them taking 3 sets off of their opponents. Let's see who's going to take it here. Zeta Division can make it all the way to the grand finals once more. They did in February take it all. We're now heading over to quarterfinal number 3, and I'm super excited for that one, Arc. WWL versus Feasible Gaming. Fairly new roster versus a completely new roster.
Yeah, and, you know, I've just got to reiterate just how much I've enjoyed watching WWL, you know. I feel like this is a real underdog team. It's our team to watch as well if you're following us on social media, of course. If you're not, you should be. You know, I feel like there's something really exciting about this, but imagine if Feasible can actually cause an upset here. And what that will do to us and our morale here on the desk. I don't want to think about it.
We want to head straight into it. WWL versus Feasible Gaming, the Korean roster that has popped off last month, am I bad? Reject was knocked out of the competition in the quarterfinal, 3-2 versus WWL. And then on the other side, we have Feasible Gaming that has also knocked out a very noticeable team in the qualifiers. Fennel, the team that made it into the finals last month against Zeta Division, was knocked out in the lower bracket of the qualifiers by none other than Feasible Gaming. We now get Trev back as well. Who do you have your money on in these 2 teams here?
I think for me it's got to be WWL. I just think they're the more experienced of the 2 inexperienced teams. So I think that's kind of where my money's placed. But I do genuinely think anything can happen in this game because it's a bit of an unfamiliar territory for us, I feel.
Well, WWL did place them in the qualifiers of February and they did win in a sweep. That's my reservation there. I think that you've got to look at the fact that WWL did lose to Fennel as well in the monthly finals last month, whereas Feasible Gaming, you know, did beat them in the March qualifiers. It went to a double match point though, so it literally came down to a single game. But there are some similarities to be drawn between these 2 teams and some things to consider here. And gotta say, Feasible had a surprisingly high win rate in scrims. Now, Trav, I know what you're gonna say. I can feel it from you, but I'm just putting it out there.
Listen, I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. Listen, him knowing what I'm going to say is enough for me.
We've known each other for a while, I guess. We can kind of sense these things.
We are talking about this new curse in Fennel. They did phenomenally well as ABC, that team with the choppy, in the grand final last month. They met Zeta Division. That was the only team that was finally able to beat them. They also beat WWL, like you mentioned. Should then not even make it into this month's monthly final because of none other than Feasible Gaming. On the other side, WWL beat Reject twice, not only in the monthly finals last month, but again this month in the qualifiers in the upper bracket. That's part of why Reject originally wasn't even in this month's monthly final.
Yeah, I mean, that was a massive headline, wasn't it? I mean, going back to February, where were Rejects? I mean, it was just really all over the place, really sloppy, and just for a team that were consistently in the grand finals last year, we expected so much more from that very squad. So, I'm kind of glad to see them back, glad that they get a second chance, but, can't forget that they didn't actually qualify. So coming back now, they've got a second chance at Grace. Heading back to these two teams specifically, though, Feasible Gaming, that's the team that I kind of want to see some surprises from. We're kind of lacking that from them so far.
We're kind of lacking surprises today overall, after we couldn't stop talking about how many upsets we had in every single region. Today, everything's going according to plan, right?
Don't jinx it.
It's too late.
Say
it's
that.
Too
That's
late.
the worst thing you can say at this stage of the day. It's still so early, Sonny. Come on, give us a chance.
We know what our predictions were. Let's also have a look at what the people at home have voted. WWL for all four of us. As I said, I have them actually put down on the website to go all the way into the grand finals. Let's see if that's going to come true. And people at home, 83% have also voted for WWL to win this one. So the clear favorites here.
Yeah, and we know how that can go with favorites, I mean, especially with this year, I feel like this is that one year where you never really know what's going to happen. I think, go back to like 2023, South America, I mean, you could pretty much predict that region like with your eyes closed, but this year, I mean, it's just really all over the place in a fantastic way. And again, if Brawl Esports was predictable in that sense, then there'd be no point watching it. So we're thankful for that on the desk.
We had some teams down to make it into Brawl Cup, to make it into grand finals consistently. Some of them have already, I want to say, disappointed us. Crazy Raccoon, the current world champions, got knocked out from none other than Fennel. So all these teams kind of intertwined here in the quarterfinals last month. So really everything is possible this year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was quite sad to see ABC or Fennel go out of the competition, to be honest, because I thought they'd be the biggest, competitors to go into Brawl Cup against Zeta Division. So it'd be nice to have that kind of rivalry still going. But with them out of the way, it seems like Zeta Division are pretty clean sailing at the moment in terms of Brawl Cup qualification. Now they've made it to the semi-finals. They won last month as well. The team who put up the biggest fight against them last month isn't even here. So it's going to be really difficult for anybody else to really try and make a move on them.
And WWL, one of those South Korean teams that we mentioned, this region was dominated by Japanese rosters all across the board. Now with Mamameshi, Nene and Minzon, we have 3 new players on the block and a new region as well.
Yeah, it's really quite exciting. It really is. I feel like there's just so many possibilities this year. And, when you look at, going back to what Trav was saying regarding ABC and, coming second and now not making even the monthly final, we've seen that in North America as well with STMN, a team that came second and then didn't even qualify for the following month. So, it just goes to show the level of standards that every team is keeping you to and how Buffy's can make such a massive difference in terms of the meta, and it keeps things exciting. Speaking of which, global bans are in. It's going to be BB, Kit, Bull, and Crow. Brawlers like Kit, I think we're going to see a lot of global bans utilised for Brawlers just like that. The ones where, it can be dependent upon the map pool, of course, but it just gets rid of something that you don't want to devote your entire ban to and just clears it across the board.
For anyone who just tuned in now, we now have global bans in the BSC as well. So these 4 brawlers are going to be banned out for this entire series between WWL and Feasible Gaming. And those 4 kind of show what you want to do with those global bans. Either you ban out something that is meta, like BB with the Buffy, she's now super strong in the meta, or you want to ban out brawlers that are targeting your opponent's. Kit might be one of those, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same as in the first game with that Kit, to be honest. I feel like it's kind of just like the team who should be winning, wanting to get rid of any kind of cheesy compositions that can come in. We know Kit can be really annoying when paired with something a bit more aggressive. So I like to see that out the way by the team who feels that little bit more comfortable, along with the BB as well. It's one of the better brawlers in the game, to say the least. So getting those out of the way kind of cements you with as the more experienced team to be able to just try and go all that way without any cheats.
The South Korean surprise from last month, WWL now versus Feasible Gaming. We're going to start things out on Pinol Punt. South Korea versus Japan, here in a map where it's all about mid control. We talked about it before already. Mo's going to be banned out this time around, Chester as well. And those two have been the ones we mentioned immediately as we came into this map arc.
Yeah, they are the big kind of heavy hitters. Chester again, like I said, I'm going to be curious to see whether Chester kind of continues on to other regions or whether it's more of an East Asia gravitation towards its particular status this month. It'll just kind of come in then for Feasible Gaming. I do like that as a first pick brawler. I've said it already today. I think it's going to be really quite solid, and especially into a Mortis that could be on the horizons here, I think will fare pretty well. It'll be a bit of a deterrent now for WWL if they want to go for it, for sure. For me as well, Willow here could be a good shout in terms of thrower. It's definitely a map where Ali can have some good moments as well. So again, that Otis really just being that insurance policy for a lot of these aggressive brawlers that can escape through the bans despite the BB, despite the pool.
And this is the thing as well, it's not just kind of just against aggressive brawlers. Otis can kind of have a say in the majority of matchups, and the similar can be said about Spike as well. Two kind of mid-range brawlers that can be good against, you know, the majority of things. So I like these two kind of first picks from both sides, both accounting for the aggression that can definitely be coming in and has been coming in over the past couple of series as well. So I think it's the smart thing to do.
Some safe options as your first pick. That's definitely what you want to do in your draft. Now, second pick, they're going to go with some aggression now. Max is a brawler we have seen before. Also one of those brawlers we probably won't see as often in other regions. It's always been a East Asia special. Now, we're kind of still wanting to see some more aggression now also on the right-hand side. We still have a couple of tanks open that could be quite good, but many of them out of the way here, honestly. Kenji Kaze could technically still come in, but I think in this particular draft where you have so many good options like the Mo band out, BB and Bo, you kind of just want to go with those long-range options. Kenji's going to come in after all, so I guess everything I just said didn't make sense in the end.
Nah, it makes sense. I was pulling every word.
I did mention.
I got you, Sonny. I got you. Max, Spike, definitely going to make it harder to dodge the curveball if they are running it, which still does seem to be the kind of way that pros are choosing to kit out their Spike. Let's see, it's the third and final pick coming in with the trunk. The Max, the trunk could be actually an option here to close the gap. Or, you know, Hank, yeah, I like the combination. You know, it makes much more sense that if you're going to bring in those kind of riskier brawlers, that you've got the Max to really helping hand its position. I mean, the Meeple with the Manchester Meeple gadget, but in Brawl Ball, again, you know, Rage Quit can definitely be the more viable option, but I feel like Meeple's still in a fantastic spot. It's one of those brawlers that's still lurking and getting some good value regardless of the way you play it.
Hank came out last month already as kind of a surprise on double swoosh as jump carrier, I believe, so Hank definitely special here from WWL. Let's see what he can do on this map in particular. Really like the right-hand side comp as well. With the Meeple, they're going to have immediate mid-control trap.
Yeah, Meeple has shown up a couple of times now as well, so definitely a pick that goes kind of hand in hand with this region at the moment. Feasible Gaming starting things strong, bit more control, but Yoplait up the left-hand side trying to get some control back for his side. It's going to be a real tough time here against this Meeple, who's just kind of shutting him off, keeping him at range, but a good push coming in now as Drake has to go forward, and a super from Yoplait to heal himself up, but he quickly deals with Drake here, and now they start to push forwards.
Good positioning from WWL to start things off. Feasible coming back in off the spawn now, trying to create some space. Drake on the left-hand side, giving over an inch. Oh, there it is. There is the Rage Quit gadget from the Meeple. The stun, the knockback is going to be available to hand, which can equate to some great goals. Speaking of which, has a lovely base shift there, and should be a straightforward one for WWL to get things off.
Yeah, super nice start for WWL. Seemed like Feasible were in control at the start, but it just quickly went for them and didn't go to plan as soon as Yoplait started getting some supers. C1 placed down by the Meeple now, but he's just going to continue his push forwards. Minsun goes, oh no, trick shot around the back! Sends him to the shops, and WWL quickly get game one on the board.
So dirty. Absolutely disgusting, and something that you've got to really you've got to really ask yourselves, like, you know, that stage of the set and the game, do you really want to be having that happen to you?
Hey, listen, it's one way to assert dominance, I'll say that.
Going back in then, and Feasible Gaming certainly need to shake that one up and fast, because this is turning into a bit of a speed run.
Yeah, well, seems a bit better this time. 3v2 situation early on for Feasible Gaming and forcing Minzun to use the phase shift backwards to collect this ball and send it to the corner. Good kill with a nice pinch there from the Otis and Meeple as well. He'll throw a super quite aggressive here. The life plant will do some good work and keep it out of the way. Drake trying to get in, get his super and keep Yoplait low so his teammates can make some moves. Super goes through from the Otis but didn't find the connection, and a good last second spike super to keep them alive in this defense.
Such a good defense, honestly. That spike super really cutting the mustard and forcing Feasible Gaming to a position where they just could not get anything done. Now back into midfield as WWL are supporting themselves better. Nice gadget there from the Meeple pushing back as well. Drake low HP down to 31 here, and being able to utilize through the wall with the helping hand of that hypercharge. Ooh.
It's a good aggression from Minzum for a second there, but he is dealt with eventually, and Yoplait has a hypercharge. Super comes in from the Kenji, evaded nicely, but Otis will throw a few shots in his direction and force him back yet again. Meeple Super a little bit far back there, can't quite get the effect through this unbreakable wall, and a hypercharge on the right-hand side as a nice phase shift once more from Minzum will help him evade that fat splatter, so it's all the way over the left.
Nice hypercharge from the Hank on the left-hand side. Knocked back now again with the helping hand of the Rage Foot gadget. Beyond even a little bit of a push now. They need the max speed on the side here of WWL. Right-hand side. Nice hypercharge there from the spike. That's going to be a securing of the Otis, which will be the best one to have on defense without that Meeple gadget. Can they get the Meeple now down as well? There is the gadget. Buying a little bit of time. Just enough here as well, but why not pass the wall? Gets to be coming in. A fumble. Definitely a fumble for me. You've got to pass that ball to the wall, pop super, bring the speed, and secure it. It's still 0-0 in terms of goals. That was by far the best opportunity to do so.
Yeah, it felt like something more should have happened there with the two of them in that position, but a great defense nonetheless. Drake trying to make something happen through the mid. Hypercharge available now for the Max, and he's going to just pop a normal super, waiting possibly to save his hypercharge for this overtime where they can stack up and get some big hypercharges going. Drake comes in with a hypercharge of his own, but up top, Hank going. He's going for the shot here as well and finds it out of nowhere. I didn't even realize he'd got the kill, but he gets the goal. And overtime not even going to be necessary now as WWL somehow find the goal and the set along with it.
I'm glad they were able to rekindle it, because honestly, with that moment there, I mean, the Max could have easily just even popped hypercharge and walked it in. I didn't really kind of see where I noticed Mute was going to do too much. May have been able to get them taken care of a bit if they had all three shots to hand and a fat splatter perhaps, but nonetheless, for WWL, that was convincing for sure. And not too many slip-ups, to be completely honest. Feasible Gaming found themselves behind for the fair most part of that set.
A little bit of a fumble there towards the end, but WWL ultimately takes this first set very convincingly, Trev. As Ark already has mentioned, we didn't see too many mistakes here. I feel like the stats are going to reflect the same here with that Hank Max comp. They just rush down the left-hand side lane over and over again and managed to score. Beautiful trick shot there also from Minzun. I do believe, by the way, Yoplait is Nene. We're going to see when we see the stats.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's quite confusing when the players don't actually call themselves their actual names, isn't it? I think we've got a few here.
They're already down for their own branding, aren't they?
Yeah, the East Asian region specifically really does not care about branding at all, so it's quite tough to keep up with it, to be honest.
Yeah, to be fair.
You guys want to rename as well? What do we do this time?
I think I'm solid. I mean, I've got a lot of names that I could rename you to.
I don't want to hear them.
Care to share one, maybe? With the people?
I think Ego.
Ego. I like that one. He's ego
Perfect.
today.
You got it.
WWL with that takes this first set. Super exciting stuff from them so far. We saw Hank come out, a brawler that we haven't really seen too often, and it worked out wonderfully. Also that Max, we already mentioned, it's kind of an East Asian special. Ark, I do not feel like we're going to see this brawler much more often in the other regions.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's certainly a kind of outlier brawler, isn't it? And kind of wild to think back to sort of like LCQ when it was just running riot and the World Finals, and the team specifically that comes to mind was Papara Supermassive. They just kept being handed it and making things happen with it, and then Team Heretics always used it and never got any results with it. Now it really is much more dependent upon the draft, and now with the global bans coming in as well, it really does make players have to decide when is the right time to bring in riskier ideas like that, which, to be fair, in the current meta can get shut down relatively easily.
What I'm kind of missing so far is Glowy. It
Yeah.
is his debut, the first time we could ever see him in a BSC monthly final. Unfortunately, he's more often than not banned out, and even if he's not banned, he's not picked up. Max still has more showings than him, Trev.
Yeah, well, not banned out here. We got the Squeak, RT, and Ali from the side of WWL. Over Feasible Gaming, they got rid of the Angelo, the Pierce, and the Leon, so seemingly a bit more of a sharpshooter idea. Leon, smart to get out of the way at the moment. Lollipop drop, really solid, and as I said, in that first game where we saw it pop up, seems to be smoke trails rather than Invisi-Heal being ran at the moment. Just the better pairing with his buffies and gadgets and stuff at the moment.
Yeah, I love it. Glowy, finally, we're speaking of the devil. Love it. Absolutely love it. That's going to be a fantastic start here for WWL. I've got to point out as well, this is a map which does favour them in terms of their scrims. I know, Trav, but just bear with me here. It is one that they do get a lot of good results on. They are top of the class in this region on this very map. So I'm just going to float that out there. Wouldn't mind kind of seeing something to be able to counteract in terms of range. I think an RT being banned out does really cause some issues on that side of things. I think in the Ollie, I think going in, yeah, love that. Go in super aggressive, force it down, and try to bring the Hypnosis into the equation. Some heals wouldn't be the worst of ideas to combine with that Ollie, so looking for something like a Byron here to pair it with it.
They did not want to see Glowy and Ollie on the same roster, that's for sure. I really like any idea of support on any of these maps. Knockout, you only have one life, you don't respawn, so any heals will come in clutch. Gus, Byron, and Glowy, of course, are those three that I'm looking out for on a map like Alten Jokun. Once again, on the left-hand side, we have that water, so maybe we're going to see Eve once more. Angelo banned out this time around. We have a couple of other options that could float over that, but don't have too many showings. RT actually banned out this time around as well, Ellie too. So yeah, many of those floating options out of the way. Still feel like they could just open up the map here, Trev. Maybe a Brock, maybe a Bow.
Yes, it'd be a good shout, especially we saw some really nice stuff from the Bow. Bow Mines specifically winning a few of those kind of clutch moments in the dying seconds of knockout in the previous series. Charlie going to come in then. Something that can shut down that Ollie when going super aggressive. Spiderling's coming in as well, should be able to tank a few Gus shots, but it wouldn't have been something that I would have really expected on this map, to be honest.
Yeah, it's maybe like an insurance policy for that Ollie. I don't mind it necessarily. Jae Young wouldn't be the worst of shouts here, I think, with things considered. To have that additional maneuverability, to get Glowy into all the right places at all the right times, I feel. And to take it off the table, honestly, because it would be a nice pairing to have with the Gus, with the Ollie. Eve is going to be the choice for WWL. Didn't really kind of see that particular brawler coming, to be completely honest, but certainly one that can work well in this kind of map, so I don't mind it. Let's see how they feel on the other side of things. But I love Sunny's shout, honestly, of the Brock to pair with the Glowy. I think that would have made a big difference to have, that brawler go to town. So bit of a question mark on that Eve. I mean, it makes sense with the Angelo ban, but I kind of do have a reservation on it.
They want to have left lane here. Charlie and Glowy are going to take over the right-hand side lane. Glowy doesn't really have anyone to heal on the left-hand side, I feel. It's not really a well-rounded comp, in my opinion. Compare that to the other side. We now have the Bow to open up the map with the Gus to support the Ollie. They have some aggression, they have range. Very well-rounded comp, so I definitely side with Feasible Gaming here in terms of draft. But WWL has still more experience, so they might still able to win this one. Keep in mind, it's the first time for Feasible Gaming in the monthly final. They must be nervous.
Yeah, I think that, it's got to be the case. The nerves coming into a monthly final stage like this when you're so inexperienced is really, really difficult for them. I will say, there's a lot of spawnables coming off the WWL side. Spiderlings, the Eve hatchlings that are going to be able to bait out some of the Bow Mines in those crucial stages. So I don't mind it massively. A really defensive Bow Totem placed here to try and get them some supercharge early on. But at the moment, it seems to be all WWL hitting the shots.
Yeah, a good position in this mid. And of course, with the Glowy connection, that's going to be really, really tough to overthrow, especially now that really Feasible Gaming are just depending upon this super totem for their utility, which is now depleted. Another one thrown out, and this is kind of the strat now, it seems, with Bow. It's going to break. Ooh, don't want to touch that last one, I can tell you that, because it will give a potential flank over to Feasible Gaming here. So I quite like it for now, though. It's taking care of that bush, and certainly going into the next round after this, that will be coming in quite clutch.
Yeah, it's smart if they can kind of evade this last mine. It's just a question of whether or not that's going to come back to bite them. And in this one here, Ollie going to come super aggressive, but does get Cocoon straight away, and he should be going down and does. Nice little retreat there from Minzoon as well, and Mamechi Gonna get some shots on the left-hand side. Shigemion will fall, and Gus straight into the gas. A really nice showing from WWLF, very composed, calm, in control of that round, and that wall's still not broken.
This is the thing that I think we're seeing, and going to see a fair amount today, even with the bow kind of strat sitting back. It's a map where, historically, being pushed back can be a very big disadvantage because you're just kind of waiting out time and then the gas inevitably will come in. But now with the super totem for the bow, you can just kind of sit back and just get a few taps here and there, gain some utility, then go on an aggressive push. But I think the best teams are going to be those that really try to overthrow this strategy early on. And so far, Feasible Gaming haven't really been able to find much of it. This Gus shield pairing with the with the Ollie rather needs to connect for them to be able to have much chance here on defense.
Well, supers all round for Feasible Gaming, so this is their chance to get back into this one. Obviously, they need the round to be able to stay in this game, so huge push inbound from them. Hypercharge being popped by the bow. Gus got one as well. Drake round the back trying to make the move. Yoplait doesn't get the super this time, so can't shut him down, but Minzoon trying to get some shots in. Fear sent out as well, and Drake forced to retreat with that super. More bow mines being popped here as well, and they do get an equalizing kill. Another shot's coming in, and this is going to be a huge turnaround. The spawners are there in front as well, and what looks good for Feasible turns into a win for WWL.
Such a shame, honestly, because I felt like that was a great time to go in on that spring pad with the Ollie. I mean, Feasible did get a nice amount of sort of value off the back of that, just we're not able to seal it by the end of things, and just a bit disappointing, really. Yeah, I thought that was definitely around a winnable one at that for Feasible, and now just falling continuously behind him.
Definitely not the best showing from Feasible so far. As you said, I did like the move that he made. He could have maybe just kind of jumped on the pad, stayed in control, waited for his teammates to pinch a little bit more, and then super in. But Glowy really showing a lot of work here, just healing up Yoplait on the right-hand side. Now the spawnables come in, instantly dealt with there by Drake, but he's obviously being seen by that beam that Minzoon's throwing out. The bow totem placed as a defensive measure there won't be the kind of best use of that, and I'm sure he'll be pretty disappointed that that was forced out.
Nice cookie popper there from the Gus. With the helping hand of Glowy, doesn't take long at all for Charlie to get back into position of being full HP. Now the gas comes in. It's again going to force out Drake. And now he's going to go at just the right time, I feel. Charlie with no utility now. Oh, what a gadget jump. Clutch. Brilliant plays there from Drake because that could have absolutely gone another way. So really quick thumbs. Now, though, it's 2 versus 2. It's not done yet by a long shot. Nice super there as well. And again, somehow, WWL come out on top. Nothing Feasible Gaming are throwing at this is working.
I mean, they just never seem pressed, to be honest with you. Yeah. Like, we see some really good plays, lovely little kickflip over the right-hand side from the Ollie, directly over the top of a cocoon, but they still get nothing back from it. It's like the other two aren't really, I'm not saying they're not contributing to me, but like, they're not winning their 1v1s, their 2v2s, when Ollie's trying to do some work on the right-hand side, so still a lot left to be desired from Feasible Gaming, and a hypercharge still ready to go from Omemeshi over this left-hand side, and a super from Minzoon as well. The bow totem should help Feasible just a little bit, but I feel a severe lack of bow mines throughout this one has definitely been a thing.
Yeah, hypercharge for the Gus though, but I mean that pairing again needs to be with that Ollie, and he's so far away and using it for himself even just to stay alive. They do find the kill, and that is still important. A 3 versus 2 now, but how many times have we seen this with Feasible? They get the advantage, they still lose it, and it's happening before our eyes yet again as another takedown in favor of the Glowy goes down.
Yeah, I mean, Gus is in no man's land. He's really not contributing a lot here, but a hypercharge available for Drake now. Minzoon has the super, going to try and fear Gus away. Should be able to get this kill between the two of them, but a lovely cookie popper puts him in a 1v1 situation he shouldn't be able to win. And Drake gets one shot, but the returning shots from Eve won't be enough, and Feasible. First signs of life here, really, in the entire series.
Yeah, Drake has been, for me, the player that seemed the most sure of himself so far. Going there with the hypercharge, well, just come back with the goods. That's what you need to see consistently and more of. Nice body blocking coming in, the creep from the deep now onto the bow, but still, WWL are faltering and floundering down to one player now, and it should be relatively straightforward to take care of this. You'd expect so in a 3 versus 1.
I mean, if they lose a 3v1, there's something
going wrong.
Seriously going wrong if they lose that. Looking happy, though, for Feasible Gaming. Signs of relief, I think, on his face there more than anything, as they do manage to get that one on the board. But I'd argue they should have won every single round so far, and they've dropped 3 out of 5. So, still a lot left to be desired, as we keep saying, for this Feasible Gaming side. Still a chance here to bring it back to 1-1, but if this gets to 2-0, it's going to be out of their hands, I feel.
this is the time really to really start to knuckle down and believe in yourself. That's what I'm kind of feeling is not the case so far from Feasible. They playing as if they kind of know they're out of their depth somewhat here, but certainly they've got the mechanics. They just need to work on that confidence, it feels to me. So far, so good for WWL. Just keeping these kills coming in. Drake gets a really nice early super as well. The Hypnosis there. Connection is a trade. 2 versus 2 now. That is the playmaker down from the side of Feasible.
Yeah, I just don't think that's a good trade. They've been losing these 2v2 for the majority of the set so far. So we'll see if they're able to do a bit more this time. Eve Hatchling's coming in. Will waste a lot of ammo, and this totem should burn down. We'll have another one in just a few seconds, though. They're quite easy to cycle if they're not broken down. Gus super available, and he throws it super aggressive there. Doesn't really find too many shots whilst it's there, but now the mine's in a good position and he gets that kill. Mamameshi left all alone, and I don't think he'll be able to do this. Might be just searching for his super and trying not to feed bow mines at this point, but getting hit by pretty much everything thrown towards him, and another good round for Feasible.
Yeah, really starting to capitalize down on this momentum, but I still feel like it's not unsalvageable here for WWL. They can just start to bring things back into order. Charlie now has got super. That is certainly a helping hand when it comes to this Ollie. Connecting there on the side of the Glowy, on that right-hand side, continuously aggressing on Drake, and now potential pinch there with the critics coming in, and the helping hand of Charlie is forced back to Gus as well. So this is great positioning now for WWL.
Yeah, it's not good for Drake to get hit by those beams. Kind of forces him to make a move into a bit of an unfortunate position, make an aggressive move that he doesn't want to make. Heals now being provided, but some good amount of kit available for Feasible Gaming at this point. Now the spawners are there and a hypercharge being used. More Spiderlings coming down and a Kooky Popper in there as well. Cocoon sent out surprisingly before Drake even comes in, but he will get the kill nonetheless. Needs some heals though, and Minzu not providing them just yet as he's staying very aggressive. Now forcing an even more aggressive position with a great heal dash away. Shumenyon should go down and just leaving the Gus alive. He'll retreat into the gas, doesn't want to feed anymore. Wants that final shot, but a super decisive round now. Is it going to be the set for WWL, or are Feasible going to bring this to a 1-1?
Yeah, this is now crucial. It really is, because Feasible need this round. They cannot really afford to be so far down against the team which have got more experience. The Ollie super away, wasted. Hypercharge now from the Meshi now, and the mines all popped from the bow. Not really too much of an issue at all. And again, continuously so, that's everything gone for Feasible. Now in the back lines, gas can't be too far away, and from what looked to be going so well, it's just now going terribly.
No kit available for them either. Shiemion trying to get some bow mines to get them back into this. Another totem being placed, and Kooky Popper used there as well. Yoplait has a super. Ready to shut down the Ollie as he comes in, and Shiemion very low on the left-hand side. Gus trying to make a move. They're slowly getting supers thanks to this totem, but they're in a real tough position here.
Let's see, mines go down. Very much in the eyesight of WWL. Hypercharge now for the Charlie. Can they find super? They can't be too far away from the Cocoon here, but the connections don't land, so it's a little bit wasted here, as Feasible now starting to look like the healthier in terms of HP. They are down to 2 men. There is a lovely super from the group from the deep, which actually connects, and they get it done. That is a massive win. A huge set for WWL. They've kept themselves in the lead. They've avoided breaking even. Massive to turn it around in the way that they did, because they were behind. The momentum shifted very, very clearly to Feasible, and they were not able to secure it. And this is what we kind of see with the underdog teams. You've got to have that ice in the veins to secure and to lock yourselves in. Sometimes you get more nervous when you're on the cusp of something, and it just didn't work out.
I really enjoyed watching that match, honestly. Mamameshi with the most kills here. And whereas SKC really struggled with those bow mines, now they had the constant hatchlings from the Eve to take care of them. Really good counter to it. I hope you all played also your championship challenge, where I was facing off against any variety of bow comp on this specific map. Yeah, every single time I played it, because Bo is so good now, placing his totem behind that wall with the new range due to the buffy, he can charge up all 3 members at the same time. They get super really easily. I was facing Bo Jean very often, kind of surprised we haven't seen him so far yet, but Bo, such a menace on a map like this one. I will note down Eve as my counter pick now for this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looked so good for them at certain points for Feasible Gaming. I mean, WWL seemed in control for the most part, don't get me wrong, but we started seeing a bit of a comeback, bit of a resurgence of Feasible Gaming, and they desperately needed that set because now it's 2-0 to the more experienced, I'd argue, better team at this point as well. So it's going to be really tough to come back. I will say we saw a lot of cocoons kind of being thrown out and missed. I'd have expected him to just be saving that for every time that Ollie came in. And there was a few times here and there, and it was mostly in the rounds that they lost where he'd used that and he didn't have that available to him to be able to get that defense. So there were definite moments for Feasible here, and I do think there's a chance that they can come back, but 2-0 might be just a little bit too out of their hands.
Yeah, some good kick flips from the Ollie as well to evade those supers. I mean, talk about the Championship Challenge, Sonny, man. I mean, I can't run it. I was only ever using Sirius in every single map and mode, so I have no idea what you're referring to. Literally the only brawler I played, non-stop.
You didn't copy a lot of bows on the way?
It wasn't what I had in plan, no, just Sirius. Sirius. That is it. Who is undoubtedly getting nerfed before we ever see him, I'll tell you that.
Sirius is going to be that brawler next month, the final, I think, where we're going to see him either banned out to 100% or nerfed in between now and then. Glowy, now finally at his first touring. How do we like him overall?
Yeah, really good, I'd say. Yeah. Really good. Definitely, it's so annoying for the brawler that you kind of latched onto, and when the map's so open like that as well, and it doesn't kind of disengage due to the bush, he's forced to either super away or jump over the wall, and it just forces so much unnecessary defense. Well, obviously it's necessary, but for any other brawler, you just be kind of like, oh, I'll just get into the grass, dodge a few shots, but it's just not possible against Glowy.
And as you mentioned it already, he's super good on those maps with no walls where you can't hide behind. Now, open business, there are some walls, but they're all breakable. So one of the best comps to run here is also with Glowy. Maybe pair it with something to open up the map with the stew that we've seen before, and Glowy would pop off immensely. You can't really hide behind anywhere at that point. Even Griff had some showings in the scrims leading up to today. We haven't seen him so far on open business. First pick now on the side of WWL, we have Mortis, Leon and Ziggy banned out, a brawler that we don't see very often, two aggressive brawlers, and Leon also banned out on the right hand side. Spike's gonna be that first pick. He has a buffy, he's solid, he has some good area control, and on hot zone, always a good shot.
I mean, you can't complain Spike at all. You know, he's just going to be so versatile no matter what. Talking about Ziggy, though, me and Art were just talking backstage about how good I am at this brawl.
What do you mean, how good you are? How much we both enjoy having a successful play.
So what Ark was saying, he was like, you know, I was spectating those games, and you on Ziggy was just so dangerous that I think there's going to be a lot of bans in that brawler today, because people tend to watch me to get an idea of what to ban Art.
Yeah.
So that's probably where WWL got this from.
Put a medal on your back, mate. Congratulations.
That's
You're the best.
where WWL got this from. But Draco on the other side for Feasible Gaming. It's not when we see, you know, masses and masses, but you stick a healer behind that, and, you know, there's still the option of Poco, even Glowy still on the table. A few more walls, as Sonny said, so it's going to be harder to bring that brawler in. But yeah, I don't mind Draco. He's pretty much one of the only maps he really gets brought in on anymore.
I'm pretty sure I just saw a tweet the other day, by the way, from someone who has played Leather with you and said Ziggy must be the worst brawler in the game right now.
Can you tell me who that was? Because I'm going to go and block them.
What do you expect to come out now from WWL?
I want to kind of see like a Ruffs for me. I think that's a really versatile brawler pick. He's got the wall break as well, can provide that hyper charge and take it away, most importantly, from the Draco. I want to see how they're going to combine this Draco as well on the other side of the field, because the best kind of pairing for me would be the Lou, but the Lou's out of play here, being banned, so Poco could be that brawler. Kind of want to see how they fare with the Charlie, you know, going for the Meg. Takes out, with that Charlie on the other side, you know, a lot of the aggressive ideas, potentially from things like, Bull being banned out, Mortis being banned out. There's really some ideas there that Charlie can still counter, but, I mean, Meg, not really the brawler I had on my horizons, to be completely honest. Not really what I was expecting to see. One thing I'll say as well here is this is a very much more of a Feasible Gaming kind of map. I mean, they do have the highest win rate in Hot Zone across this region. Could be a factor here. This could be a minute where they could actually catch up.
I am with you there, a bit surprised about the Mega. I like to pair her with a healer usually to keep her in that Mecha as long as possible. Now pairing it with a Cordelius, they seem to think Feasible Gaming is going to come up with something super aggressive. They already have the Draco, yes, but other than that, not really too aggressive. Ruffs is going to be the last pick here, so they can now open up the map. Cordelius is not going to have anything to hide behind. Meg, she has some range, but also not the most. I really like, once more, Feasible Gaming's comp a bit better, but WWL has proven before that they can win even if they have the worst draft.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that way so far. Like, the drafts, quite frequently looking more well-rounded from the Feasible Gaming side. Yeah, I'm not sure what that angle is of the player cam, to be honest with you. But, yeah, it seems Feasible do quite often have the more well-rounded, better drafts. But it just seems like WWL are pulling through. The first set was very dominant. That second one, definitely a lot closer. But we'll see if they're going to be able to pull from behind here, Feasible Gaming, and start this comeback.
In terms of practice, Feasible Gaming have basically done 3 times more than WWL. They have not been prepared for this map on their side, but I feel like it's a monthly final. Now, WWL have got some confidence, which, cannot be necessarily said on the same side as Feasible. Practice is practice, but getting it right on the day is what matters most in the BSC. So for WWL, they are looking to tie this up here and get it done. Move on to the semi-finals. Bish, bash, bosh. Let's see how this will fare. As Feasible Gaming do have a slight lead here. I do have reservations on this Draco. With no heal behind it, they're really depending on this Russ hypercharge to feed in, to provide that Draco power.
Yeah, he hasn't done too much so far, but his teammates are doing a great job. They've been seeming mostly in control, but you look at percentage-wise, and it's actually WWL are still in the lead, pretty much even now, and Feasible do eventually take it, but this Realm here, a hypercharge coming in from Mamameshi, should pinch down Drake and get that kill. Now, 2v2 in the mid, Spiderling's coming in, and a good cycle there on the hypercharge from Mamameshi. Throws that out and gets that control back in WWL's hands.
This is what I want to see from Drake. Going in, hopping there for the last stand. Not really sure it was necessary, but maybe he was just anticipating more of an offense than he actually was able to play into in the end. Big taps there onto the Meg. Low HP is going to force them back as well. And this is where Feasible Gaming are really starting to get their stride on keeping everyone alive, approaching now away from just 25% of getting this done.
Yeah, just get the kill there as well. And 1 HP left thanks to that gadget. They're really locking down this zone now. Minzoon not able to do too much at the moment. Now taking out a mech as well. Will be doing even less. Cocoon with the hypercharge. And although we see the Realm coming through as Yoplait starts to make the move, he's going to be pretty much straight on the zone. Well, he's not even going to come out of the Realm before that hits 100%. Really nice stuff there from Feasible Gaming, I will say. Super, super in control. The start seemed a little bit shaky, but when they got on that point, and I'm not even saying the Draco did a lot, to be honest with you. He used 1 hypercharge, and other than that, really not much of a showing. Just the other 2 players on Feasible Gaming locking down that zone and doing a great job.
Yeah, Feasible, like I said, coming into this one, definitely looked like they had put in a lot of time into this map, kind of maybe anticipating the idea that they were not able to get their momentum going quickly as they are kind of all fresh and new to the BSC and monthly finals. This could not be said to be the same as now WWL are back on the zone and already tied up in terms of the objective. Let's see how this push will fare. Drake solo, forced into the Realm as well, and it's not looking good. Closes the gap and gets the kill too on that Cordelia's pick. This is definitely a great adaptation so far from WWL.
Cocoon going to be missed there as well from the Charlie on the right-hand side. Drake just walking in the straight line, trying to get that super, and he does have a power-up as well. No hypercharge just yet. They'll probably just try and wait this one out, but actually Yoplait brings it into the Realm and makes it a 2v2 for this zone. Pretty similar to last time. WWL started strong, got the percentage lead, but as soon as Feasible took the zone, took control, they couldn't bring it back.
Let's see whether WWL get back on this zone. The life plant there, popped already. Mamameshi pushing now towards his left-hand side to support the Meg, but so much damage. There's a medium down. Draco forced in the Realm now by the Cordelius, but look at everyone else on the side of WWL so low. They can't push in, and the Charlie even finds a little tap from the side there too. Spiderling's not going to be doing too much, but when you're out of mech, they are still quite a tough thing to have to bear the brunt of. As Feasible Gaming now bringing this really comfortably so into a set of their own. Exactly what they needed to get done. And this could be enough to start things off. This could be the spark, quite honestly. It was definitely a map and a mode that would favour Feasible coming in, but coming out, they've got to maintain this, and that's where I have my reservations.
Finally, they have the better draft, and they can also turn it into a win. Feasible Gaming, we have a game on our hands. It's not a 3-0. I'm happy.
I think it makes us all happy to see a bit more fight back from Feasible Gaming, to be honest with you. They really did need to get a set on the board. I think after the last one, they made a few mistakes here and there in the knockout, but they did deserve that set, I feel, from how it was being played. So nice to see them get one on the board. Still need 2 in a row to be able to kind of reverse sweep this game and bring this one back against WWL. So it's still a long shot. They're still definitely the underdogs in this matchup, but there's definitely a chance now.
The knees have won in the end. Beautiful player cam there. I don't actually know who's hiding behind them.
I'm not sure either, actually. It's a good question. We'll find out eventually. Maybe if we get a celebration.
Stay tuned for part 2.
Maybe if we get a celebration if they win, he might kind of do a little jump up and a celebration on his camera. We might see what's hiding behind the knees, but if they lose, I'm sure we'll be left to a mystery.
I always love those newer teams. For the first time, they're here on camera and they want to show off. Some of them are only showing us their knees because they might be a bit too shy. Others have a barley on set just to have something special going. I really like that.
Yeah, I mean, East Asia has notoriously been one of those regions to really play out to the camera, hasn't it? Like, you know, over the years.
Just to add to their branding struggles as well. Don't even know what they look like.
But, you know, is a region that just can afford to do so. They're just so mechanically gifted, and they always have been. One that, you know, everyone looks upon and just says, wow. So going into Bounty and Layer Cake, I kind of want to see this continuation for Feasible Gaming of bring that to the forefront. You know, it's a region that, you know, we can kind of see sometimes get nervous, and especially when you're an underdog. This is your first monthly final. Really hard to shake those nerves off. But, you know, when all you need is that one glimmer, and in that last set, I feel like that was maybe a starting point. But they've got to maintain this.
Last month it was WWL in the same exact spot where they were 2-0 down and then made it a reverse sweep against none other than Reject. So WWL last month, the underdogs, they were nervous in the first 2 sets. They needed some security first to play some rounds to be truly warmed up, but now it's the other side, Feasible Gaming, that could turn this into a reverse sweep technically. Shade, Willow and Dog are going to be banned out on the right hand side. On the other side, Mortis once more, Ems and Chloe out of the way. This Mortis ban is something we see so often from WWL. First pick now on the right hand side. Leon is gonna come in handy here with his buffied gadget. Some more speed. Leon is one of the best brawlers in Bounty right now.
Super strong. Yeah, I really like that Leon first pick, especially because he can be so versatile as well. At the right moment, you can assassinate any brawler if you got a bit of help from your teammates, and he's going to be able to take a lot of the usual Bounty brawlers on his own as well, who are a bit more squishy. Yes, Layer Cake kind of makes it a little bit different. There's, you know, usually something more tanky, a little bit harder to kill, assassins, that kind of thing, tanks. So it makes it more difficult, but with a bit of help, it definitely works. Spike going to come in as well, and for WWL, really, so far this monthly final has been, you know, one of the, you know, heaviest pick brawlers at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's not really too much on like the top level of what WWL like to play here now. With so much of it banned out, sometimes a trunk is kind of what they like to mess around with, some tanky ideas.
You love a trunk, don't you?
I do love a trunk. Well, I'm looking for it. And this is a region that do like to bring it in, but no, nothing so far. It's hard to make work in the current method. That's the problem. But now I'm just looking to see whether the brawlers like that can kind of creep through with the global bans now that are in play. I would like to see kind of like a squeak here. I feel like that could be one which would make a good pairing with the Leon. You don't want to be having that on the other side of the field. It kind of depletes the lollipop drop a lot faster. Brawlers like Meeple, like Kaze could definitely be an option here. I mean, Juju as well, considering that the Willow ban is there. She's another relevant thrower which could come in here.
Squeak is going to come in here for area control on the right-hand side. A little bit squishy, nothing really against the Gene as well. They need a turret to put up against him, I feel. That's why Gene and Spike are such a good combination, because Spike technically a good counter to him and can pop up his little cactus against the pole, and he also has the damage once the Gene hits a pole. That's going to be a certain kill with Spike on his side. On the right hand side, some more aggression now next to the Squeak. They're going to pick up Kenji once more, also one of their favorites I feel so far. We have seen him quite often from Feasible Gaming. 2 aggressive bowlers, a Squeak, nothing really against the Gene. I'm not sure about this comp. I really like the Leon overall, but can he carry enough?
I mean, to be fair, Leon can, you know, still, you know, drop his lollipop drop if he needs to. He can throw it out as well if he needs to tank it for somebody else. So they do have technically something that can tank. It's just probably not one of the usual go-tos that you'd want to waste on something like that. Rico going to come in again. We saw this being used by Zeta Division to tempo on that Brawl, obviously. It's hard to match up to him on these mechanical brawlers, but it did work pretty well in certain situations.
They had Rico and Spike actually paired with the Bull, so pretty much the Zeta Division comp, but with the Gene now instead. Let's see how well they will do. WWL still has the opportunity to close things out here.
I'm not a massive fan. I mean, the Rika's going to be really susceptible to a Leon. I mean, that's my biggest concern. The Leon is that brawler which, like, it's just the assassin here. I mean, WWL have played this map 8 times in their practice. They've won 4 out of 4 times. Feasible have won 18 out of 14. 18 matches and lost 14. They've scrimmed it far more. I've just got to put that out there. This could be another time where they can bring it back, because I feel like they've got a lot more practice under the belt.
I was going to say, they're winning 18 out of 14. That's some good going. They're winning more than they've played. But a good start, though, for the Rico on the right-hand side. Getting some good control now through the mid, but Drake round the back is going to be a bit of a problem. Spike sticking to him, making sure he can't get round the flank. But Shigemyon coming through the mid now, trying to get a few shots towards his super, and a life plant thrown into the mid. As the gadget, actually, it's not even lollipop drop. We're seeing the clone coming in, and it's the blue star separating them after pretty much a minute.
I don't mind. I think both gadgets are decent, but the lollipop drop for me just has that bit more ability to navigate around things. That's a brilliant lane one there, which really, in my opinion, shouldn't have been done so. I think Rico should have fallen there, but nonetheless, it is what it is. WWL now, still slightly behind. But with those 3 stars with the Rico, that's kind of like the person which I think if I'm Drake on the other side, I'm looking to target.
Pull is there. Little gadget pops from the Leon as well, but didn't really get very far, to be honest with you. Gadget thrown out. Surely looking for the pull sometime soon to try and flip this game on its head. Moving forwards now, and Kenji is there. Goes super aggressive. And, I mean, personally, that's not how I'd eat pull.
Yeah, not ideal. Kenji just fine as well to pick up. That's going to be fantastic. Feasible gaming now. 7, but the Rick is still there. 6-7 now, just 1 star in it, but it's straight the way back. It feels like Feasible are just really comfortable in this spawn. Now with 11, they can afford to go with the aggressive as Kenji as well, but Memeshi has the hypercharge, being aggressive so heavily. So much to be done. I just don't know whether there's time to do it now. Just 3 stars in it. 16-12. Such a close one, but Feasible Gaming still stay ahead until the very end. And again, now looking so dangerous from a team that was looking so shaky to start things off. That first set that they won has led on seemingly to a pretty decent run, which could go all the way to the 5th now.
Yeah, it does seem in moments like WWL kind of gave them that game. A couple of wasted gene pull in there, which should have been pretty tied on hits. But Blue Star goes Feasible's way again, and if they play it the exact same, they'll be going to a set number 5 to decide who wins this one. Another good hit there from the Squeak. Spike trying to defend well, and is getting peppered down on Rico again. I know doubting this brawler a little bit, but so far is the standout from WWL by far.
Yeah, I want to see a bit more from the Gene. I feel like if they can bring back more goods with that particular brawler and have the Spike and the Rico there for quick takedowns, swift in nature, it'll go quite well for them. So far, it just hasn't really been the same squad, the same team. Kenji there with the Shumi Slash coming in, Drake doing great work on this aggressive brawler, but there's the Gene Pool. We need to see more of that. That is like the kind of playmaker, and the spawn was just there for the Spike to help pick up, so more of that is needed for WWL.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the thing, you've got to be able to make those connections. Spike hypercharge coming in now, Shigemyon at risk. Evades some of those shots nicely. Another one thrown out. Curveball not quite going to connect on that second explosion. Minzun going super aggressive there and will go down. Blue Star still separates them. Yoplait not in the best of situations here, and Shigemyon will go down. Good kill from him there, and some heals from the Gene to back him up.
Yeah, this is much, much better. All hypercharged over. Not going to find really much of anything. It's a bit disappointing there for Minzun. Drake, low HP, 5 HP above his name there. He's just about hanging on. As Feasible are behind, they cannot afford to hand over more of a lead. Just 20 seconds left on the clock.
Rico's still in a super aggressive spot considering they're winning. Gene, hypercharge available now, and Drake might get pulled in. He's got to be very careful here, and a super from the left to the right for the Rico. Gadget there, and Yoplait now at risk. Really, really low. Shigemyon going to switch places, but will get killed. Super comes in from the Kenji, but there's the Squeak hit, and that will flip it, and he gets the kills as well. Feasible steal it once more, and WWL handing games over, it seems.
Now it's looking dangerous. It's starting to get really quite scary. And when the underdog team start to find some wind in their sails, you've got to put an end to it. That was where, for me, WWL should have absolutely ensured that that was a game win, and then take it all the way to a match point, put the pressure on. And they did none of it. They faltered, they floundered. And now they're in a really tough position. And I feel like it's a lot to do with the amount of preparation that Feasible have done. These are the maps that they've prepared the most, and they're capitalizing down. I think WWL wanted it done in the first 3, and we're hoping it wouldn't get this far, whereas Feasible Gaming were playing the long game.
Are we starting to see some nerves from the South Korean teams here? They were 2-0 ahead. Last month, it was the same situation, but flipped. They were 2-0 down, and then reverse swept their opponent, Reject, in a phenomenal run. I have them down to maybe make it all the way to the grand finals after what we've seen in the monthly final in February. And now this completely new roster comes in and seems to be able to reverse sweep WWL. I don't want to jinx anything here, but it's definitely possible. We even see the face of Drake for the first time, the knees finally aside. Yeah, really good stuff from Feasible.
Yeah, I told you it'd be when we get a bit of celebration, we see his face. Yeah, really, really nice stuff from Feasible. But I do think WWL are the ones playing worse. I don't know if really Feasible are playing that much better. WWL at certain points just seem to be handing kills, handing games over, and I'm sure that Feasible are getting that little bit better. Really playing on off the back of this comeback and, a few nerves here and there popping up for WWL, but it does seem like WWL are just playing worse to me.
That team pool you mentioned, Arc, when the opponent is right in front of him already, that must have been a misclick. Some nerve stirring for sure.
Possibly for sure. And that's kind of what we kind of not necessarily expect to see, but, we're quite forgiving sometimes to see. I mean, I think for me, feeling of what Trav's saying, I think it just comes down to the fact that I just don't think the amount of preparation needed has been done by WWL. I mean, it's so apparent when you look at how many times they've been playing the maps, and this is another one that makes me really concerned because Feasible got a 73% win rate on. I mean, it's like they haven't really been preparing for their opposition on the side of WWL, and Feasible with so little to kind of have in terms of pressure and so much to gain off the back of this kind of upset, they're thriving in this position now.
Feasible Gaming did win against Fennel in the lower bracket of the monthly qualifier. After the first 2 sets, I was kind of thinking, how was that possible? Fennel made it all the way to the grand final last month, then being beaten by Feasible Gaming, who's 0-2 versus WWL. Now I see that team finally come out of their shell. Chester's going to be the first pick here. We're on double swoosh now. This is going to be the last map. Whoever takes it, wins it, and gets into the semi-finals afterwards. We have Sandy once more banned out. We mentioned it before, probably the best gem carrier on a map like this one. Amber and Otis, a lot of area control out of the way from Feasible Gaming. Picking up that Chester on the right-hand side, then really just picks one more area control out of the way. Terra's really the only one left open, I feel.
Well, the Mo's going to come in then for WWL. I really do like the Chester first pick. It's been showing his face a lot throughout this region at the moment, and I feel like it's a pick that has gone under the radar for quite a long period of time, to be fair. So nice to see a bit of a resurgence in him. Mo, though, really solid, good against the majority of brawlers that are strong in this meta at the moment, so can't blame him for bringing that in. And the turnaround capabilities are huge as well, and the same for Charlie. Really solid, very good at carrying the gems, and listen, if you cocoon someone, they're dropping all their gems, so the turnaround capabilities there once more.
It's going to be tough to play a Mortis into this as well now with Charlie, which I think is a really good draft, honestly, on the side there of WWL. Could be a Tara map also, so I'm looking to kind of see whether that particular brawler would come out to play, so to speak. Drake, who sometimes can have a moment on this map. I think Shelly as well is one of those brawlers which could be a final shutdown on the side there of WWL if we see it, and it is going to come through. Really quite bold, I've got to be honest. They've got a decent win rate with it on that side of the field, so I'm feeling confident they know what they're doing, but I still kind of feel like it's very risky when you got that potential for Shelly final pick.
I'm kind of waiting for Terra and Spike here as well. For the first time here, WWL is not banning out Mortis. It's been a ban, I believe, in most of their sets so far, targeted towards Feasible Gaming, so they must be good with this brawler. There must be something. Chloe, by the way, now banned out 10 times in the 12 sets played so far. Banned out every single round, basically. Penny's going to come in last pick. She's quite good, has had some showings also in the scrims. They still needed a mid-brawler to pick up those gems. Didn't want Janet. Penny is fine, I guess. I really still look forward to seeing that Spike and Terra now on the left-hand side. They need something more to address the Mortis other than the Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, Penny going to be able to splash through the Charlie pets. That's kind of about the biggest selling point for me, I think, at the moment. Shelly going to come in, and Mortis is going to have a real tough time here as well. So he's going to have to really work hard to get kills. I don't mind the Mortis, to be honest here. I think it can turn around games massively, and I think that's exactly what they need at this moment. A bit of pressure, make the hands of their opponents a bit shaky, knowing that the game can be turned around at any moment, but that Shelly is going to shut it down so hard.
Would we now say finally, Ark, WWL has dropped?
I mean, a Shelly final pick when you're playing into a Mortis should say it. But I don't know whether or not, we're just going to balance the camera there. Whether or not it's going to be the case, I don't know, because, I mean, it's very hard for me to see a way in which people don't kind of continue this momentum. I mean, I kind of feel like they might still do this even, because I just don't think, like, as Trav said, that WWL have been playing at all well in these, like, last two sets. They are so much more apparently the team that are struggling more. But you should expect the Shelly final pick with the Mortis to come out with the goods.
Absolutely. Well, Chester down the right-hand side, not really got the matchups that they want so far, and Mort's doing a good job, but another self-cocoon then from Mameshi doing a good job of keeping himself alive. Gem-wise, WWL have half the amount of Feasible, so a nice start for Feasible with the good pressure from Mortis early on. He's not going to mind going down here and there if his teammates are picking up gems and not really got much risk on them. Hypercharge is available. Shigemion still playing a defensive Chester here, just guarding this Penny, knowing that Mo's got the super.
Ooh, that was not the greatest of times. I think that you've got to be a little bit more cautious with playing Charlie with the gems, and just, the Mortis is coming in as a great counter. It favors you, but the back, the right person to have them, most importantly. But I'm just surprised we're not seeing the Shelly sort of shadow the Mortis in any way. They're really placing a lot of faith in this Charlie to have to defend against it, and it's not looking too promising in my opinion so far. Look at this, Drake gets the gems as I'm saying it, comes back out. I mean, Feasible could absolutely do this, and they absolutely shouldn't be able to.
Shigemion gets a kill there as well. Hypercharge available from Mameshi, going to be the only kind of saving grace in this match now. 5 seconds left, needs to make this connection, but not going to be given the angle as the wall is still in the way, and we'll see a tank as well. Match point now for Feasible Gaming, and yet again, as you said, there was no defense of the Charlie. He's just sat there getting battered all game, and the Mortis is having a dream.
Feasible have put so much practice in, and it's showing. To have a Shelly final pick, it's a massive statement. It is going to say, I am looking to shut down this Mortis. I have not seen it really be focused on that lane whatsoever. They were on adjacent corners, to be honest. And it's just not showing. I mean, Drake's playing it with such confidence as well. Good break there from the Shelly, but I mean, Drake's got 2 gems. He's not gem carrier. But then again, I think with Mo, it's probably the second best on the side of WWL. They've got to get their act together. They really do at this rate. They're going to be going home in the quarters.
Absolutely, and that's not what we would expect at all against these newer players on the side of Feasible Gaming. Good cocoon this time, and now just stand on top of it, get the kill. And he's still kind of being allowed to, run riot. That should surely just be a Shelly sits on top of him and gets the kill. But at the moment, I mean, a good kill from Yacht Play up top, but he's going to get taken down quite fast by the Chester, and he'll retrieve a lot of those gems. 5 now, and 3 for WWL. And it just doesn't look good for them at all.
Yeah, really disappointing. And, our team to watch for this month could very well be going out if this continues on. The Penny turret really starting to rain down some goods. Drake, again, continuously getting these kills. There is a Shelly on the map with Hypercharge, and it's going towards a Penny. Like, you've got to focus on Drake. He's so dangerous, and it's like WWL are completely oblivious to this fact.
Well, Mo is there, half the defenses now, and they do get the takedown, 6-6, and another gem picked up by WWL puts them in the lead, but Feasible quickly get the equalizing one. A nice splash there as well from the Penny. Hypercharge turret being placed behind this unbreakable wall. But supers galore available for the side of WWL. Now that's going to be a kill, and he's just handed gems over. Mortis can grab these and run away, and that's an absolute gift for WWL.
I don't understand why you would favor the Penny. Like, get rid of the Mortis and the Penny would be pushed back regardless, but now Feasible Gaming with 10 seconds on the clock could well be causing the upset of the day thus far. WWL are throwing everything they've got, including the kitchen sink, and it's not going to be enough. Feasible Gaming have full reverse sweep this match. The underdogs are fresh to monthly finals, and in their first, they get the dub. They're through to the semis. What an upset.
Great cosplay too, absolutely incredible there. Good stuff from Feasible Gaming. Shigemion really giving us a good player cam here. But as much as I want to praise Feasible Gaming, I just can't help but slander WWL so many times, so many poor decisions, and not only did the Shelly kind of go after the penny and not the mortars, but he's handing like 6 gems directly over to them. I just don't understand how you can lose 3 sets in a row when you looked so good off the start in such questionable fashion.
They are getting a taste of their own medicine in this one. Reverse swept Reject last month and now getting reverse swept themselves. They looked so good in the first 2 sets. 2-0 immediately, some of the quickest games we've seen all day. And then Feasible Gaming seemed to wake up. As you mentioned before, Trev, is it Feasible Gaming just playing so well or WWL not playing that good right now?
I mean, they did play better. Don't get me wrong, I'm not taking everything away from Feasible Gaming at all, because they absolutely did play well. They had 3 great sets, 3 great performances, but even with good performances, with how well WWL are playing in the first couple of sets, as you just mentioned, they should not be losing this game in a reverse sweep. That should have been a 3-0 in my opinion. Great performance from Feasible Gaming, though, and absolutely the more deserving team of this semi-final spot. Kill-wise, I mean, the Penny's done a great job there. Drake's had his moments, got some good DPS, but yeah, a gift from WWL, I feel.
It was just all over the place. You know, like, I felt like they absolutely had a draft that could win it. They picked the Shelly, but then there was just no coordination whatsoever. Feasible Gaming played this about 19 times in practice. They won it 14 times. I mean, on the other side of the field, WWL played it 6 times. They won it 3 times. I mean, that is showing to me clear signs of a team that are playing it for the long game. They want to stretch this out, and they're not just counting out the idea that they're just going to kind of get this done in 3. They came in by far the better prepared team on the day. And I was just kind of expecting the confidence of last month's WWL to come and shine through, really, because that's really what makes the difference more often than not.
Do you think that, though, is because WWL just kind of expected to come in here and sweep?
That's what I'm
and
saying,
like, they're
exactly.
probably surely prepping more for the semi-final.
Yeah,
and
but you can't do that because you haven't got there yet.
In my opinion, WWL are a team who should be prepping for the semis. They're a team who should be thanking, you know, the gods that they make the semis, in my opinion.
I think you just can't underestimate your opposition, you know? Like, you've got to prepare for every stage of the competition. You can't just go in and be like, well, this is going to be clean, easy. This team, they're nobody. We've got this.
I mean, this is especially surprising because at first I think they were to play against Crazy Raccoon in this monthly final, right? With a little bit of a bracket change because Reject came back. So WWL not prepared for this one, not prepared for the long run at least. They thought they would sweep them 3-0 and that's done. Well, they lost now. Unfortunate. I do want to point out once more, Chloe has been banned out, I think, 10 times from 12 sets played so far. One of the most banned brawlers. Picked up only once, so only a single set. He was neither banned nor picked, yet he still hasn't shown up in the global bans. Why is that?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like, to be fair, if like the Bulls or, you know, the Crows that are getting global banned weren't global banned, I feel like they're probably getting banned just as many times as well, to be honest with you. So I think it's just more of a choice that teams are using these global bans to get brawlers that they don't want to see or play against out rather than the best brawlers at the time.
So he's not annoying enough?
Oh, he's absolutely annoying.
It's annoying for sure, but I think it's manageable. I think it's more like that. It's like when you've got a Bull, it's very, very unmanageable. And I feel like there's just too many places where you can see him really have a supporting role. Whereas Glowy is providing that support, but it's not unbreakable. You know, you can overthrow it. There's ideas of like speed or, you know, aggression to be able to take care of it. But if Bull's got high of a charge and Super sitting behind a wall, you know that the inevitable is coming no matter what. So I'm with Trav. I think that you've got to focus on those heavy hitters, and then, you know, sometimes now with the global bans, you have a bit more grace to kind of target a ban as well to a team-specific idea. We saw there the kit. I think that was a great example of that. A brawler which is a real pain that maybe just as your own team personally, you feel like we stand a better chance with this brawler just never showing its face.
Global bans are something we've seen this month for the first time. I think so far we've seen 2 approaches. Either you ban out brawlers that nobody would pick anyway, right? Like the Tick, the Edgar, or you go with the strongest brawlers in the meta right now, the BB and the Bull, definitely the 2 strongest in my eyes. And Globert, he's in the top 10, definitely. He's super strong, but not as good as to ban him in the global ban phase already, I feel. We're now, when I have one more look at our bracket, 3 quarterfinals out of the way already. We're now heading into quarterfinal number 4. We have one team already standing in the semifinal number 2. Feasible Gaming is now waiting for their opponent, Ref.
Yeah, I mean, this last match, I said this one's probably going to be one of the better quarterfinals, and it's one that we didn't expect to happen at all. Reject getting here on a bit of a technicality. I think Crazy Raccoon have been dealt a bit of a tough hand here as well, because they would have undoubtedly had a bit of an easier quarterfinals matchup than Reject if they didn't make these quarterfinals, obviously on that technicality. So, bit of a tough game for both of these, but Reject going to be more than happy to be faced with Crazy Raccoon rather than not being in the monthly finals at all. So, I think they're going to be pretty pleased about their position.
Reject definitely had a good hand here, as Crazy Raccoon seem to be always finding wins in the World Finals. They are the current world champions, but in their own home region so far, they're not doing too well. It appears they're still struggling to beat the teams back in their home region. Back with us now, Kenny, you feel like Crazy Raccoon is breaking that curse now, making it into the semis?
I think so. I think this is a clear opportunity for them. Look, Reject aren't the same looking team that we saw last year. They've already suffered several losses. They're just thinking they're lucky stars. They're even showing up in a top 8 here today after losing twice. Most teams only get 2 lives. They got granted a 3rd. I think CR fully take advantage of this. For me, I think they're making a grand finals today. That's what I plugged in at event.brawlstars.com, so I'm clearly going to expect them to get through this first hurdle.
The quarterfinal we've been all looking forward to. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Reject. Crazy Raccoon once more qualifying through the upper bracket just like in February. And then Reject beaten by 2 South Korean teams. WWL, they had the opportunity to get revenge in the qualifiers. In the monthly finals, they lost to them in a 3-2 sweep, as we've discussed already. Losing to them again 3-2 in the qualifiers. They're still standing here today. They have a chance of redemption, Trev.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think Reject are a team who are going to want to take advantage of this kind of lifeline that they've been provided. If you can go from a position of, I'm sure they were absolutely distraught not qualifying, a team of this standards, the player on this roster, they've got to have been incredibly sad that they didn't qualify. To then be given this extra chance to get points on the board, try keep up with this, the opposition. In my mind, you're looking at the Crazy Raccoons, Rejects, and Zeta Division should be at the top of this region. So they're going to, both of these teams, is a huge game for them because they both desperately need points on the board after a pretty disappointing first month. They both need teams to try and catch up with this incredible tie-in that we've got at the moment in Zeta.
Desperate is the word that comes to mind for this match. Both of these teams need this win so badly. Reject in more ways than one. They've already let themselves down this month. Last month was an embarrassment, I would say, as well. And CR need to get back on the wagon a little bit. I mean, this isn't the start that we were looking for. Fennel looked like a seemingly great team last month, ABC at the time, of course, but even they showed cracks. They didn't make it this month either. So what does that say about CR? I think for 2025 World Champions, this was a team coming into this regular season. I expected to be second. I thought they would compete with Zeta Division, but Zeta Division has just been running this region for so long. If you're Crazy Raccoon, I think you're looking to prove that you've still got it. Last year, number 4 seed in this region, they don't have enough spots to afford that this year. They have to get off to a better start.
And our story around Crazy Raccoon is really how well they perform on the international stage and not really in their home region. Now, they first need to get into this stage. Brawl Cup only has 3 monthly finals leading up to it. You need to get those crucial points. And Crazy Raccoon so far, dropping out in the quarterfinals in February, did not give them too many points. Reject on the other side as well. Both of those teams now need to make it into the grand finals this and next month to get that spot.
This is the thing, I'm absolutely taking top 4 in my region if I win World Finals, but that's just simply not going to be enough this year. They've got to do better in their home region. They've got to put much better performances on in the monthly finals, or they're not going to be making any of the events, never mind winning Worlds.
That is very true. You can't win Worlds if you don't play at Worlds. These are our global bans for this series here. Bull and Leon banned out on the left-hand side. Bull, because of the buff, he's super strong. Leon as well. And then Chloe, just as we talked about it, is finally banned out. We mentioned, why is Chloe never global banned? He's banned out so often. There we have him.
I mean, I'm not surprised. We've had him banned out so much, and we've had him played once, and he's got a 100% win rate. So I'm not surprised that he's going to be global banned. I'd have thought he'd have been global banned more often, don't get me wrong. But 92% to 8 in terms of predictions from the public here as well. I think that's very heavily, obviously, towards, Crazy Raccoon. If you've got to put a prediction on the line when Reject have been playing as bad as they have, you're going to go Crazy Raccoon, so I'm not surprised. But this is 100% closer than that shows.
Kenny, you just see the poll, I hope. Who do you think is the favorite in this one?
I think we've seen a lot of CR. I think very clearly this should be the favorite. Look, Reject are in rare air. They're a third life. You don't get that in a lot of monthly finals. I've seen CR this month. I think they're performing a little bit better than last month. I think they've shaken off the rust. I think they know how much this match means, and especially this modern Brawl Stars age where we have things like Brawl Cup on the line. We don't have 2x points in the second half anymore. It's reduced down to 1.5x. Getting off to a hot start, not just for those points towards the end, but also your seeding early. They know they've got to get a stop. They have to find a way to win this match, likely need to get a stop into Zeta Division, or else Zeta Division are going to run away with this. I think they see the big picture. I think they're going to take care of business here. I think they've thoroughly done their homework. There's not a map in this quarterfinal quarterfinals that they've been screaming.
The casting desk all say Crazy Raccoon will take this one. 92% of the people voted at event.brawlstars.com also say they win. Let's see, who's it gonna be? Crazy Raccoon versus Reject. Let's see how it all pans out now. We head into the draft in just a second here. Bo is going to be the first pick already out in the open. We talked about it. You want to break open the map or play something on the left-hand side to go over water. Angelo is going to be banned out here by the left-hand side. Jean, Jaeyoung as well. Chloe, global ban. So a lot of the brawlers we've already seen before in this map are now out of the question, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this Bo first pick. It may have not worked in the last series we saw, but it absolutely should have done. This is the thing, it should be working in those kind of situations. Byron's going to come in here as well. Should probably be paired with something like an Ollie. The Ollie's been, you know, a big brawler on this map, so I think that would be a great shout to pair the long-range healer up with something that can go a little bit more aggressive. But then again, you're going to be feeding so many supers if you bring a tank into it.
How adorable!
It's a natural tandem. Eve going to be the brawler that traverses over water that this side's going to go with, and an added benefit is, of course, going to be the extra spawners. And one thing that spawners do, they're going to walk over mines regardless. They don't have a mind like some of these other real players, so they're just going to keep walking forward. On the right-hand side, full cheese strat. This is why we've seen brawlers like Doug and Gray ban. Trav's sick to his stomach right now. Look, it's going to be that Gray plus Doug, and that combination is so sickening to face off against. It's really frustrating to deal with. It is going to feed supers in terms of the Doug, but as long as the Doug stays ahead of the curve, I think it's going to be just fine for them. I'm curious what this left-hand side elects to do to try and deal with this.
In my little notebook today, I have so far Eve is the best counter to Bo. Bo still gives super fast to his teammates. And Doug and Gray are two brawlers you don't want to have as supers. Once both of them are charged up, they can basically just walk ahead, Gray teleport in, Doug just does not die, and they can easily get a pick off the other side. Cordelia's very wise choice here as they can take someone out into the shadow realm of this duo that will just teleport in. Let's see who's gonna be in this first set of the series. I do hope it's not gonna be a 3-0. I do believe it will be, Trev.
Yeah, this is the thing. I think the Cordelius is a great shout on this one. In a kind of composition that Reject has, you want to force these one-on-ones. You don't want them playing as a team because that's the entire point of their composition. So bringing in a Cordelius, obviously going to have to work to get the super in the first place, try to get within range, and then you're going to be feeding as well. So got to be cautious. Off the start, Rejects probably want to get hit so Shu can get his super a little bit, but this is heavy pressure coming in from CR early.
Moya has full access to this top-hand side as well, just due to the wall break, and now they're all in a corner relying on each other. Doug doing his best. Grand Piano going down just for a little extra coverage, but now Moya clear space just to walk this up. I mean, Reject haven't moved a muscle. It's just CR throwing down shots, looking for any frags, a teleport through from Levi just to attempt to throw down some pressure. CR unfazed by this, though.
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit of a waste of TP there as well. Grand Piano coming down again, breaking up some of their own grass, but it's not like they're trying to hide. They're very happy being, as the map says, out in the open. But Milcreo throws this one back. Super comes in from Moya, trying to get some damage in. Levi really low, and he's just not even going in. He's just trying to allow his teammates to try and get the kills when the heals aren't there. And that's exactly what they're doing. Hypercharge available now, but some shots going in. He won't want to waste that kit. And he does go down. I mean, you know, Reject stayed alive for so long, but Crazy Raccoon get the game.
Despite a little bit of a cornball strategy, I say little as if lightly. I mean, this is very much an attempt of just feeding supers. They haven't managed to do anything other than charge a Doug hypercharge. No kills from that as well. No real pressure coming out of Reject, and just CR definitely having their way. Moya once again flanking this right-hand side. Has the super available, looking for an isolation play. Doug left all alone. Certainly a weaker brawler, doing his best in the Shadow Realm while the two other teammates take care of business up top. But Creo secures a kill on Levi on the top left-hand end, and now CR have the numbers. This is much more difficult now, especially without Gray on the map. And this 3v2 certainly going to be favoring CR.
Moya's doing exactly what Moya needs to do. Taking the Doug out of the way, letting his two teammates take advantage of the brawlers that are left. And brilliant plays from Crazy Raccoon so far. They're not stepping out of line. They're playing it really well. And now Shu also doesn't have the Gray to be able to TP in with this hypercharged super that he's able to provide. So it's going to be really tough to make use of that. Forced to use a super of his own, and he's going to get peppered down as soon as he's back. Surely falls here as Moya brings him into the realm. If anything, I think that saved him and preserved his life for a little bit longer. But Crazy Raccoon win the game nonetheless. Super scrappy Brawl Stars. Cheesy as hell from Reject, but CR come out on top.
I mean, it wasn't even close, though. Like, if you're going to run this sort of strategy, there's been no real signs of it working so far. And I'm not sure what they change up here, because no matter which side they go down, especially if they open up this map early, you're either feeding access to the mid for Moya, who can charge that up. As long as he's pressing forward, you can see around him. He's got a realm where he can charge up his super, and then he can drag somebody like Doug down. That's where he has an advantage. In the meantime, Doug's just absorbing shots. Tensai charging super off the extra gadget going down. Milcreo, of course, can feed in the spawners. It just feels like there's too many things that can overwhelm Reject as it progresses.
I think the main thing is they need Levi to get a super and not waste it this time. I think he had one throughout the entirety of the last game, and he tried to kill Moya, and it didn't work. He needs to be able to stay alive so he can provide those hypercharged supers to him, and he can just TP in and get kills off the back of that Doug damage. The spawner's coming in, but really not getting a lot. He has the super now, but still need to await this Shu hypercharge, and there it is.
CR waiting patiently. Now the dive in. There's the pesky trap that they were looking to set. They take advantage of the dimensional door that you mentioned, use a Shu super, and it's a guaranteed kill. But this Byron super getting some serious value as now Milcreo has a chance. Left-hand side looking for a flank. The bow mine will go down. It will provide them a little extra coverage. The totem marches them on forward. Levi going to absorb a few spawners, but Tensai left all alone. Doesn't want to waste this super or hypercharge, and is just going to move on to the next round. Finally, Reject starting to show some life, I think mainly due to that gray super.
Yeah, I mean, those are the things you've got to save and not waste, and he does have the hypercharge available now, so got to wait for the super, and does get it as well. Now, just awaiting this Doug hypercharge, and they'll be soaking up shots of their own, feeding supers to be able to get Doug this super and hypercharge as well. Grand Piano falling once more, and they should be able to bring this bow totem down, but he shouldn't be far away from another one again.
Oh, and a hypercharge from Tensai, connecting with all three brawlers, with the heals from Doug, providing a lot. Low HP for a lot of these red roster members. Milcreo gets one, gets a double, and then Moya cleans up. So this is going to be tied up in our game number 2. CR just one round away. On the other side, Reject do have a tie available with the teleport. They also have a Shu super, so they're certainly in this one.
Absolutely. Bow totem down again. There's the hypercharge. And I think he actually provided his super and hypercharge to him as well. So I think that might have been the most perfectly timed super from Moya ever. I think he wasted an entire Doug hypercharge there too. Tensai going to be able to pinch Levi in here. He does go for the TP on top of him, gets the kill and should be healed up, but actually will go down. Moya needs to survive this now and does just. Hypercharge available and brings Doug into the realm. Very, very cautious now not to die in this situation. One shot now is Shoot. Just narrowly surviving, and they'll just wait and play this out as a 2v2.
That was a pivotal moment because now Moya has burned a hypercharge and a super just to stay alive. In the meantime, Shu still has an extra life available with the hot dog, but he's facing the green fog closing in. Melty, Shu trying to work their way up. Moya jumps away, and now these extra spawners will force them back a little as well. This could be a longer ranged affair. Moya gonna press up against this wall, try and do his best to make sure he cuts off bow entirely. Damage being dealt to Melty, another super being charged up from Moya. If he makes contact, his good is gone for the other side. They know this. Shares the super as Shu will absorb all of these spawners. Shots coming in, a little extra poison drilling down as well, and those bow mines won't be enough to get a stop. Great execution from CR to deal with the cheesy strategy.
Second later, and those bow mines would have been lethal, but quickly cleaned up then by Crazy Crew. And listen, I tried to remain unbiased here. You know I do, but I'm so pleased that Reject got lost.
Justice for Brawl. Yeah. I mean, look, it just needs to see it. I just need to see that we can beat it. We can do this, community. We've even seen to the point where Doug's been banned. Ladder warriors out there are certainly screaming whenever they face that composition. These pro players are in the exact same boat. Look, Shu, that's a tough stat line. The DPS of 4, 0 kills. We know he did more than that. I mean, the extra stats, if you watch throughout that, he's going to be riding those extra lives. The first game was kind of blown, like you mentioned, with a little bit of good analysis. When that gray super missed, they just weren't charging up shots to get a second opportunity, and as a result, that's a dropped set. Reject, good attempt. Definitely showed more life in the second game there. I think it was a valid strategy, despite how cheesy it is sometimes. But CR were fully prepared for this. I think Tensai was just easily able to charge supers. The gadget, especially with advance out, can do some serious work in terms of cycling that. The spawners were on the ground at all times. Moya's mechanics were there. He was landing Shadow Realms. I think as that persisted, CR were just inevitably going to win.
I was going to say, if you didn't touch on it, how well Moya played that as well.
For sure.
Really realming at the best moments. I think he wasted an entire Doug hypercharge in there. There was, he hypercharged the Grey was about to super in, he gets realmed, can't do anything. Waste of absolutely so much of their kit. So, lovely stuff overall, I think, from Crazy Raccoon. I don't want to, say Reject played bad. There's not a lot you can do with that composition when a player like Moya's doing as well as he was.
For sure. I think Moya's in a spot, too, where sometimes he gets overshadowed just by 3-time champion Tensai. It's kind of hard to occupy the amount of star power on that team. But for me, I think he's arguably one of the best players of 2025 as a season as a whole, especially in the postseason between LCQ and the World Finals. He was a man that stood out to me for sure. Definitely picking up for his team here after they desperately need a win. The opening month did not go their way. Now as we progress towards open business, I see a brawler that's been very popular in EMEA in the band stage, and that's going to be Ziggy. It's somebody who got a major buff, and for me, I don't expect to see it as much in East Asia, but tomorrow when we're over at EMEA, I think you're going to start to see more shades of it. Fink's going to be first overall pick for CR. Very safe, very dependable, something we've already seen today.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him for it, really. It's not a bad first pick at all. As you said, safe and dependable. You can't really complain about that. That's the majority of things that you do want on Hot Zone. We're over to the side of Reject now. Question is, do they go the grey again and try and TP once more? They quite easily could. That's the thing. It's not like Finks has got masses and masses of DPS to stop them. Chester going to come in. Another one of those more versatile brawls that we've been seeing at the moment with Spike banned out. It's kind of a logical pick.
Yeah, if they go gray, they could set up for a later aggressive brawler or a tank to go through that teleport. But on top of that, I see Finks on this left-hand side, bow not banned, so they could go for a bow mine. So I think they'd have to watch out for that because you can just cover the bow mines right on top of that teleport. The second they pop out, of course, they're going to be triggered by those mines. A lot of the times, those teams will be running the extra supercharge from the new totem as well. That's one reason that bow has certainly escalated up our meta. A lot of the times, though, just in the early onset, they're going to be looking for some anti-tank. Just a lot of general coverage going down for both these teams. They're not overcommitted to a certain strategy.
Yeah, well, the Ruffs is being brought in. I think that kind of leaves the Draco to be desired for their side. Feeding those hypercharges over to him can be a huge thing and can really decide games. So now it's a question of whether a Crazy Raccoon want to go quite heavy on the kind of tank defensive side. Finks doesn't have masses of DPS, and his super's not going to stop someone who's in your face. So something to just kind of be a little bit cautious about. But so far, I really do like what Reject have brought to the table. Just seems super versatile, and they're going to take the Draco away. Just ensure that Reject side's not having that as pretty much their dream brawler.
I'm curious if they round this out with something like maybe an Amber for a little area control. I mean, the right-hand side have not really committed to a tank or something more aggressive, so I wonder if they want that. Instead, they're just going to double down. I think Kenji is certainly in a fine spot against the Colonel Ruffs. They've got the Draco as well. If you're playing open business and you're this right-hand side team, I feel like you can try and do something like a hard counter in Shelly if you really wanted to, maybe an Otis for the fat splatter / the mute button, but clearly you're going to need something here. I think if they went something aggro or tanky at this point, they're just kind of forcing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're going to get the Nita, and I don't mind that at all. The Nita Chester combination, Ruff's going to be fed a lot of supers as well from these tanks and assassins coming towards him. I don't mind this at all from Reject. I really don't. They've just got to hope they're not going to be overwhelmed and pinned in spawn. The Chester Nita have got a lot of work to do. Absolutely cut out for them, but it's a game that they should do very well.
The only thing that I worry about is them maintaining the objective. I think on paper these are good matchups, but this map doesn't naturally fit Nita as much. I mean, it wouldn't have Shelly or any of those other hard counters I necessarily mentioned too. Certainly a lot of work to be done for Reject. This is a very aggressive, tanky strategy, one that is setting up for fireworks on the CR side. They're up 1-0, trying to right the wrongs of month number 1. Meanwhile, Reject just trying to find their legs in this multi-finals, in this 2026 as a whole.
Pro staying on the zone so far in a matchup against Levi in the mid. Tensai. Getting just a few bounce shots from Melty. Will get his super and get this wall down, and he'll just get obliterated by himself and Levi. Moya. I mean, he's in a good position, but he's got a bear on him now, and that's going to be tough to deal with, especially when he's going to be running that bear with me, faux fur as well, just healing it up. And now Reject do take the lead, and Draco pinned it all the way back in spawn.
Shu will have to maintain on either the Draco or the Kenji and just fire down shots, or just try and work with where the walls are not down. That's something that this strategy kind of contrasts a little bit, but another bear going down or a Demogorgon at that as well. Moya being forced away, and they're not able to maintain any positioning in this mid. I really thought that was going to be more of a struggle for Reject, but they had an early lead. Now they're getting hypercharges down. They're wasting Milcreo's super. This is awesome stuff coming out of Reject.
Yeah, I think they're pretty pleased about the position they're in at the moment, and these bears just chasing down the tanks and assassins of Crazy Raccoon. And power-ups pretty much across the board here. Nita just awaiting one of his own, but that's just thrown a little bit further up the map and breaking some of those walls to stop Draco having a fun time. And they're just getting destroyed here, everywhere on the map.
Yeah, CR are circling this entire hot zone, but they haven't found a way to penetrate yet. Milcreo forced all the way back, despite not necessarily having the range game. they've completely shattered the map with the wall break. It allowed for them to set up success in the middle of the map. Nita was cycling, I don't know, 3 bears at least there. The paper matchup certainly paid off there. I think my brain's so used to seeing something like Ring of Fire, where in those wide open spaces we get all these area control brawlers, but instead, even with the wall break, they're positioning Nita very well to take those one-on-one matchups, and it's just super feeders. A little too aggressive out of CR, maybe not setting themselves up, especially when there was a 6-pick available and something like Nita that worked out really well.
That's one way to bounce back then for Reject, and much better start this time for the Kenju. Gets 2 of them super low and just narrowly misses his super on both. But Milkreo and Moya have this zone at the moment. There's the full first wall break going down. Took a bit longer than last time. And Nita yet to have a super as well. Gets one now, but Tensai going super aggressive. And Shu just invulnerable for a second there. Now being pushed all the way back to spawn, and the Nita there doing a job on Milkreo.
Look how many shots Milkreo had to exhaust just to take down the bear. I mean, it's free supercharge in general, no matter how you spin it, no matter who they lane. Kenji has to walk forward, Draco has to walk in a straight line. They're going to be able to feed supers. Tensai finally grabs a kill. CR doing their best to maintain a little positioning in this mid. Now with the Fink super going down. Shu's still standing tall though, despite the slowed down shots. Reject building a lot of time in the middle. Tensai trying to dive forward, but just to no avail. Reject have an answer for everything CR are throwing at them.
Hypercharge there as well from Levi, and he's kind of just left a bit of a loss of what to do with it, considering everybody just ran away when he popped it. Tensai gets a super. Might have been useful to use that hypercharge there, but cycles it out, actually gets a good shot on someone else too. This bear just pushing Milkreo straight into the shots of Ruffs, and he can't do anything about it. I thought he'd just deal with the bear quickly. It was only 1 shot left, and then face off against Melty. But they're back in the mid, and Tensai has a hypercharge ready to go.
Felt like things didn't quite commit to either. I think if they picked one, it would have been a better result of a shot going either way. Another bear going down as well, something Shu has been able to cycle quite easily throughout this. Now percentage points piling up. Super going down on the left-hand in. Milkreo going to have to regroup with his teammates here for one final push. Otherwise, it's going to be Reject running away.
The Hyper Nita Bear coming in, that's doing a lot of work on them. Shield available on Nita now as well, and that's going to be the game in the set. As I said, great way for Reject to bounce back. I think that was really solid from them. You can't complain about that after a pretty disappointing first set where you were just pinned in spawn, unable to get kills. To come out and absolutely decimate your opposition time and time again like that has got to feel good for them.
Just overcommitted, I think, to the tank and the aggro. The Nita was such a clear-cut anti-tank way to go at the end there. I didn't necessarily think they would pair Nita with the wall break in Colonel Ruffs, but it actually worked out really well. I just think Nita on paper had such easy matchups into both of these brawlers. I think if you're a Crazy Raccoon, you're kicking yourself a little bit. I think they made this too difficult on themselves. All 3 of the brawlers are great, but the strategy of the whole, it wasn't diverse enough into something where Reject could respond with a quality 6-pick.
It's just a tough draft, it really is. You'd have thought they'd accounted for it a little bit more with what they went for across the board. You know, they already had the Chester. They go 2 really tanky, aggressive units. They're going to double down. It's inevitable. And Chester's, you know, good enough to deal with these brawls on his own. So when you add another one, it's kind of a 2v2 of tank counters versus tanks, and then the mid versus mid, which was going Reject's way as well. So yeah, it's kind of a flip, a mirror of the stats we saw in the first 2-0-2. Really poor from Crazy Raccoon, but that's just all draft.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, Draco especially is a brawler that I think people have grown to know in CR's history, especially in the postseason runs through World Finals and even World Finals in 2024. It's a brawler they're no stranger to. It's worked really well on a lot of maps for them, but to see Moyagoku, a brawler that I just mentioned, so tenured, one that I thought of as one of the best of the entire season last year, especially in the postseason run, he's dropped 0 kills, 64 DPS with this brawler. Certainly goes to show how much Reject dealt with it so easily. So I think in the future, this is just a reminder that sometimes too much of a good thing isn't a good thing. I mean, it's just so easy, it's telegraphed, and that's why the 6-pick is so valuable in this mode.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when we're watching teams as like teams and players as seasoned as these guys, yes, they occasionally make mistakes, but if they're going 0 kills, 64 DPS on a mode, you know it's the brawler they're playing rather than the mistakes that they're making. So, you know, you've got to feel for them there. Well, I mean, I don't really, because it's their draft. But like, in terms of actual gameplay, getting bullied that hard, I feel for him. Willow first pick coming in then on Layer Cake 4, set number 3, 1-1 so far. The Ziggy, Juju, and Shade bands coming in then from Crazy Raccoon. I like them a lot. Crow, Ems, and BB across the other side as well. So we're probably going to be seeing a lot of BB bans in general just because it kind of slipped through those globals. So smart, I think, from Reject to get out of the way with the first pick going there. Is it?
Two particular brawlers I'm looking out for from an aggressive standpoint. Ali and Mortis come to mind, especially when you look at the ban stage there. I think that's partially the influence for going Willow first overall. You not only get a thrower that can sit behind those walls, but you also get one that deals particularly better with those aggressive brawlers. If they charge at you head first, you can hit them with a super, make them walk their way backwards, even do damage into enemy teammates. So I'm sure that's part of the influence for that.
Yeah, it's smart. It really is. You need a thrower, or you don't need one, but when they're available, you want to take them, and one that can counter tanks is definitely a good shout as well. So smart. Mortis coming in then along with the Squeak, a bit more aggression from their side, and the ability to evade a few more of those Willow shots is definitely welcomed, rather than bringing in something super aggressive and tanky that kind of just walks. You're able to dash a bit more as well.
Curious if something like Cordelius comes out here to try and deal with that Mortis specifically. Squeak from the long distance is going to be really frustrating, can obviously tag those walls, and the Squeak shot around it can kind of go through. Interesting strategy, and I think a well-rounded 2-3 turn there. And now I think if you're CR, you have to learn from past mistakes. They got to make sure they're well-diversified in dealing with this enemy composition. So Spike, for multiple reasons, he's a great brawler as a standalone. I don't think he's always seen as the greatest into Squeak specifically, but he does have popping pin cushion, he does have life plant, and not only can push enemies back now with the Buffy, but on top of that, it's an anti-aggro, and I think that's very important when you see something like a Mortis in your face.
Yeah, I mean, he does so much damage with that popping pin.
It's a good gadget, man.
It's really good, especially into the aggression of Mortis as well. Kaze comes in then, going to try and contest the Mortis for that mobility and that first star as well, so I like that from the side of Crazy Raccoon. And yeah, just to go back to Spike, really solid. Obviously going to be able to fight off against the Mortis and probably stop further aggression too.
Curious if this ends up being a Larry for the right-hand side. You see Ziggy and Juju out of the way. That kind of alludes to the fact that on the left-hand end, they want to take a thrower here early, but a lot of times in scrims when I've seen teams draft Willow, they're oftentimes matching with Larry and Lori. It also helps deal with the aggression from Kaze. If not, it gives them kind of a flare of their own back wall. Rico coming in as a result. It's one that East Asia, I think, particularly on this map, has used a lot. It's not one that I've necessarily seen in at least this much in other regions, but clearly it's working out so far. I mean, a lot of these teams are answering with Rico in their drafts.
Yeah, it's been around so much here, pretty much just on this map. So clearly, a brawler that this region likes so much, but as you said, we haven't really seen it anywhere else. So I'm not sure if it's kind of just like countering the East Asian meta that they tend to bring in, or if they've just got a lot more faith in this brawler than other regions have. But it's done okay. I'm not massively sold on it. It's not been bad, but it's not been like, oh wow, other regions need to be picking it.
Yeah, outside of when Shatapa was playing this, it didn't give me a reason to necessarily put full faith in it. Certainly a good brawler overall in the game, I would say on the tier list standpoint, but I don't necessarily see the vision as much specifically for this map. It just must be one that they're confident in, like you mentioned. Start out though, Blue Star actually swinging to the reject side. I was curious to see who would win that battle between Mortis and Kaze.
It's actually going to be the life plant rather than the popping pin cushion here as well. So he throws that super aggressive. I don't know if they're just kind of awaiting, see if they can get someone knocked back with it. But it does give a bit of a heal there to Tensai, who's going to switch forms, try evade that super, and does quite nicely. We'll take the 1v1 against the Mortis. Both of them missing quite a few shots there. And Tensai will actually go down and further reject lead.
Melty capitalizing on what felt like a mistake. The life plant once again being thrown out. It's a way to bounce back the enemies, but also be a giant meat shield for you. Allows Milcreo to kind of walk this forward right-hand side. Melty has a supercharge up. He's flashing it a few times, kind of daring CR to walk forward. I think Tensai, especially if he gets a dash off, can dodge this rather easily, though.
Mortis going super aggressive, and Rico super really not doing a lot, but Shu will pick up the kill, and Levi really low. One curveball away with that damage gear. It's not found. Shu going hyper aggressive, trying to bait the super of Moya. And Squeak throws one out on the left-hand side. Time's getting low, and Crazy Raccoon are eventually going to be forced to make a move.
Yeah, 0 kills so far for CR. I mean, this is definitely not what we're used to seeing out of the big dogs. Melty still standing far away as Levi's going to be lobbing up shots, and Moya going to get in a really good position here. Has a super as well, so if Shu decides to dive at him, guess what? Mind control going down. Going to be running straight at Squeak, the squishy brawler, and his teammate. Spike lobbing up shots as well. The needle grenade's not doing enough, though. Life plant on the ground as a shield, but they're slowed down. They can't quite walk up there in time. These bounce shots from Melty, perfect. They need to buy just enough space and time with only a few seconds on the clock. CR doing their best. Shu just running away to the other side. If they get a double kill here, it doesn't matter. The man that they needed did was Mortis. That was actually such a smart play.
Yeah, really, really smart. Knowing that, you know, the 5 up, the blue stars on the Mortis, and the 2 of them are only worth 5, you know, you can just go. And I don't blame them for it. Really, really smart plays it is. And Reject, you know, they had a tough time getting to the monthly final. They eventually made it here. Giving an upset to Crazy Raccoon in this situation would be absolutely wild. Blue Star yet again goes Reject's way and forces Crazy Raccoon into this aggressive position.
Love that decision-making at the end. Just an automatic checkmate. Sure, it was anticlimactic, but it was really intelligent from Reject. So once again, the same start. Blue Star. CR have to find a way to just grab kills at this point. I thought this composition was a pretty decent shout. I wasn't leaps and bounds favoring either of them, but I certainly thought this would be a more even fight instead. Despite Reject, what felt like being on their back heels for an entire 2 minutes or so, have still found the way to be the only team to grab kills.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, just CR waiting. They waited a little bit too long for the moment in the last one and were cut a bit short by the Mortis just running away. To want to try and get a bit of an earlier kill this time and flip this lead back in their favor. Shu going in and will get the kill. Didn't see Moya using the super, but they will get the trade thanks to him burning down. And that will give Crazy Raccoon the lead for the first time in this set.
Change of pace. Moya is still holding on to that super as well. Didn't actually use it. Mortis diving in. Maybe was anticipating that Melty would follow up with the super of their own from the long distance, so I think holding on to it. Now Akaze, Fanstorm going down. Levi going to be blind as a bat. Going to be back all the way into spawn. This time, let's see how CR deal with the pressure, because we know Reject did well in game number 1, but right now it's CR under the gun.
Well, another Rico super goes and misses. Melty bouncing castle here to heal up, but it's 5-3. Still in the lead, Crazy Raccoon and Moya trying to push out, but Levi around the right-hand side. Good pinch in, and super available for the Mortis. So that's something they've got to be extremely cautious of in these back lines.
Levi cutting off this left-hand side as well, so if Tensai dives forward, it's going to be slowed down and knows it too. Going straight at Shu here, really interesting decision-making, as that's an easy frag for Shu. Going to follow up with the Creature of the Night, and now it's Reject leading the way. Going towards the back spawn, 10 seconds to go, and Tensai has to climb his way up the entire map. Moya, no shot in line for this super, and Melty distancing himself left-hand side as Freya throws one down. It just looked too easy. CR never really had a chance at the end. Once again, missing the moment. Reject, this team that was ruled out. A horrible start. Didn't even technically qualify here today. Are somehow leading the 2025 champs. This would be quite a shakeup in the region if Reject are able to hold on.
And due to them coming in very late into this monthly final, they also didn't have as many scrims as other teams. Seeing them now, they look very different. They're about to beat none other than the current world champion. And Crazy Raccoon, we mentioned it already, they really seem to struggle against their own regional mates. They win in those internationals, but they can't make it into monthly finals consistently, or into grand finals in the monthly finals consistently. This year, with so little monthly finals, they really need to make those count to make it towards World Cup and World Finals.
I mean, it's a tough position for them to be in, you know, having an opponent who they didn't think they were going to be facing to start with. Don't get me wrong, it's tough in itself, but that opponent being Reject, it makes it really difficult when they're a team of this caliber, who obviously haven't qualified, been thrown into the bracket, and you said, you know, they may have had less scrims, but in turn that's less data for them to work off, and maybe they were already preparing for a different team. It's kind of thrown a bit of a spanner in the mix, and don't get me wrong, I'm not making excuses for Crazy Raccoon, because Reject are just playing better at the moment, but, you know, it's got to be tough for Crazy Raccoon at the same time.
No excuse for me either. I think CR, if you're in their spot, they've been training for the monthly finals, and now they're playing a team who, again, they lost twice in the qualifier stage. Sure, they were close matches, but nonetheless, the expectation just has to be higher. When you look at the big picture in this region, Zeta Division won the first month. They're leading the way. CR, with Fennel removed from the equation, have an opportunity to go the distance. They should be easy favorites on this lower side of the bracket to gain points. Instead, they're dropping the ball right now. Still a lot of Brawl Stars left to be played, but if they lose this match, it is red flags for me for the rest of the year.
And before Reject came back into this monthly final, they would have faced off against Feasible Gaming. Crazy Raccoon versus Feasible. What we just seen from Feasible, I think that would have also could have been a 2-1 now for Feasible at this stage. They played super well against WWL. They're waiting in the semi-finals, and I'm not sure now if we still get that match today, Crazy Raccoon versus Feasible. Right now it looks like Reject are going to be the one moving on into semi-final number 2. Double Swoosh is the next map. Again, Sandy is going to be banned out here. 100% ban rate so far on this map. Chester and Spike have had some great showings already today. They just have a lot of area control, a lot of damage, and do well on a bushy map like this one. Bo now coming in Trev. We do like that.
Yeah, I mean, I love the bow here. Really, really solid. And you touched on it already. Chester and Spiker. Two of the brawls we've seen pop up probably the most throughout today, to be honest, because they're just slipping through the ban phase. You know, they're not that good, but they're just that tier below where they're super versatile. They're going to be good against pretty much any brawl, or not good against. They're going to have they're going to be competent against any brawl they get put in a fight with. So I really like it, and especially on this map as well. Chester can do some big things coming out of the bush, dealing big damage, and the hypercharge is disgusting too.
Keyword you mentioned was versatility. I think that's like brawlers, Spike, Chester, even if they're not necessarily the tippy top of the meta, maybe top 3 or 4 kinds of brawlers like they have been in past seasons. In a draft setting like this, when there's strategy involved, there's just so many different things that they can answer, and especially on a map like this, Spike has a nice favorable lane, he can work the long one, and then Chester also grants you visibility, something that Janet's really good at as well. Bo, of course, is going to do good with. Both of these teams, I think, different approaches, but similar ideas of what they're looking for.
I was about to say, Mortis could come in clutch here once more. Reject already had brought him out in layer cake, and on double swoosh he has had some showings today already and has won those matches. So let's see if it's going to do well for Reject now as well. We have someone with area control, we have Janet that can always get out of harm's way, and we have Mortis on the right hand side. The only answer to that is...
It's Shelly.
I mean,
I was looking at Trev. He was so down.
It's because I'm just imagining Ark in the back, like just demanding that he just follows this Mortis around tile for tile. So for Ark's sake, I do hope that's the case, because he was complaining about it a lot in the previous one. And I do have to agree. You know, the Shelly going off and, you know, doing different things rather than just sticking on a Mortis who's giving heavy grief to the teammates is a bit of a misstep. So we've got to hope that he does do just that and really make a big impact in this game.
Mortis so far, 100% win rate on double swoosh. Let's see if that's going to be tainted. Immediately going to get taken out, and this time it looks like Tensai. Shelly, actually, the gem carrier, does a lot better into that Mortis.
This is really interesting. The musical lanes is kind of crazy here because Melty's actually playing the right-hand side, doubling up with Shu, and Tensai, as a result, is just getting free access to the middle. Moya can lob up some nice needle grenades, and I like that matchup in particular against Chester. Shu doing his best in the back lines, but when you have a big butt blast available, it's impossible to get through. Melty now in the skies, Tensai in trouble. Mogrela needs to be there to help assist the teammate. Shu dives in, has a super available, cycles the bats, excellently done. Escapes with all those gems. That's what Mortis can bring to the table.
Yeah, I actually think for the most part the Shelly gem carrier was super smart, but it's just forced into a matchup that he doesn't want to be in there with the Janet at range, and it's not often you'd see that fight being played out. It would usually be the Mortis just going after him time and time again, but that's 9 gems. Tensai started with so many over his head, it got flipped, and now they're slowly getting a bit of control back. 5 mines down on the floor there, and Melty does have the flight, so the ability to go in, try to get people low for the Mortis to go in and pick someone up, but great positioning for Crazy Raccoon.
Tensai once again picking up these gems as well. I think they just want to make sure that the brawler that Mortis tackles is Shelly. I think ultimately Mortis is going to be the top fragger for the team. They're going to try and swing the gems that other way. So like you mentioned, I actually think this is really intelligent. It's not intuitive, but it just makes too much sense.
It really does. It's super smart to do this, and a lot of mines on the map. The hypercharge one's on the right and the regular on the left here, blocking off this mid. Makes it a bit harder for Mortis to navigate. Melty super low now, going in with just the super. Chose to preserve that hypercharge a little bit longer. Now Mortis going in the backline. Super onto Milkro, gets the kill as well. And don't forget, they just need 1 gem to start this count. But Melty super low, and after Spike shoots a couple of walls there, just gives him a chance to live.
Once again, a totem going down as well, going to make it easier to charge super. Ooh, tried to skate around it, but the bone mine plus a little shotgun shot from the distance was enough for CR to capitalize. Melty low HP, will fall. Moya standing tall as well, gets an elimination on this top left-hand side. And Mortis diving in. Doesn't matter if he tackles Spike, though. It's down to the bottom of the map where they need to be, and now they're protected and enshrouded by a bow totem in 5 mines. Beautiful bounce back from CR. Loved his choice of making Shelly the mid, because ultimately when push comes to shove, Mortis is on the map to cause a distraction. He is there to cause chaos. If he picks up gems and Shelly picks up gems, now the Mortis is forced to dive at the Shelly. Even if it's a close even gem count, they have to go into a shotgun, and that's something that Mortis does not want to do. That's ultimately why this pick comes on the map.
Yeah, it was also like, obviously the Mortis is half the reason they bring the gems back in the first place, but it's just super unfortunate he's the one with the 6 gems and can't kind of free roam and try and get some kills, even go in on the Shelly at certain points if the matchup warrants it. So a little bit unfortunate for him, but it is the Shelly carrying the gems again, so he's going to be at some point forced to try and take that unfortunate matchup to swing the game, because at the moment it's Crazy Raccoon in a bit of the driving seat here in general.
So you're going to be preying on Milkrio. Using that extra gadget as well, the combo spinner can do nasty work. Did receive a nerf since the last month that we saw Mortis, but he's still a menacing brawler in the meta. Once again, diving forward, Tensai there to protect the teammates. All those gyms resting with him. Milkrio's trying to find his footing. I feel like he's doing a good job of getting these totems down, which is half of Bo's kind of purpose, but right now, in terms of the lane victories, I don't feel like he's contributing.
Levi, I imagine, didn't have a stun there, as it had been quite a good time to throw it out. Same with the bomb. So must be stuck with a bit of an unfortunate super at the moment, and another Bo totem placed down. Now coming around the side, gets to slow off, and Tensai, one shot not quite brought down, and Janet should be killed there as well, which means the count will start for Crazy Raccoon. Just 15 seconds between them in a set 5.
They're slowly walking this down as well. The tempo is good, and now Levi's going to have to dodge these mines, and Milkreo with a hypercharge as well. Moya popping a purple button as well. A dive in from Shu has the combo spinner available. Shut down by Tensai once again. The Shelly is just too much. Reject were so close to guaranteeing themselves a win, guaranteeing a semifinal. Instead is a desperate CR clinging on to their tournament life and dragging us to a set 5.
Either you follow the Mortis around with the Shelly, or you just play her in mid and make the Mortis come to you. Tensai on that Shelly as the gem carry. That was a big frame play by Crazy Raccoon. And with that, we're now heading into set 5. Another very close series here. I'm super happy to see that one. Bo now also finally gets a redemption. He had a 0% win rate so far, despite being the 3rd most picked brawler of the day.
I mean, he did a great job too. So many mines everywhere, defending his gem carrier well. Not that he needed it, Tensai, to be fair. He was doing a pretty good job of defending himself. But yeah, I mean, I think this is the difference between, you know, the teams who are, you know, playing Shelly and getting beaten on this map, and Crazy Raccoon is just the ability to pivot, have these different ideas, play him in the mid. I think it's just super, super smart.
Really creative choice, I think, and just something that we don't often see. I think when you see a shotgun brawler, you're oftentimes assuming that it's going to be the aggressive choice. You see Bo, you assume it's going to be the mid. It kind of works out as a pretty good hybrid. I think there are lots of brawlers like Pam come to mind on that map in particular, where you can get those flex picks. Love seeing CR's draft prowess shine through a little bit.
We're now heading over to Brawl Ball. A fan favorite pinhole punt is the map. This is going to be the last time we get to see this map in the semis. We have different ones for you. And pinhole punt, again, all about mid control. We're probably going to see some more Spike and Chester here. Maybe Mortis going to come in once more. Those two teams so far have shown us these brawlers pretty much every single round, and I feel like, yeah, those are the best ones to pick. Otis is also one we've seen quite often on here.
Yeah, Otis has dropped in a lot here, I think, as well, and it's, you know, it's the same. I think it's in the same category as the, you know, the Spike and the Chester. It's just a brawler that's good against the majority of things, has decent matchups into most, and can also kind of thwart the aggression that this region tends to bring in quite heavily in the majority of their drafts.
This meta is already favoring that anyway, so I think anti-aggro, especially as a first overall pick, is almost essential, just in the sense that you have to protect yourself, at least give yourself a leg up in case the other team elects to do that. Pinhole punt, plenty of opportunity for that aggression. Several brawlers come to mind. Some of them are even globally banned, so you won't see things like Bull, but there's a lot of really good choices in this meta. It's the balance of these anti-tanks and these aggressive takey brawlers, and I'm curious which way these teams will elect to go.
If we're thinking Crazy Raccoon, we're thinking Tensai, we're thinking Max. Definitely also one of those brawlers that I would pick here if I had him on my team. And it's actually going to be left open. BB banned out, Bull left open. Mo and Ali banned out on the right-hand side. A lot of aggressive picks gone for the side of Crazy Raccoon. They themselves ban out the opposite, some tank counters. So they definitely wanted to go in with those aggressive brawlers. But it seems like Reject knew that exactly, Kenny.
Chester going to be the pick that Reject goes with. There's that anti-tank / aggression that you're looking out for. It's a safe first pick, and also the way that this map kind of shapes. You've got a lot of grass in a very concentrated area in the middle. It could do a great scouting report with that. Not much to dislike about this pick.
Yeah, I think it's really solid. The hypercharges are so destructive on this map, breaking it up, shaping it, and just being able to get so many people overtime as well, really solid. So it's just an all-round great shout. Charlie going to come in. Another brawler we've been seeing a lot of, and Otis. Just these kind of controlling mid-range brawlers are all the range here in East Asia.
all the talk about those tank counters, area control brawlers. Charlie is also going to make sure that Reject should not be able to pick up the Mortis again, but they might still dare it anyway. Is going to do pretty well, to just score goals, which is the objective of this exact mode. Second pick now for Reject. We already have a Chester, we have the area control, maybe something with range. Pierce was banned out before, is left open. It's going to be the opposite, some aggression. It's not Mortis, it's Kenji this time around. Why do we favor the Kenji here over Mortis, Kenny?
I think it's the 1v1 matchup, honestly. I think just getting benefited healing, and also Kenji shows up a lot, especially when Mina is available. I think this will steer teams off of a brawler like that, so I think this kind of removes two of those more aggressive brawlers from the equation. At least in other regions, I see teams kind of favor this over those other two in a head-to-head matchup. I just think naturally on paper it makes a little bit more sense. And as far as assassins go, he is a little bit on the beefier side, I would say, especially having self-replenishing attacks. Rico coming in once again, a brawler that I don't dislike by any means, but again, this just seems like a little flare of East Asia coming through, where it's a good brawler, but not one that I anticipated seeing this much.
Max, maybe? And you said Rico brings in that flair from the East Asian region. Max will be the brawler for Crazy Raccoon to bring them what usually gives them the edge over their opponents. Maybe something with a bit more damage though, because Kenji is already a menace on the right-hand side. They need something to account for that. They already have the Charlie, the Otis. Now a third tank counter that Kenji's not going to have a great time, Trev.
Yeah, they do have a decent amount of DPS to be able to deal with this Nita Bear, to be fair, in the Rico and the Chester. So, like, obviously it's not going to be nice for the Kenji to deal with that, but as long as his teammates are kind of there and very aware as to what he's trying to, you know, kind of just retreat into the arms of his teammates and get that bear down, then I think it can be okay. Nita going to get outranged by a couple of those other guys as well, so he's just going to be trying to enforce that Kenji matchup over and over.
Both of these teams need a win. No other way around it. Reject left for dead. Got granted an extra life due to a disqualification. Of course, CR have a large standing in this region, in this global stage. The three-timer Tensai has to find a way to win in the regular season. This is going to be a big moment for East Asia for the remainder of the year.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these teams desperately needing a win on the board. Melty pinned over to the right-hand side. Now Nita Bear comes in, and that's going to be popping the faux fur as well. Melty with super in hand needs to try and defend his teammate, but I think this is going to be a goal. They get the kill, and the walk is there for Crazy Raccoon. And as much as I said they've got the DPS to do it, it was a little bit too low to have a say in that fight.
Quality goal out of CR early, as now they're going to dash forward and immediately shut down the Charlie Cocoon, and now a mute button going on to Levi. I mean, they're letting him breathe. It's just suffocating. Now Shu left all alone. Milcrio is low HP, has to back down, but thankfully for him, 10,000 HP from the Bruce Bear will punch one in the back of the net. CR with a speed run in game number 1 and on their first match point.
Well, I guess that works. Just kind of run it down, Cocoon, Mew, Nita Bear, everything, throw everything at your opponents. Really solid that is from Crazy Raccoon. I really like what they're trying to do here. And Levi, you know, he had his moments off the start. He kind of almost went for the goal, if anything. But as soon as Tensai made that rotation, got the bears, it became so difficult for Reject to do anything there.
Tough set to play this Kenji. I mean, just too many answers for him as now Tensai deliberates what to do with the ball. Just going to position it right behind this little indestructible. Rico looking for bounce shots on this left-hand side. But a lot of patience being demonstrated by CR. They don't have to move yet. They're going to force Reject to pick this up, kind of dish it over to the left-hand side. But more importantly, the aggressive brawler in Kenji, he's been rendered useless. He's not even making contact with CR right now.
Yeah, super tough to do anything for Levi here. They're going to try and get Melty onto this Nita, and a fast splatter over to the left-hand side stops him, at least from pinching around that a bit closer. Shoot getting beaten on the right by Milcrio, now forced back, and there's a Cocoon. That leaves him in a bit of a tough spot. Should feed some super to the Nita here as well. Can't quite get away, just narrowly getting behind the wall and using the gadget to heal up, but Shu on the right-hand side really putting a lot of work in.
Red roster feeling a lot of pressure. They haven't been able to manage kills, not really charging a lot of utility. Sure, Su's got a super. Melty has one as well, but they don't make any contact. It's not going to make any difference. Kenji just been so useless in this set so far. It's an uphill battle for him. It's a good brawler, but into a very difficult set of matchups.
I mean, they're doing a good job of not feeding Tensai at the moment, because that was the big difference maker in the first. As soon as he got those bears down, that's how they scored the goals. Now has one, and Moya has a mute of his own, a hypercharged super for Milcrio on the right-hand side as well, so this is going to be really hard to defend for Reject.
Still zeros for both sides, no goals being scored yet. Levi just trying to swoop in and get any kind of kill he can. Melty has to burn a super just for Bruce the Bear, and that is a tough thing to swallow, as now Milcrio can just waltz one through the net. Easy money for them. CR unfazed in this set, and Reject still left to try and respond.
Just one away now. 1 goal stands between them and the semi-finals. A good push coming in though from Reject. I'm not sure if he meant to go for the shot there, if he saw an opening or he thought his kind of super was just going to go. He didn't know the ball was there. Moya super low on the left-hand side, and a good push from Levi. This is the moment they need to go in. Waste of a bear there as well. Cocoon will be tanked by Levi, and Shu will walk that in behind him, equaling the score. 20 seconds to go. I don't think, Kenji's going to have the best time in overtime, though, really.
Not gonna have the best time, but diving in now, knows this. Gets muted anyways, though. Moya with a perfect tag in a 2v2 situation. Shu drops the purple button. This map hasn't quite opened up yet, though. Relying on those extra stats. Tensai left all alone. Melty hovering over that purple button. He knows that he has an opportunity to use it from the long distance. CR on the back heels. Kenji has to find a way to climb forward, and now they're going to hit the go button. Reject needs to take advantage. Milkrio matching with one of his own. Levi hovering over this ball. They still can't grab it yet. This is excellent defense out of CR, who now pushing themselves up the map.
Yeah, Chester going to be really disappointed. He wasted that hypercharge prior to the overtime. It can be of big use now. And they're getting pushed back. Otis has a super of his own. Levi trying to make the move up to the left-hand side. He's going to be Cocoon, though, and this can be passed all the way to the right-hand side where the mute is waiting. Super available, and Levi eventually getting out of the Cocoon. The Spiderlings here as well, pushing up this right-hand side. Levi, pinned back now with a Nita Bear on him as well. This is going to be so tough to defend, but Rico gets the kill. Cocoon available once more, and a good defense. This might go the other way with 15 seconds left.
Playing for overtime, but now Levi going to be dishing this ball forward. No supers available. That means they can't take a super shot. They're just going to have to do it the old-fashioned way and walk it on forward. Melty needs to take advantage. Few seconds dwindling down. Super shot available just off the marker. Will not quite make contact with the back of the net. And as a result, it'll once again be a match point for CR. What a battle in that game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if there was a real chance of that going in, even if it was towards the goal. I think it was very covered. All 3 members of Crazy Raccoon waiting on the line to stop it, and I just don't think there's much chance of scoring that, but you've got to go for it, absolutely. Just a little bit wide, needed to be pitch perfect in the corner. Milkrio very low off the start. That's a good kill there for Levi as well. Got a little swing on Tensai, resetting his healing, and once more it'll do the same. Soup comes in over the top. Tensai falls. Moya, the only one remaining. And if Milkrio defends this, then something magical has happened, because Reject will be able to force it in.
What a complete change of pace. They fed Nita a lot of charges towards that super, but this time they get a kill out of the interaction. It leads to Reject with an easy goal. This is where Kenji can sign. Now cross court, trying to get a snipe on that right side of the map. Dives in the air, but immediately muted out. Ball in Moya's hands. Debate where to kick this ball. A super from Melty will deter him from that right-hand side. Misconnection there from the super from Milkrio. It's still numbers, though, and especially with Bruce the Bear in their back pocket, they're going to be able to walk forward. Ooh, I thought maybe they were going to slide one through, but good heads up from Shu.
Yeah, it was forced back onto the line. It gave Nita a bit of control, but well dealt with afterwards by, I think, one of the very few times a slobbing super from Chester actually would be quite welcomed. Melty has a hypercharge on the right-hand side now, just waiting out. He's in a 3v1. He's going to get pinched in, but trying to survive and just can't.
Excellent kill. They needed that one. CR now have the numbers. They've got Moya with a hypercharged mute button at the disposal. Levi's doing his best, but it's impossible. Can't win that matchup. Now in the 2v2, Melty doing their best to deter the other end. The Spiderling certainly helping out. Healing going down for Melty as well from the gadget. They bought just enough time for Kenji to get back into the mix. Sure, Melty doesn't make any contact, but the good news is they've bought the clock. That's important. It allowed Levi to march forward, grab that ball, dish it to that top left-hand side for extra defensive measure.
Yeah, you've got to feel that if Reject are going to win this one, it's going to be a total respawn cycle for the rest of the game. A bounce castle into the goal, keeping him healthy, but all 3 members of CR pushing in. It's pretty much just Melty considering how low Chester is. And Tensai will find the goal, and yet again, 1 away from winning this match.
See how the start goes down. Milkrio has a hypercharge. Oh no, it's a miss, a complete whiff. No charge there for Tensai. So they burn the purple button and the super, but thankfully for them, Moya has another one. He's going to lead the charge on this top left-hand side. They're going to play this patient once again. With 20 seconds on the clock, the walls could certainly come down.
Very dangerous now, once more for Reject. They should be on the back foot when that overtime hits, and Chester can't be too far from a hypercharge. I'm not sure if we've seen him with one this game, but he's had a few supers. Melty, a hypercharge on the right-hand side. He's probably going to use that extra speed as soon as he gets the super. Now the hyper coming in from Moya. Wants to try and get a mute here as well. It'll be a nice one to get at this point. Hypercharge being used by Melty now, and just defending on the backlines. There's a mute on the Chester there as well, but they're yet to push this ball in. Bouncy Castle's not going to do anything. He goes for the ball, but gets cocooned. And Crazy Raccoon cut that one short and head to the semi-finals.
Certainly concerning result. 3-2, pushed it close, especially against a team that didn't even qualify through their own merit. Nonetheless, Reject playing with house money and doing a good job of pushing this squad to the limits. I think the one thing that came back to bite them was that Kenji pick, though. I mean, the one kill, sure, it had a little DPS. It had its moments. It led to maybe one goal for the opponent or for their teammate, but other than that, I just feel like it was entirely too difficult into Otis, into Cocoon, into Bruce the Bear. It was just a super feeder. Excellent job overall. It didn't look easy, but it did feel like CR had draft.
I'm going to go with you there, Kenny. That Kenji pick into the Charlie, already kind of risky. The Otis as well, and then they even tripled down picking the Nita as well. Kenji did not have any target to go by. With that, Crazy Raccoon takes it, but Trev, you said they cut it short. It actually took them a while to beat Reject, despite them having the better draft in this one. It was such a close one. We even had a tie in the second round.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, I think Crazy Raccoon, if they'd have lost this, I think a lot of people would have been quite disappointed. You know, Reject were given a chance to come here in the quarterfinals and put on a fight. That they did. They got it to the 5th set, and you've got to commend them for it. But I think if Reject had won this, I'd have been quite disappointed myself. You know, they got here on a bit of a technicality, and if they were in the semi-finals and Crazy Raccoon were knocked out, I'd be a little bit disappointed overall.
Crazy Raccoon finally breaks the curse. They did not do too well in the February monthly finals. Now in this one, they finally do what our predictions say, namely win the quarterfinals. Let's see if they're also going to make it out of the semis. Up next is Feasible Gaming. And that would have been the matchup anyway. If Reject didn't make it into the monthly finals with the technicality, Feasible versus Crazy Raccoon would have been our quarterfinal number 4. This is the bracket. These are our semifinals. And Kenny, no South Korean teams in the semis.
Yeah, that's devastating. I mean, we were kind of hyping them up in the early onset of the show just because it was really cool to see a little change of pace, see some other countries get involved. Instead, though, it's the same old tried and true that we've seen in past seasons. Zeta Division versus SKC is setting up to be a good one. SKC were a team that got very hyped up in the offseason, show a lot of promise from a young squad, but Zeta Division have been running this region. Then on the other side, we just saw what CR did. It was a close match. Both of those squads were pushed all the way to set 5. We'll see how even of a gunfight that ends up being, Sunny, but Feasible Gaming are a better squad than I thought they were.
They truly can make it all the way, I believe. Crazy Raccoon is still going to have most of the votes. I feel on the website, also from us probably. But Feasible Gaming, they already beat WWL, one of the best teams we've seen last month. They might as well beat Crazy Raccoon, the current world champions as well. Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division would certainly be the grand final that many people have predicted. So at least the website's happy. You know, at least they get their spray and their paint, so I'm happy for them. We get Arc back. I'm happy anyway, therefore. And Arc...
We're happier now.
I mean, I'm happy because you're here. That's what I'm saying.
Even happier.
Happier because Trev's not here?
Only
Well,
happy because Trev's not here. Even happier, Arc is the one to replace him.
Just clarifying.
Perfect.
The match we just seen, did you think in that last set, Crazy Raccoon would still turn things around and take it?
I had my heart in my mouth, I'm not going to lie. I mean, especially for Reject, a team that, you know, we kind of have definitely had higher expectations of this year based upon last year's performance, and it just hasn't been their year so far. But for Crazy Raccoon, as you were saying as well, Kenny, I've got even more reservations on because they are the world champions. We should be seeing them in grand finals every single month, realistically speaking, and that was a close call.
Talking about that, let's revisit our predictions. Last month, we did not do too well. Let's put it that way. We had 1 in 4 correct in the East Asian region. Now we're 1 in 4 wrong. That's great. That's an improvement.
Huge bounce back for the
Massive
program.
for us.
Massive bounce back from the program. Look, the world was devastated. Thankfully, throughout the rest of the regions, I was still able to get all my rewards at event.brawlstars.com. I have full intention of doing the exact same thing this month. I think I got the bigger picture. Just some of those quarterfinals tripped me up. Certainly WWL did today.
And remember, you can predict from home and also get rewards. We know you love rewards, so yeah, let's make sure to get over to event.brawlstars.com, get your predictions in for the semi-finals, because that first one is gonna roll around in just a few seconds. You can also get rewards this year from just participating in the Brawl Stars Championship, either in the Championship Challenge, in the monthly qualifier, in the monthly final, or then even at LAN. At the Brawl Cup is gonna be our first stop there in Berlin. You guys, did you get your Chaos drops?
I thought you were going to... Sorry. I thought you were about to say you guys are going to be competing anytime soon.
Yeah, Are you going to be
busy
competing?
those weekends? Yeah, got a few
injured reserve,
plans,
I
some
can't.
dinner reservations already tied up.
I wish I could. I'm just too busy. Otherwise, I would win, you know?
For sure. I'm on injured reserve, so I technically can't compete. Yeah.
What happened, actually?
I was going up for my average dunk in basketball, and I ended up dislocating my thumb. So I
Oh.
truly am on injured reserve, not a joke.
Well,
You're lucky, America. I can't take you down this month.
so he can't play because his thumb is literally not working this month.
It's a
so
thumbs up only because I can't do anything else right now.
I hope the players that are going to be up for our semifinal number 1 have not done anything to their thumbs in the meantime. We need them still in the semis, and one of them will make it all the way to the grand finals. Is it going to be Zeta Division yet again, like in February? They won it all. Or is it going to be SK Kalalas that finally seem to have broken their curse of dropping out in the quarters? SK Kalalas, kind of a copy from Zeta Division. They have 3 mechanical, really strong players, addition of a really good coach with draft knowledge, but it did not work out last month, did it?
Yeah, this is the thing that my reservations on that team have been put to rest somewhat today, I would say, because SKC had a much better showing in those quarterfinals, no doubt about it. For Zeta Division, the scary thing with this squad for me is the fact that out of the teams that I kind of see them facing that have got like real prospects, like Insomnia, who have not quite made the monthly final, but Rival Esports, Fennel, WWL, Feasible Gaming, they've only dropped 1 set out of all those matches. They are by far the front runners in this region at the moment, and they've got the highest scrim rates. They're doing everything right, and I can't help but think back to last year when we had the same kind of thing play out, and Crazy Raccoon saved the best to last, but this is not the year to do that. Zeta are doing exactly how they need to fare, starting off strong and keeping the momentum going.
This was their quarterfinal against DF, that other South Korean team that we've seen today for the very first time, and we want to have a closer look at what were their picks in those sets. The global match bans from their side were Kit and Gray. We kind of talked about it. Maybe that was a targeted ban. Maybe it was more of a brawler that they really don't like. We want to leave the meta open. They had a lot of M's. They had Rico and popped off on that. I think overall they picked a lot of meta. That Bull, I look at that, Kenny, so strong in the current meta.
I think the global bans especially tells me that this is a team that's not afraid to get their hands dirty with the more meta brawlers like you mentioned, especially when you're playing an underdog team, especially one like we saw in that quarterfinal. Zeta leaps and bounds favorites, and to be honest with you, that was one of the most convincing, if not the most convincing showing of any match I've seen across any of our monthly finals this year so far. But if you throw out a Kit, who is in a better spot in the game right now, I would say, but if you throw out Kit and Gray as a tandem, I think it's them just kind of covering their bases. They just want to straight up fight. They don't want any cheesy strategies. They just want to take you down with mechanics.
Glowy banned out every single round. We also want to have a look at if SKC did the same in their match against Rival. They finally got their revenge arc.
Yeah, they did. The question is now, can they do the unthinkable? Because it would be that if they can get a win here over Zeta Division. We see as well their global match bans being the Charlie and the Crow. I think the Crow definitely a real pest today across many teams. So getting it ruled out, we've seen kind of more Bull than we have Crow so far, which is kind of wild for me. But I felt like the drafts were better today. Bull banned out and the Leon by Zeta in our global bans. Kaze and Crow. Again, these are the kind of brawls that I'm looking for. It's not kind of like the ones that are the obvious signs for me, like the Bulls and the Crows. It's the Leons, it's the Kazes, the one that kind of just creep through that are just not really worth devoting your map-specific bans to, that just kind of like, maybe teams would just prefer to avoid. So I really like that. Well, the poll just keeps edging closer towards Zeta Division to a 92% poll on event.brawlstars.com, who are all siding as them as your favourites.
Not too surprised here, Zeta Division is the winner of the February monthly finals. It's just 1 month later, surely they will do well again, right? Looking at those global bans, we see that SKC really does not like that Crow banning him again, like in their quarterfinal match. And then on the other side, Zeta Division truly does seem to have some targeted bans depending on who they're playing against. Because Bull and Leon were actually 2 of their most played brawlers.
I think Leon in general is one that is going to be one of those borderline, just annoying enough to ban him, but maybe not brawlers. So I think we're going to see him a little bit of everywhere this weekend. I think he'll show up in play rate plenty, but also doesn't really fault them, or I don't really fault them for doing this in a global ban stage. I think this is much more of a fair fight strategy, if you will. This is contrary to what we saw from Zeta Division in the global bans in their opening. These are just good brawlers. They're ones that they don't always time on. We know they're going to ban them every time, so they're just going to go ahead and remove them out of the way.
It's a lot of aggression. You feel like they don't want to deal with aggression themselves? Is SKC just super good at that?
Well, at the moment, again, with SKC, I'm not really sure yet what they are good at in that sense, you know, because like it was a really poor performance last month. I think this month we are still seeing that kind of evolution towards getting back to their former selves and really kind of expressing what they're capable of. But this is definitely the kind of their best test of that yet. And, you know, this is really good to prove to me how much did they practice on, how much did they really focus and kind of hone in on since last month. Because if they get to the grand finals today off the back of this match, then they could very well be the team that are my favorites to win the whole day.
We're halfway through the day already. I hope you are ready for our semi-final number 1. It's Zeta Division versus SK Kalalas. And we are starting on hot potato. Finally, we're going to see some Heist today, guys. Spike is going to be banned out. Shade and Kit. And Shade is that brawler I would ban every round against Zeta Division, despite him not being the best in the current meta, honestly. Yeah,
I'm with you on that one for sure. Good bans all round, I would say, as well as our global bans that joined us there at the top. Nita, definitely still going to be a viable option here. Not maybe going to get as much value with the ball being out of the mix. A lot of the time, that's kind of where Nita is going to be so prevalent. But you know, that's something just to consider there as well. Kind of wonder whether we might see some more chests to come back through again on this map. It's been one of those that's just been so prevalent in East Asia so far. So, but certainly getting that balance between defense and aggression. Kind of, I'm not expecting really kind of much chuck. I feel like that we are kind of past it somewhat now, but there's definitely still a threat, and Melody's still open here as well. So brawls like that in Heist, definitely got to keep your eye on.
Curious if this is just like a defensive option. Something like an Otis comes to mind as one of those default ones. It's oftentimes in the ban stage for our North American players out there, and I think for good reason. Solid DPS, but more importantly, it does have a mute onto any brawlers that are incoming, especially all those aggressive ones that we've already mentioned and seen today. Just makes too much sense to me from that front.
Some massive damage dealers are out of the way already with the BB, the Bull, the Crow. Those three are usually the one that comes to mind at dealing damage as quickly as possible. The other option would be to just open up the map completely. I wonder if that's still a viable strategy. Now with Colt also having a Buffy, he could be the one to do just that, opening up the map, pair it with a B, and then just make sure you have control for most of the round.
Looks like we might be resetting some things here. I'm just looking at the fact that Shitabo's in the lobby as well, so we'll check in with the guys and just kind of see where things are up to in that regard. But certainly, I feel like it's a really interesting map and mode to start things off. I mean, you know, we've seen base races happen so frequently, despite the changes to Heist, and that's kind of like a concerning thing. It's something whereby if that does kind of come up here and Zeta Division don't have the answer, then they could fall behind that first kind of stage. Kind of interesting as well, that kind of dynamic between Kuru and Shitatampo when you think back to like the 2022 World Finals where they were on opposite teams in that grand final, and as we know, Kuru was the one to lift that trophy. A lot of experience that comes with it to helping hand SKC in this scenario. Are they capable of winning this match? I definitely feel like they can. It's just going to be, again, such an uphill battle considering how Zeta have started the season off.
I think so too. I definitely don't think it's the 92-8 affair that our event site winners would go with, but ultimately you have to pick who you think is going to win, and I think it's significantly more likely that it is Zeta Division. To me, this feels more 75-25 if I'm being honest with you. I do think SKC have what it takes to be a really good team in this region. I think they're maybe still working out the kinks a little bit. I think the ceiling is high, but maybe not quite there yet. You all mentioned wall break strategy as well. I think Colt, especially on this map, shows up a ton when you see brawlers like Nita get in the mix, Spike get in the mix, because they just want to use Silver Bullet, tear down those walls. If those walls don't go down, though, one strategy I will shout out that I've seen a ton, especially in EMEA, I'll mention it again. Ziggy is somebody that's really risen through the ranks, and I haven't seen it really at all in East Asia. This Rico has shown up a ton here, somebody that could show up today if that's the case. But tomorrow, especially, I'm looking out. That's a way to stay in shape, too. Should we start doing push-ups when we're off camera? That might be the play. Maybe
you're shooting with your thumb at the moment.
That's a great point. I'll one-hand it. I'll one-hand it.
We can now see how it occurred in the first place, can't we? Like, Kenny just doesn't know his own limits sometimes. He's the man that's like, all right, guys, on the desk, let's do 100.
Players just reset the lobby. We're going to be back at the draft in just a quick second here. So far, the draft is shaping up to be fairly non-aggressive because a lot of those brawlers are out of the way, right? We saw the global bans with Bull out of the way, BB was banned by Zeta Division. What else can you really play that would be an aggressive pick, maybe even into that Colt and B comp?
Yeah, Colt's definitely the one that you've got to be wary of, really. I mean, being able to open up the entire map just can can really change the approach. I mean, certainly with brawlers like Melody, you can then have a much better access to the safe also. And, you know, you can just take away so much in terms of throwing potential. You know, Barry being one of those kind of key throwers for me on this particular map that can really get some work done, especially with the gadget on the safe. So, you know, having that wall break is going to be the biggest factor in my opinion, and how you play it to your advantage or play around it.
And Kenny, we now have Mameshi drafting for Zeta Division, and then we have Sebas drafting for SK Kalalas. EMEA coach versus East Asia coach. Who's going to have the upper hand here?
I think they'll definitely influence both of these teams, but to me, in terms of play style, they really strike me pretty similarly. I think Ghost T and Naipishu especially are two of these younger players that a lot of East Asian pros are looking at as kind of the mechanics guys, the aggressive players, the force it through. And I think when Zeta Division put together this roster, I think they had the same ideas. They're looking for the 3 best mechanical players in the region. Now they've grabbed somebody like Mameshi to be an influence for the draft, and I think SKC are almost copy-pasting a similar sort of strategy, just in a younger sense. So I'm curious if Sebas can be the answer. Obviously, things went pretty well in that match number 1, but Zeta Division have just been so convincing so far. It's a team that I'm going to really struggle to predict against no matter what, just because of what we've seen so far. Until they lose, I'm not going to necessarily lose faith in them.
So 3 mechanical wizards and then a brain behind them. Just like we do at the desk. That's so beautiful.
It's so poetic. It's perfect. Couldn't have said it better myself. But following on from that as well, you know, I got to say, like last month, you know, that kind of like crazy scientist element to the drafts of SKC, it wasn't ready for me. I think from the side of Zeta, they're willing to take those risks as well. But I feel like, I wouldn't be surprised, though, to be honest, if this first set doesn't go the way of Zeta. I mean, it's not really their map, to be completely honest. It's very much an SKC affair in that regard. They're sort of well-versed in hot potatoes specifically. And looks like we've got somewhat of a draft back underway. So let's see how things fare. Again, the bands being the global bands of the Kaze, the Bull, the Crow, and the Leon. And then we've got the BB, the Glowy, and the Cordelius on the left. And then the Kit, the Shade, and the Glowy on the right.
Glowy double band there for, it's a supporter, not usually something we see very often on Hot Potato, but oh well. Here he is, just being super strong in the meta. Still not good enough to be global banned, but good enough to be double banned regardless. Naipishu this time around is going to go with a Rico first pick. Is such a good brawler on Hot Potato as long as the walls are standing. I'm still kind of almost hoping at this point to see the Colt here. Rico's going to have a field trip in mid if Colt is not picked up, and there he is. They listen to us. That's beautiful.
It always feels good to be a little right. I think the only other realistic wall break option would have been Colonel Ruff's, but in terms of the attack, Rico is just a better version of the Colonel Ruff's bounce shot. So I think that just makes a lot of sense to me from that front. But now if you're Zeta Division, I feel like you probably stray away from the more traditional aggressive strategy. Instead, it's them doubling down on this. I think Lily is a realistic option, especially with access to the Shadow Realm. Even if those walls are down, you can still basically instant access to anywhere on the map. So at least if you're going to pick an aggressive brawler that usually depends on those walls being up, this one makes a little more sense to me.
I suggest now we see a Melody, honestly, because, I mean, that's the best pairing with a Colt, really, is to have the map wide open, give you a lot of space maneuver, and get to the other side and on that safe. I'm really enjoying this draft so far from Zeta Division, more so than I am on the other side of the field with SKC. I mean, with Rico, yeah, exactly that. Because with the Rico, you know, your best pairings, realistically, they're going to be with the Nita, with the Kit, all of which are kind of out of the equation here. You can't really bring in the Nita when you've got a Colt on the other side of the field. So you have to take the Melody away and have it for yourselves. It's their best chance.
As you already mentioned, Nita could be showing up here. Still doesn't have the best range, but it's something to do a lot of damage to the save. Otherwise, just go with something long-ranged completely. On the left-hand side, at least, they have it in their hands how much they want to open up the map or not. They could go with a Pierce here, maybe with a B. Otherwise, maybe Carl could show up here as well. They can decide to open up the map. They have it in their hands to play something with range. Nita is going to be picked up on the right-hand side. I mentioned the brawler, yet I'm still not loving it, Kenny.
Yeah, I think we're not necessarily surprised that Nita's on this map. I just think into the face of a Colt, it's really going to have to shadow this Lily at all times. Otherwise, it's just Colt outraging, and I'm assuming this next brawler they're going to pick is also going to be something similar. I could see them going, yeah, I was going to say, something with a little area control. I think they're just going to try and find an easy lane for themselves, and Ims kind of works. This is a really odd draft, I just think in general. I'm trying to spin my head around why each of these teams made the decisions that they did.
I think this Nita pick is really going to be live by the sword, die by the sword. With a Colt on the map, you know, when things are opened up, what can the Nita realistically do except kind of just stay on defense? And that's, I imagine, what their primary idea is to have, is let the Melody do her thing and let the Nita sit back and defend against that of which Zeta are going to throw at this. But I think that for me, the Zeta draft here is the stronger one. You know, have the Colt as the first pick. It does sort of show your hand very early on, but I feel like, you know, it's a brawler which, since the Buffy, you know, this is like the best place for Colt. And it's going to deflate away from what the Rika could bring to the table. The Lily is going to keep that timer as much as like we saw with Chuck, that idea that you've got to be able to, you know, just ensure the takedown swiftly or you're against the clock.
See that silver bullet off the rip. Ooh, and a nice one to make contact for a kill as well. Batman now underneath, going to the Shadow Realm, is going straight to the bushes. I think they immediately recognize where he's going to be, though, so great game awareness there. Does charge up the super, does not get a kill, though. Ghost T fully on defense while Zeta starts working their way up the map. The good news for Zeta Division 2 is they can do it from a distance. Colt, high DPS brawler, can open up this map. So many perks with it.
Good start for both sides. Now the crack is there from SKC. It's quite important to get done, as it can waste a lot of valuable time. Lovely hypercharge there as well from Batman. Now going to the back right-hand side pocket, healing up, choosing his time, but I think Ghosty has found him as well. They should be able to take care of him, but the crack is there regardless, as Zeta getting a lot of work done on this safe.
Oh, and a nice pushback as well, so Shatampa will survive the interaction. Has Costa Charisma available too. Ghost T going for the bounce shots. The limited walls making Rico's job much more difficult. It's a solid brawler in the meta, but especially into the face of something like a Colt in a 1v1 interaction. I'll still take the Colt. Now a hypercharge going down. Suzuki knows they can get this crack. They're going to try and end the game right here, right now, top of your screen where all the action going down. And they will punch through the rest of that Heist safe. Nice job polishing it off. 1-0 lead for Zeta Division.
A good start on a map which, again, is not really Zeta's strongest in their preparation process, so they did need to get off to somewhat of a confident outset, really. This set, very still much up for grabs. I'm really enjoying the way that SKC approached it. And it was neck and neck pretty much throughout the entire thing, so they've got to shut down Batman here a lot more successfully to do so as well, so that's good. Ghost T and his teammate there doing a good job just to shut that down so quickly. Let's see, can Kuru sneak up? Can he get an early Bruce Bear as well? Because Nita's not really a threat unless you've got one.
Batman going to be on the bottom of the screen, doing his best to work against the enemies as Kuru finally falls. That's a good matchup pickup too, because traditionally Nita is going to win that one. Now Batman diving forward as well, claims another victim as Ghost T pops a gadget. Will disappear. Kuru trying to hunt him down as Nightbishu rushes to the middle of the map, trying to gain a little bit of space for the teammates. Now this is an opportunity for SKC. They have to get advantage. I would say this is highly likely that they get this 25%.
Good taps there from Suzuki. Now Kuru, though, on the safe. Maybe one away from Bear here. They've got to be very careful to not feed him, especially at 360 HP, where he's just one shot away from going down. It's neck and neck yet again, just 3% in it now, equalized by SKC, who are on the offense. That's really, really good stuff. A crack on both sides again on the field. Every step of the way in this game, it is neck and neck.
Close calls overall, and I think some great Heist math in general, just knowing that Kuru didn't quite have a bear there. They're not able to take advantage, so they can afford for Nita to stay on the bottom of the map. Instead, 3 brawlers from the blue side all running a straight line down the middle of the map, and it's going to muster up 39%. Now SKC with an opportunity to respond. This time, Kuru does have a super available too. They have to take advantage of this and make this push count.
Yes, it's a really dangerous spot, and Zeta know it. Now, look at this. Kuru low on the right-hand side. As well as Ghost T there, he just find Batman now. Nightbishu coming in with the shielding, trying to clear up the scraps to get out the other side of the field as quickly as possible. Robo retreats there as a star power of choice on the Rico. Will get Ghost T into a good position to try to get this crack. If he can get 2% more, it's going to save them so much time.
Yeah, thankfully they have the luxury to work with 1% that Zeta Division haven't quite gotten through, and that super won't make any contact with the Heist safe. Now they have Bruce the Bear on the left hand in to work down the middle of the map. Shatampo, Suzuki going to have to multitask here. They get that crack that you were looking for. All of a sudden, this is much more interesting. They have to take care of business on this top right-hand side, though. Hypercharge going down for Batman, and he gets no value out of it. Now it's Nightbishu trying to go down to the bottom side of the map. This is going to be a buzzer beater here. SKC try to get that extra damage, but I think too little, too late. They made a nice comeback towards the end of that game, but Zeta Division just had such a strong lead, had such a good advantage in terms of the layers of that Heist safe, so it'll be the number ones taking our opening set.
Yeah, for me, SKC there towards the end, just getting desperate, really. You know, they just didn't secure that second safe crack to the 50% mark, and they just kind of had to force Anita Bear with a hypercharge onto it just to get it, and it just kind of only served to get like about 7 or 8% at most then you saw the Melody as well, just really trying to make up for lost time. By the end of things, SKC just were too far behind. Zeta capitalized down, and that's, for me, a very positive sign for Zeta, because, again, this was not a map that I feel like they were too comfortable coming in with. Now coming out, they are ahead.
Last month, Zeta only dropped a single set throughout the whole series, and that was in the grand final. So at this stage, they just had another 3-0 sweep against their opponent's rival last month. This month, SK Kalalas finally beat rival, like we all expected them to. And now let's see how well they truly can do against Zeta Division. So far, so good for Zeta. I did not really see them be very shaky. At times, it was neck and neck in terms of the percentages, but I felt like Zeta Division was in the driver's seat here.
My expectation for SKC this year was to kind of live in this top 4 area. I just regard Zeta Division as such a strong team that if SKC drop the ball here, it's my expectation. What do they need, though? They need perfection. If they want a chance at something like a Brawl Cup, they got to start making grand finals, even taking away some. And Zeta Division certainly sitting a little more comfortably in that front. You can see it on that left-hand side, but Batman was such a strong factor, not only in kills, but also in that high DPS. It allowed for Colt to just get so much high-safe damage. When I look at this right end, it just seemed like multiple bad draft decisions. If you're going to pick Rico, don't pick it early, especially when Colt's on the board with a wall break. If you're going to pick Nita, don't do it against a wall break, because then you're not getting value out of that either. It just didn't click in my brain. I really was trying to grasp how it could work, wait to see it play through on the map, and it just never came to fruition for me.
And despite the wall break, Rico actually worked out quite well. We saw 14 kills, 476 DPS. That Rico worked overtime, and it still was not enough. Ghosty is actually that player I also mentioned quite often in the previous series against rival SK Kalalas. Won out in the open, at least, because of Ghosty on that Angelo.
Yeah, he's cracked. He really is. I mean, I remember distinctly going back to his debut when he first came to BSC, and so many people were saying this is like the next prodigy of East Asia. It's like the next Campo, and you know, he really has made his mark, and obviously took some time out, but now back in full force. And you know, at the moment, I'm really enjoying what he's bringing to the table, but he needs the support. He needs his teammates to start to come in and to share the load realistically there, because like you said, even despite those 14 kills, just it didn't serve to help the objective. Great stats, but you want sets.
It's not really about kills in Heist, but it is on Bounty, and Hideout is going to be our next map here. Byron is going to be double banned, Pierce Bell on the right-hand side, a lot of long-range options out of the way. Jae Young, one of those brawlers that we've seen banned quite often today, finally has his first showing. And on the other side, we have the Mortis come out from Zeta Division this time around. Jean as well, very solid option on Hideout in general. And the Mortis, so far, not really anything up against him, but it's quite an early pick here, Kenny.
Looking out for something like a Charlie, or looking out for RT in particular to that Mortis, especially when you go with that aggressive choice early. I think those are a couple really good shot down options between the static that RT can drop or the cocoon, which Charlie can go out as well. I think the Spiderlings would also help in something like a Magic Hand.
Yeah, looking for that Brock for me. Certainly when you've got the Mortis, you kind of want to break, and Crofts can do very much the same thing, so I don't mind it at all for that very reason. Going to be a lot of ability to cycle. I wonder whether the rough star power as well will be like the field promotion to have that additional HP. Everyone hunger behind that Jae Young and just kind of really be a force to be reckoned with and just go on the offensive. Very tough to stop those kinds of pushes inbound. Potentially even maybe you could see Amina come through. Amina's still so good, and it's kind of been left by the wayside a little bit, and you know, I'm surprised to not see him more in the band stages, really. She's got that mobility, could definitely be a threat still.
If the Ruffs plays field promotion here together with the Jae Young, they have to make this last brawler count. Double support for the Ollie as their last pick. Ollie is going to do well into the Mortis at least. Don't know about that Jean. Playing knockback would make sure that the Ollie can't really hypnotize him. On the right-hand side, very aggressive brawler here as last pick, 2 supports. Ollie has to pop off, otherwise this is not going to work out. On the left-hand side, pretty well balanced here. We have some range with the Jean. We have Mortis that can go in aggressively, and Mortis does do fairly well into a Ross and the Jae Young.
Finally getting a little BB action here, and that's a Zeta Division special, I would say. Shatampo known over the years to be very quality at this brawler, and now it's very meta prevalent as well. I think that's a real interesting shakeup. You can even see it on the screen there. They're getting ready and gearing to go.
Again, for SKC, so much to have to do in this series. They're only one sit down though. They got that to their advantage. But for Zeta, they are the team to beat in this region, at least in my opinion. Everything else comes second so far, and it could still be their month. A lot still to go. We are still in the first semi-finals. Let's see if SKC can start to bring things back I'm quite enjoying the drafts that they bring to the table this month, more so than I was last month, that's to say the least.
SKC wants to at least take a set. Let's see if it's going to be Bounty with a very interesting comp here. Ollie has to work out. Ghosty with the first takedown here, 3-0 for SKC.
Early lead now for Zeta Division, who come out swinging. Suzuki just diving forward. Chitampo chasing with a baseball bat, but strikes out. Now another takedown as well. Stars just being swung over to SKC. So far, no good for Zeta Division. They're just kind of feeding. Jaeyoung playing as a unit here. They've got sandbags down, Ollie hypnosis, plenty of defensive mechanics, and then Jaeyoung just going to be kind of there for the extra speed, the heals that are needed. Oh, but a pull from Batman. Nicely done. They exhaust a super, keep themselves alive. This is just good team play out of SKC.
I think it was the play. Realistically, it is a waste of an Ollie super, but just to kind of make sure that you're not dying in this kind of objective, and most importantly, have a charge there from the Ruffs, hand it over to the Ollie, and just nothing back from Batman except for the sandbag from that pull. Suzuki going to get a lot of value from that heal, but it's still not enough to keep him alive. He'll still go down. There's another kill. Chitampo just outsteps his welcome there. 12 stars and the blue for SKC. What a night and day difference.
SKC are just walking anywhere they want on the map. That's a nice pushback coming out of Batman. It does waste a hypercharge and a super there, but Naitishu, of course, already preemptively popping this gadget. If Suzuki wants to go in, if Chitampo wants to go forward, just sitting ducks. It's too easy. They line up the tags, get a nice gadget connection. Oh, and Ghost T, the non-aggressive brawler, doing extra work as well. Suzuki doesn't have a chance here. Gadget going down for Ghost T. He's just going to have to dive away. SKC leaps and bounds better so far in this game.
Yeah, nice weekend worry there, but now as a result of that usage, Suzuki can get so much deeper into this. Chitampo behind the charge. There's more stars going over the 6 there as well. They still need one more kill, but there is time in this position. Can Zeta do the absolutely unthinkable here? The ball is ricocheted between Kuru. It's not enough time, but my word, that was close and could have gone a very, very different way.
I mean, the mechanics are always going to show. It doesn't matter if they're down 1,000,000 stars. They're still finding a way to climb back through. And more importantly, goes to show what BB can really do towards these end games. Just too easy from SKC. I think Coach drew up a great strategy in game number 1, entirely relying on team play. Here they go again. Jaeyoung to try and get this blue star. Still not going to be enough into something like a Mortis, but it does get them to this right-hand side. They can now work around the flank on this right-hand side wall. They're going to focus down Chitampo, so Suzuki going to climb in, try and grab a kill. Naipishu low HP, throwing down a couple extra tags. Now Batman rotates to this right-hand side. Great execution there. This time, it's Zeta Division with some nice team play. No pull success this time, but nonetheless, they finally get themselves a lead.
Yeah, never great to miss a pull, but at this stage of the game, it's not the worst thing in the world. It's in the final seconds where it can really matter. Suzuki just going on an absolute tear in that back line there. Ghost T goes down as well. Nice jukes to get himself out. He's so good on Mortis. He really is. In that last game, not able to really have that pop-off moment that was going to do it justice, but I think now that Zeta are starting to feel themselves a bit more, then he could definitely bring more stars back for his team.
Always nice to have multiple brawlers on your team, or multiple players, I rather should say, that can play these aggressive options, because Suzuki and Chitampo could certainly do that. This time, not paying off though. Chitampo thankfully only has 2 stars, and the good news for Mortis is now that he has given up those stars, he's far less valuable of a bounty. Has that hypercharge super available, but they know they can play defense. Misconnection there, don't love to see that, but SKC, as a result, can start climbing down the way through this map. Gonna be some isolated Brawl stars. It's very interesting strategy. Chitampo's just gonna put himself by himself.
Yeah, he's doing really well in that position as well. Now the helping hand of Suzuki. Look at that. Absolutely disgusting. What a walkover. Zeta just absolutely exploding with all the hypercharges and coming out of all the goods. Now Suzuki on the top left has got to be cautious. There is a Ollie hypercharge to hand for SKC, and if that connects, it could be devastating. They're looking for the Gene, as the 5 stars above his head would be a great start to being able to turn this game around. Now Naipishu does find the connection. I think coming back now is Batman. They find the stars on the right-hand side. Suzuki comes out on top regardless, but it's still low. They're trying to keep Naipishu back. If he gets in closer to the gap, he could get these stars, and is safe and sound surely now for Zeta. They bring back a game.
Really smart towards that end game to space themselves out. Because in order for them to get a win, they were going to have to get those 3 frags and some. So if they just keep everybody distance out, the roster, especially since it relies so much on SKC's end to play together, they can't target all 3 of those brawlers at once. In 1v1 interactions, these aggressive BB and Mortis brawlers are going to do a really good job. It really is going to take a village from the SKC end. Zeta Division, it's crazy that we saw them just struggle in game number 1 and an entire bounce back in game number 2. Both of these ends have showcased the dominance that this draft can provide.
Surprised though that SKC are not running that build promotion on the Ruffs. Nonetheless, it is still working for the most part, despite it being incredibly close. Tampa goes for a swing. has to now choose to heal as that break. He just leaves him incredibly exposed, goes down as well. Nice lamp blow out there from Badaman to keep Nopishu back, but it's not going to be for too long as, oh, that's the pull you need at just the right time. Perfect to allow that respawn to Helping Hand Zeta, who are now 1 star in the lead.
Batman's hit a couple of those nasty magic hands, enough to get the pull. Sure, he's missed some, but when he shot his shot, it certainly has helped Zeta Division's cause. As now the Blue Star is going to rest with Mortis. A double base barrel swing and a little bubblegum pop off that wall, going to force SKC away. Once again, clustered together, relying on the wall break and a hypercharged feed. That's going to go to Naipishu. They really want to make sure they're relying on Ollie to be their big playmaker. SKC's Kuru and Ghosty are just going to be there for support.
Still, just 1 star in it. And nothing really now, just a little bit of hypnosis from Tampa, but it is enough. Oh my word, SKC played that so well, but I thought it wasn't going to be enough. A nice hypercharge from Badaman, and as quickly as that's all alone, he's able to bring it back to his team's favor. That was such an important moment, and that was all that man.
Wall break going down, and that's an important set of walls there, especially on the defensive end. Now Badaman just has to sit in the open. Chitampo a Ling duck as well. Kuru once again charging up Super 2. They can use this for a super to power up a teammate. It's going to be them trying to play this clock, walk it forward. Little extra sandbags going down. There's some additional coverage, so Gene's going to have a hard time getting a pull, but they have to act fast. Purple button going down for Kuru, the pull. Nasty grab coming out there as Chitampo takes a crack at the bat, finds a swing. It's a response on the other end, though. They're trying to run away with it. Suzuku makes contact. Naipishu low HP, but doesn't bounce the right direction. What execution. Suzuku can't even believe it himself.
Unbelievably close. It really, really was. Neck and neck. I mean, this is so much closer than I was expecting coming into this matchup. I mean, if you told me and asked me at the beginning of, of the outset, I would have said probably a sweep. Probably a sweep for Zeta. But SKC are really, really putting up a fight. You gotta hand it to them for that.
That could have very well been SKC's match here. It was super, super close, and they even take the first game, but in the end, it's going to be Zeta Division coming out on top once more, making this a 2-0 lead already. The Ollie had some great showings in the first game. In the second and third one, I believe there were a few hypercharges missed. Very unfortunate that Gene, also with some great pushbacks, just in the right time to make sure that the Ollie couldn't hypnotize anyone. Very well executed by Zeta Division.
Thoroughly
impressed that is there. I mean, that really was neck and neck.
Yeah, thoroughly impressed overall. I think SKC, I expected this to be kind of, I was hoping for a 3-1, to be honest with you. Obviously, not the scoreline we have right now, but I think it's safe to say, especially when you look at this, I mean, just kind of bountied, right? That first game just so convincing for SKC, but when you look at the scoreline, the kill count, neck and neck the whole way through. I think that was the biggest thing that stood out for me too, though, Sonny, is those missed hypercharge opportunities. Colonel Ruffs does all this hard work to charge up the little dog treat to feed Ollie another hypercharge, and when you're missing a couple of those here and there and not getting those free hypnosis, it really hurts in the long run.
All in all, very well played from both of those teams, I have to say. That was a Brawl Stars match that I will probably rewatch even after the show. Very well played. Zeta Division almost lost a set, which is already a rare thing to happen, even the almost. So I still hope that SKC will be able to at least take a set like you, Kenny. I hope for this to be a 3-1, hopefully.
Me, Color of Mine, a classic of the maps. So I am already happy. BB first pick, it's so bold, but again, it escapes the bans and the global bans. Why wouldn't you? I just find it amazing to me that SKC are not choosing to shut it down. It is Zeta pick all day long. So they're already kind of playing against the wind, in my opinion. And I'm not overly convinced it's the right thing to do unless you've got a really tested and proven strategy that is doing well against it. And Charlie's their answer, but I'm still not convinced.
I would have definitely banned out BB here as well. Without a really good answer, they will not win against the BB. Charlie's a decent answer, I guess, but BB already did quite well on Hideout, where it's all about getting those kills, not dying. And now in Hard Rock Mines, you can just run in, make sure their teammates have a lot of space to pick up those gems, and it doesn't matter if she dies. She just respawns and comes back and gets some more kills along the way. BB's gonna be so good. Pair it with a Mex now. Speed coming in clutch, and the BB's gonna do even better.
Yeah, this is a scary synergy, and I'm not sure there's a direct answer here. Especially with the M's out of the way, it would have been nice into something like a Sandy lane. Also gives you a little anti-tank coverage into something like BB, and of course when Max presses forward, they're gonna have to dive right into that. But it. Instead, now I think they're left in a difficult predicament. I'm not truly sure if they have one. Shelly comes to mind as maybe a shotgun brawler that could do well up close into BB if you want that hard, aggressive answer. But I think still, this is just good work coming out of the left-hand side to set themselves up for no matter what the 6th pick is, no perfect answer.
Buzz is also a tried answer towards the BB, but BB can even knock him back when he tries to stun her. So I'm not sure. I think if we just say Mameshi versus Sebas here, Mameshi wins the draft.
Yeah, and I said last month, didn't I, that I wasn't too sold on Mameshi coming in with these crazy, wacky, outlandish ideas at what is the most important time to get it right. But he absolutely played it perfect on the day, and I think he's still continuing to do so. I feel like at the moment, you know, SKC are just leaving Zeta open to do and gravitate towards what I feel like they are strongest with too much. And with the Max now and the BB, I mean, BB's already so dominant and able to push against, you know, every factor of this map without the Max. So with it, I feel like it's only going to help them more.
Nice job by Naipishu to grab that kill. The Zeta division feels like a 2022 composition, so the fact that 4 years later we still get brawlers like this, always awesome to see. Some old-timey ones on an old-timey map as Chitampo sprints down this right-hand lane. Naipishu there hovering. You can see him on that yellow button. They're going to be looking to make contact with BB on that right-hand side. Easy stun if they try and do it. Nice pushback. There's the interaction that Sunny was talking about. A complete miss, so Naipishu forced to use the reserve buoy. Doesn't even grab a kill out of it. Zeta, though, plenty of pressure. Kuru in trouble. That's a nice takedown. GhostT kind of left all alone in a difficult spot.
I have a charge now for Naipishu. He's got to land. He's got the grace of being able to miss, but now just kind of stuck behind the wall. Wasn't able to connect with Batterman or the Sandy along the way. Now the speed comes in. Hypercharge for Chitampo. This is so dangerous to SKC. It's allowing Zeta to have their way with this map. Now an 8th gem spawn, but Batterman's staying further forwards, keeping the aggression on and keeping Suzuki in play. Now the 9th gem, they just need to hold it for a couple more seconds. 5 seconds should be enough to get this last and final gem and get that countdown.
Great stun coming out of Naipishu, but he has to be super effective here. Oh, and another way to shut him down. A gadget from Sandy. Brilliant. They had a phase shift in the back pocket as well, so Batman was well protected as now Chitampo's just going to play bodyguard, trying to absorb all of these shots from the teammate. A little extra coverage from the Sandstorm. Zeta Division all of a sudden going to be on match point. It's been competitive so far, but in the blink of an eye, this team is a tyrant. It's so difficult to overcome. And I fear for this region. If they grab one more, they're in yet another grand finals, and I'm not sure there's anyone out there right now that can stand tall enough to face them.
Yeah, my feelings towards this are that this scoreline does not really do justice on the action that we're seeing because it is so neck and neck, but there is a noticeable edge for Zeta. And they are getting it absolutely spot on. Chitampo's been all over this Buzz, and Naipishu's had a really tough matchup of it. And you look at the counters, you've got Charlie. Look at the way that Chitampo just does things like that. It's absolutely disgusting, and no one is able to do anything about it. He's got hypercharge already. 3 gems are spawned.
Oh, and he's just putting up 4 bubbles at a time. It's unbelievable. I mean, SKC can't even move out of spawn. Batman can just sit back, relax. They've still got Sandy in the mix as well, too. Now they're going to double up this right-hand side. BB bullying GhostT. Never had a chance. As SKC in this red roster just trying to find their first gym. Beautiful plays. This Buzz just has no answer into multiple gadgets, multiple supers. This poor guy is just fending for his life.
Yeah, missed cocoon there as well by Kuru. Phase shift away from the Buzz. Easy, really straightforward for Zeta. Not really showing any sign of weakness against a lot of these hard counters now. Chitampo continuing the assault at the top of the map, and there's not going to be anyone around for this, and all of SKC fall except for Kuru.
Oh, it's just brutal to watch. Zeta Division completely in the lead right now. They're so confident, they're taking a lap to the spawn side of SKC. Everybody is chasing Zeta Division right now. SKC had an opportunity to knock them down, to do this region a favor, and unfortunately for them, it's a 3-0. Despite how competitive that was, it is still just that, a 3-0.
I don't get the final Buzz pick. I don't get it. The Sandy Sweet Dream stun was a counter. The BB knockback is a counter. Like, the phase shift of the Max is the counter. And you can see the big picture. You've kind of got no reason to do a brawler like that into the equation. I just didn't see it. You can see there as well. Zeta just were all over that Buzz pick, and I kind of feel bad for the issue, but it is the draft. Zeta got it absolutely right on the day, and they thoroughly deserved the win.
We already kind of disagree with even leaving the BB open, then Boss as last pick. I think we all agree that that just wasn't it. As you already mentioned, Ark, Sandy stuns, Max dashes away, BB knocks back. He had no target really, and yet still he got more kills than his Charlie. That's just sad to see. Shatampa on the other side, 12 kills, 450 DPS. Giving him the BB or leaving it open for Zeta Division for the taking, definitely a mistake.
Yeah, and it was a 6 pick as well, wasn't it? I think Buzz was the last response. I think that's just not a good choice in terms of any choice that you could have made out there. We just listed 3 easy ones and you could see it play through. Nipisu's a great player, but just wasn't set up for success there. I wonder if they were kind of struggling with the same thing I was when trying to analyze, well, what's the 6 pick going to be? I don't think they have a perfect answer. Clearly, they did not have a perfect answer, and it showed in that set.
We kind of mentioned Ems would have been nice to have, but she was banned out, right? Terra, maybe there would have been many other options that I think I would have preferred over that boss pick. Maybe they forgot about all of the gadgets in the race here. Anyway, in the end, it's going to be another 3-0 for Zeta Division. Congratulations to them. They're the first team to move on into the grand finals. And now we're heading into semi-final number 2. Who is it going to be this time around? Will we see another completely new phase in the finals with Feasible Gaming? Or is it going to be Crazy Raccoon, Ark?
It's going to be a really interesting match. And I've got to follow my heart. I've got to follow my head. Here, I go with Crazy Raccoon because it makes the most sense. But Feasible Gaming, I've really got to say, have been putting in a lot of work for this. They've really taken their preparation for this monthly final seriously. The big question mark for me, is, are Crazy Raccoon the team to stop them in their tracks, which they should be. But as we saw from February, Crazy Raccoon had a really abysmal start to the year, and I've got to call it how it is, because they are the reigning world champions. They should be in grand finals. To see them not even exit out and get to those semis last month was just really, really poor.
See, you say that. My heart says Feasible Gaming here. My head says Crazy Raccoon. They have to win on paper, but Feasible Gaming wins against WWL, the team that I saw in the grand final. So, of course, Feasible Gaming is going to take it all now, right? Feasible Gaming, that's the logic. They did beat... I have another logic for you. They did beat Fennel. Fennel beat Crazy Raccoon last month. So if Feasible Gaming is better than Fennel better than Crazy Raccoon, then Feasible should be a 3-0 sweep here against Crazy Raccoon. Travis back, by the way, we're super thrilled.
So happy.
That, as always, Ark especially. Trav, who's going to take it here? Who are you rooting for?
Crazy Raccoon. If Crazy Raccoon don't win this, they should just hang up the finger sleeves and never play Brawl Stars again. Because they're the current world champions. Yeah, they might not have had a good month last month. They got knocked out in the quarterfinals. Yeah. Feasible Gaming, we weren't really that familiar with them. This is the thing. It's we're not massively familiar with these guys, and now we're saying they're going to beat Crazy Raccoon. I don't get how we can have come to this conclusion just based off one game, right? Obviously, Crazy Raccoon haven't had a good 2026 so far, but that's more the reason for them to play well and get a win on the board.
We're not that familiar with them. We're now familiar with the Barley cosplay from Shigemion and Drake. He was a standout player to me, and we got very familiar with his knees.
Yeah, one bruised knee, 9 holes in the pants. I mean, that's...
I thought you said Bruce Lee there.
If you are just tuning in, this is what we saw as the player cam on the bottom left-hand corner, because I think there is context needed for this stat. But certainly, going from what Trav was saying, these unknown players, these upcoming stars, I do feel like this is the year where they are really starting to thrive. And I honestly would never have found myself saying this, but I would not be surprised if we see an upset in this set. Genuinely, I wouldn't. I don't want to see it. I feel like Crazy Raccoon, if they want to be taken seriously by the rest of the world, especially with Brawl Cup looming, they should be winning these matches, and it should be relatively convincing. They've got to make the grand finals today, or a lot of questions will be asked, not just here on the desk, but of the entire community about their performance so far.
Drake has 9 holes in his knees. Standing for each set they want to win today. They want to win 9 sets, making it through the grand finals in a 3-0 sweep if they can against Zeta Division, Trev.
I love the optimism. I really do. Listen, I'm not against it. I would love for Feasible Gaming to go all the way and win against Crazy Raccoon and Zeta Division as well. But I unfortunately just don't see it happening. I think Crazy Raccoon just come here and crush them. I really do. They may have put a good performance against WWL. That's one thing.
Crazy Raccoon are not WWL.
That's one thing.
That's the point,
it's one thing, but Crazy Raccoon and another. And yeah, as I said, they may have had some terrible results this year and also through last year online as well, Crazy Raccoon. They're not the same team online as they are in person, but if they can't beat Feasible, something's seriously wrong.
They did lose against ABC, now Fennel last month, almost also against Reject today, the team that wasn't even meant to be here, Ark. So Crazy Raccoon is certainly not looking as good as they did at Worlds.
Oh, to say the least. They are skating on thin ice. That is very apparent. But I think we've got to think back to last year as well, as you mentioned it, like as to how many double match points they had. I mean, off the back of the World Finals, I remember Tribe Game, there was Casa Brawl at LCQ. I mean, like, take your pick, quite honestly. I mean, they are definitely known, even in the year in which they, were able to lift the trophy, as being so close on that border. I mean, it really, really was. But, that was last year. This is now this year. Can they afford to do it again? I'm not overly convinced, not with this year's format in the way it is. And you can see here as well some of the picks and the match global bans as well, which are new for this month if you are just joining the stream. Really interesting stuff.
My analytical stats brain loves this graphic, by the way. Thank you, production, for giving us that this year. Eve was the pick that we kind of... It stood out to us in House in the Open, something we didn't see too often, and then it did super well into the bow. They seem to have the right idea more often than not. Shelly into Mortis on that double swoosh that saved the day, and they did not have Charlie in mid. They put Shelly in the middle, and it worked wonderfully. So in terms of draft, Crazy Raccoon is doing a perfect run so far for me.
Yeah, I really like the drafts. I really do at the moment. And I think this is something that East Asia are starting to figure out a bit more. We still see a few questionable drafts here and there, but they've been known for years as just like raw mechanics. When it gets to the world stage, it's their raw mechanics against, I don't know, EMEA's really good drafts. And more frequently, the drafts have won. I say that like they aren't the world champions at the moment, but they're starting to get a bit of that in the game as well, and I think that's going to help them massively throughout not only this region but on the bigger stages this year as well.
We also want to have a quick look at the draft from Feasible Gaming in the quarterfinal number 1, and I actually remember myself saying, okay, they have the better comp in this one, and then they still lost. They have the better comp in the second set, and they still lost to WWL, but after that it was a reverse sweep, right? They kept winning after that, and I do feel like they won all 5 drafts at least.
Yeah, I'm kind of enjoying the way that they are bringing in some brawlers which we wouldn't necessarily see too much. So like the Squeak, I think the Penny was interesting. I wasn't overly sold on that one, but Squeak certainly for me. Ollie getting some good play rates, but I think, like you mentioned, Drake really has been performing exceptionally well in these tankier brawler picks. So making it work really nicely for me. And bans really quite varied, across the board. So again, I don't think anyone should count this team out. I think like passion.
He's
so locked
he's
in.
doom scrolling on his iPad so bad there.
We're opening star drops.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, they're back.
Did production count the exact number of holes? That's what I know. It looks quite accurate from that image.
I think it is 9, as I said, for every set they want to win today. Those two teams, just looking at the draft from before, actually have quite a similar brawler pool, it seems. They both banned out Bull in the global ban phase. Then Crazy Raccoon had Leon banned out as well. And Leon was banned out most of the time regularly from the side of Feasible Gaming. So I feel like both of those teams actually look at a bit more controlled play style overall. So this should be a very interesting matchup because those two teams have actually a similar play style. We just saw the global bans. We're now also seeing its ways the other direction this time. Crazy Raccoon with a whopping 85% of the votes from the people who voted at event.brawlstars.com. If you still want to get those sprays and pins, you should better lock in your predictions soon, answer those quizzes. And yeah, you don't have much more time because semi-final number 2, grand final. After that, the day's already over.
It's been a fast one. It really has. So some of the games have been lightning quick, and some of them have gone the distance. To be fair, but even the ones that have gone the distance have been so entertaining. So it feels like it's been a really fast day nonetheless. But this is the thing. Talking about some of their drafts as well for the side of Feasible. You mentioned you think they won 5 drafts. But it worries me that they've won 5 drafts so comfortably and had such a difficult game. Now they're coming against Crazy Raccoon. If they win 5 drafts and play how they were, I still don't think they win this.
I think we talk about it often, though, how new rosters who have never played in the monthly finals before, they have been trying since last year already, and now finally they have the opportunity. They're going to be super nervous in those first 2 sets. They managed to turn things around against WWL, now facing off against the world champion. I think the nervousness is going to be back. Question is really if they can shut it down in time to still take the win in this one. It's Crazy Raccoon versus Feasible Gaming, our semi-final number 2. We're starting on Knockout. We're starting from the bottom to the top. It's the same maps as before, but we have not seen this map yet because Zeta Division once more won 3. Glowy slips through the ban phase and is going to be picked up immediately. Once more, I think it was only a single time where he did not show up in either the ban or the pick phase. So with that in mind, they already have the best brawler in the map, right, Ark?
Yeah, I mean, I quite like it here. I think it's a great combination with Kaze as well, who's not actually been banned out here. Could be an option for a follow-up here. Let's see, though, the other side of the field, what Feasible are feeling for themselves. They quite like tankier options on this kind of map as well, Frank being the kind of key one that is left open here. They also like to pair it with the Glowy, so they might not now, but it is on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Bo going to come in. Again, I'm still okay with it, but again, the win rates just don't really excite me that much at the moment. There is still potentially Loop as an option coming in is RT. So that is kind of how they're feeling. They're on a long-ranged affair to match that of the Glowy.
Yeah, you don't I think the Glowy's really going to come into his own when the gas starts to close in a bit and you can't really break it with the walls in the later phases. So obviously that's where RT thrives as well. If you've got bow mines, he's going to do solid too. So it really is going to be a bit of a late game brawl unless we see some more kind of more aggressive, tankier units coming down from the side of Crazy Raccoon, which wouldn't surprise me considering they pair so well with the Glowy overall. But we'll see what they do choose to bring up. They're actually going to bring in a Colin.
That's an interesting one.
Yeah, I'll let you take that, Sonny, because I don't know what to say about it.
If you want to go with some long-range options like a Pierce or Angelo, I would also open up the map. Usually we see Brock for that, but Brock is going to be banned out on both ends. It's not going to be any long-range option. It's that Jae-Young pick as last pick. We have, again, double support and then a brawler that really has to pop off to make this one work. The Colt has to hit those shots consistently. RT is one of those brawlers where it's one of the only consistencies across the globe. We had completely different metas in all 4 regions last month, but RT showing up in Knockout was like the best brawler on this mode. So I feel like, yeah, on the left-hand side, we have a very solid comp so far. Now coming in with some aggression and another brawler that we have not seen in quite some time. Bonnie used to be the absolute best brawler on any map where you need to slowly charge your super, and once you have it, you basically get a free kill. But Bonnie now does tend to die whenever she jumps in.
It's kind of wild.
She can get super faster, though, with the Proto.
That's true.
Now, maybe it's the strat. Maybe you're not. I can see your face and you're not seeing the vision.
I'm just going to say she's probably going to jump in, get a kill, and then get killed herself. That's what happens at the moment with
I don't
Bonnie.
think you're seeing the vision.
I do see the vision.
What about the Colt double healer as well? You see the vision of that?
We've seen the bow strat today, and more often than not, it hasn't really paid off. That's my concern. It's like, I think that as we see more and more of other regions too, that people are just going to start to overthrow this and go more on the aggressive early on. I think Bonnie's a good brawler, but you've got the speed of the Jae-Young there as well. You've got the heals of Glowy. I feel like CR can basically work around this. It's not that much of a threat, is it?
I'm lost, Ark. I really am. I wouldn't have expected to see Colt double healer or a Bonnie showing up today, to be honest with you. But we'll see how this one pays off. Seems like Jae-Young's kind of staying in that speed form until Moya might need a bit of help. There you go, switches now as he kind of retreats. But he does have the Glowy heals as well. These both totems just kind of non-stop, and they're going to help Bonnie get super, they're going to help RT get hypercharge, and those are 2 very decisive things in a matchup.
If you're landing the shots, which now we start to see a little bit of that coming through with the RT, but I mean, a lot of the time, you know, CR is smart enough to not feed into it and to not give an inch. Now with continuously breaking, you know, Moya having the cycling ability of these supers really doing well. Drake jumps in, and again, that's what that entire strat's made of, and that's the result. It's got to be better than that, surely.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, you can't miss a jump like that. He has got hypercharge and jump now, but you can't be missing a jump when that's your entire game plan.
Yeah.
It's the same as when we saw the Doug Gray and the Gray TPs to nothing. It just defeats the entire round and just completely wastes. So we'll see if they can make up for that with this hypercharge that they have now. They do have some bow mines as well. Might be better left towards the late game, considering they can just kind of bait them out so freely when the map's as open as this.
Drake now, hypercharge. This could be quite key here, but he does need the support of his teammates who are helping in that approach. Now lands and does get a kill. That's fantastic. Can Drake now evade things back? He does stay alive, making it a 3 versus 2. If they can do more things like that, Feasible can actually do well here. And they should do tie up the round. So the next round will take this game.
RT hypercharge as well is going to be a big thing here, but won't be able to use it at massive range, to be honest with you, so needs kind of the help of the gas or a teammate going in to allow him to push up and have some more help. But they are pinned heavily in spawn here, and RT trying to flank her on the right hand side. Bow Totem's there as he tries to work for some more mines, and Drake not in this super totem. So we'll make a little rotation with Shigemyon, and there's going to be another break as well as Colt just continuously just barreling down here.
Well, there's a hypercharge for the RT, and that is the biggest of the concerns here. If they can focus their attention on the side of CR, as Tensai is doing so, Wicked Warrior on the right-hand side for Milk keeps Drake back. Super Totem goes down. Going to be quickly taken care of, I'm sure, as it is there from Moya. Now, Feasible getting back into the mix. The gas can't be too far away as the hypercharge of Moya does tap out this bottom left. Got to be careful of the mines now as Drake now steps damage goes down himself. 3 versus 2 as Ciara looking good.
Yeah, super close here with the RT, but it gets feared away. Really nice super there from Tensai to just make sure that that RT hypercharge is going nowhere near them. Bit of a scrappy one towards the end, and honestly, I'm not sure what I'm watching throughout the entirety of it with the comps, to be honest with you, but it is CR who come out on top of this first game.
Good stuff, but again, you know, I'm just going to bring it back around to what we were saying about Feasible Gaming, Trev. You know, like, it's not looking overly one-sided. Mistakes here, there, and sure. Draft that I'm not fully convinced on, but it's not steamroll. It's not like they're not holding their own and they're lasting the majority of these rounds, and that is the start, you know, to not go down so quickly at the beginning, give themselves a chance.
Absolutely, yeah. You've really got to in these kind of matchups as well. Can't get walked over by CR, or they're just going to get confidence on confidence and walk over you. Bow Totem will go down, but should be cycled out pretty quickly as he should have another. Weekend Warrior from Milk down the bottom, and they're getting pinned back in spawn straight away. Need to be very careful about the position they're being forced into here.
Well, Drake popped the candy rush there as well, the sugar rush, but not quite able to land any of these shots with Tensai. Just that additional range really helping hand. Oh, that RT's forced back to the legs, goes down. That's disastrous. Now, as Drake surely just going to go into the gas. Don't feed anything more, but she actually did. I feel like in a 1 versus 3, you got all that protective covering. You just got to go into the gas. That's your last job. But he still fed.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Bonnie's so desperate to get shots where available and try get that super that she might have needed to try and overstay that to find an extra shot. But heals being provided to Moya non-stop here, and he needs to be careful when an RT shot does connect. The bow mines, the bow hits do pack a punch when that does happen. Oh, what a Colt super, that is really nice, and Drake trying to push up this right-hand side, but not finding too much from it as the speed that Milkreo is just providing to himself, doing a good job of evading all these shots.
Yeah, mines triggered. Really quite successfully, as they should be, but sometimes we see mistakes even at this level of play. Nerves can get the better of most teams, but certainly CR are not one of those teams. They are very, very good at keeping calm. Big taps on the RT. Now, who does fall as well, making it 3 versus 2. CR should be able to clear this up nicely. Great taps. I mean, this is working so well. The additional speed of the Jae-Young. Drake, yeah, just going to jump into the air, comes right back down. Nothing more he can do. The set goes the way of CR in what was a really, really competent level of play.
I mean, it was definitely something. It really was. Bonnie pick, I think you've got to question it. And to be honest with you, when I was looking at the draft of the Colt double healer, I was a little bit questioning that as well. But it did seem to pay off. The kind of map got broken up. Glowy able to connect so many of those beams onto the opponents and the teammates as well. It just makes it so easy when the map's over.
We mentioned this idea before. I believe it was an open business where if you open up the whole map, nobody can really evade those glowy shots. In at the end, the connection is just going to stay present the whole time. And with Colt just completely open up the map, yeah, there was nowhere to go for Feasible Gaming. They eventually just died to Glowy. The fears also were super, super well timed here. The RT couldn't really get too much value off his hypercharge in that situation. So very well played by Crazy Raccoon overall. It really looks like they're back, guys.
Well, I'll wait and see. I'll wait and see.
I mean, skeptical.
Feasible Gaming. Feasible Gaming. I mean, if CL do this and go to the into the grand finals, then Zeta or Zeta, and that's my reservation. They're back for now, but like, is it just because their oppositions are not at that same level and that same caliber?
I would say so. Listen, Feasible, and I think you said it during the game, they put up a great fight. It's not like they were real fast games that were just over so fast and CR were just walking over, and that just wasn't the case. They did play a very, very solid set, but it was just they couldn't close out those later games, and especially in the second game, they were just pinned in spawn the entire time and couldn't get out, couldn't get supers, couldn't do anything.
Feasible has proven before that they feel most comfortable when they're on the back foot. They are that now 0-1 down. Let's see if they're going to do better in that second set now. Really looking forward to it. Crazy Raccoon or Feasible, whoever makes it to the grand final is going to have it tough against Zeta Division, however it goes. Zeta Division once more undefeated so far. Now the single set dropped, so whoever makes it through is going to maybe lose. We'll see. First, let's find out who even makes it there. Hot Zone is going to be our next mode and Ring of Fire our next map. This map has been one of Ellie's best map. We haven't seen her yet so far. She has been banned out quite often. Let's see if she's going to pop up here this time around.
Yeah, it could be a shout. I want to see her as well. Chloe. Yeah, Chloe is banned, so that's kind of a good start for me, as well as the Spike. Luke will be first pick now on the side of Feasible Gaming. The M's actually going to be open here, so that could be a shout for Crazy Raccoon here. Mina as well. I'm really surprised that we're not seeing much of her picked or banned realistically here. Chester's an option. Kaze is definitely one that could cause a big problem. I think realistically here, Ruffs. I mean, you're going to have realistically, you know, the ability to break, the hypercharge for the drop. A lot can be done with that kind of Ruffs early pick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just being able to provide hypercharges to people is a huge thing as well. It puts people on edge of kind of what you're going to pick next. We see Ruffs paired with Draco so much, and just that pairing alone, I think it previously forced the other team to pick Draco to stop the Ruffs from pairing with it. So we might be seeing something similar to that here, or they're probably just going to heavily account for that third brawler to be something aggressive. The Charlie, we've seen it time and time again. It's just one of those versatile brawlers that can deal with the majority of things.
On Open Business, the brawler that had a really good win rate so far was Draco. Let's see if he's going to be picked up here. Would certainly need a healer in the back to really pop off. Goldberg banned out, so maybe Poker, maybe Baron could come in later. First up though, we have Bo. No aggression so far from the left-hand side. Bo and Lou both just there to hold control, area control, stand in middle and make sure that nobody even comes close.
You see, one thing I'll say with regards to Bo is, like, we saw it a great deal.
You're not a fan.
No, I'm not. And I love the brawler, but I'm just not a fan of it because I saw it a lot in the Road to the Brawl Cup series. You know, we saw it really championed a lot in South Asia, and it did not do well. And I feel like despite the buffies and being able to land the mines faster, and you know that can be, yeah, you got your wish, Sonny.
Let's
good
go.
Shout, good shout. You know, these are the best players in the world. Triggering bow mine should not be the biggest of problems for you. You know, world champions, if they're getting problems with that, then I do have serious concerns and reservations on the rest of the world. But you know, the alley coming in gives me something to kind of feel like that it has a chance, but I just don't think you can really sit back with a bow and just kind of hope to land some shots.
We do have a Charlie gadget though that will eventually get rid of those mines. We saw before how good Eve is into the bow. Penny's going to be the last pick here. Also a brawler we've seen before, and with her turret behind that left-hand side wall, she's going to do super well here. Trav, if you had to choose one of those two rosters, one of those two comps, which one would it be?
Listen, I'd want to play Feasibles, to be fair, but that's just because I like Bo and Art doesn't, I suppose.
I like Bo.
So it doesn't sound like
I just feel like,
I'll tell you that right now.
Is it the biggest of threats in the current meta is my reservation. I mean, I just don't really kind of see it being played by Zeta very much.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, even if it's not doing like masses and masses on its own, it's surely going to be giving Lou so many supers on it in a matchup like this. It's going to swing the game.
Well, here we go to what needs to be a set win here, realistically, for Feasible Gaming. If they don't, then it could start to really spiral out of control. And so far, so good, I would say. Drake getting some good value, as again, he is very dangerous in these assassination tanky type brawlers, but allows to keep his teammates alive for a little bit longer. And so far, Crazy Raccoon have not even tipped their toe into the mid.
Yeah, there's the Penny turret though. Bow mines are out as well, so they're going to have to be cautious about walking towards this mid. Charlie knows she's going to bait those shots. Should be able to get the trade here onto the Charlie, and does just that. Slows there from the Cocoon, but no further connection. Going to have a bit of a wall break in the power up as well, but there's the Lou super to stop them. At least they've dipped their toe in it now.
Well, a missed Cocoon there from Tensai. It's a rarity for sure. And still, CR are being so overly cautious, I feel, of this Lou and just getting into the mid, the bow mines, and just really finding it problematic. Now the Penny turret is down from Moya, and it could also be going down quite swiftly if Drake can just find the time to choose between whether he wants to focus his attention to the turret or the opposition. Regardless, hypercharged bow mines coming out, and CR just nowhere to be seen, really.
Yeah, getting destroyed here. Hypercharged turret will be being placed now. Gives it a bit more HP, and there's Cocoon as well. Should be able to bring him down when he exits, but there's a bow mine right there, and Moya's going to get stunned. Might go down here as well, with Drake coming really aggressive and jumping onto him. More bow mines and more connections. Really nice stuff from Feasible here. They seem so heavily in control.
I'm so going to be edited later on today for the way we started, or at least I started talking about Bo coming into this match, that even the best teams in the world should be able to not trigger these mines. And
the world champions have been hit by about 10 in this game.
They can't keep a track of them, and they've got to do better. This is just like really quite poor, honestly, for CR here, and the moment to end or be close to ending this set, yeah, there it is, and Feasible will seal the game. They shouldn't be getting away with this. That's the way I see it. This is kind of more CR not performing to
Arc's
play.
hater confirmed.
It's just not, I'm just not feeling it.
No, I mean, it's fair. They have been hit by a lot of bow mines, but it was just they didn't have any control early on. Ali's just going to be running right around the back. The Botone's providing quite a few loose supers here as well, and so many bow mines to himself that even if you do try and keep track of them, even if you've got someone telling you where they are, it's so hard to dodge when there's like 8 mines on the map.
Well, let's see this time round whether we can get like an earlier turret from Moya. He's found some connections. There's a rough break early on from Milgrio. And there's the mines. There's still Tensai managed to trigger them, despite the helping hand of the Spiderlings to be able to do that very job. And he just about stays alive there, and was a very important transaction just to go down to that one bow arrow. So Crazy Raccoon just really struggling to find their flow so far in this game, in this set.
Yeah, I mean, similar to last time where they get this 1% power up being provided, Milgrio will get that kill. But a Cocoon and Little Ice Rink are just traded out here. They're not going to be able to get kills either side. Shigemyon might be able to step back onto the zone here, and Drake just non-stop round the back, getting kill after kill onto this Ruffs, and he just can't get settled.
Yeah, no support from the remaining members of CR to be able to tackle this alley. When it comes down to being on the zone, they're really overly cautious to tread their foot in, and now the hypercharged bow connections are always really quite dangerous there. Moya going to have the hypercharged penny turret down. There is still a decent amount of time to be able to recapture this objective. Tensai now using the Cocoon, and as well, that penny turret combo is really quite brutal. Should be, as long as these mines get popped and they don't get stunned by them, a chance, a real opportunity now as they are tied up in terms of the objective.
Yeah, Moya's still trying to bait this last mine, doesn't know where it is, and hopefully doesn't forget, for their sake. Nice taps from both from there as they pick up the kill. Hypercharge drop available as well, and he's going to place that right there so Moya can get another one. More bow mines placed, and now it's actually Crazy Raccoon in some quite heavy control with Feasible pinned in spawn.
Tenso, please! He's so struggling so much. I'm surprised they didn't utilize the hypercharge there to that additional speed to trigger the mines even more easily, as they are really having a tough time inside of Crazy Raccoon. Now, with 80%, it's down to Feasible Gaming to close this gap, and there's still plenty of time to do just that. Another hypercharge with bow mines coming down. Moya then trying to land these shots, and does actually. That's such an important kill, and it should allow Crazy Raccoon to get this game. They do just that. We're tied up in this set, and now it's going to go one of two ways. Can Feasible Gaming bring this one back? Can they level the playing field? Because we know that this is a team that responds so well to that momentum shift. If they can do that against Crazy Raccoon, bring things back to a level of order, it would be such. This is the game to win for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they definitely have a chance as well, considering how well the first went, how strong the start of the second was, but they just couldn't quite close it out when CR just started to hit a few more shots. And Tensai doing a good job early on, getting some wonderful good hits, And Moya just needs to get his super, because that's been another big thing as well, really being an annoyance in the side of Feasible when he places that turret.
Well, maybe we're going to break that push, but still, we know that Ali has invisibility. It's not going to be the best of abilities to read the situation. Tensai low, Moya low, Spiderlings coming out just in the nick of time, and Tensai has got to stay alive here. And he does so, pushes up the right-hand side lane. That's kind of what you want to be doing, especially as you want to find that Ali match. Now the hypercharge as well. He's got to win this, surely. Doesn't take any chances. Pops the Cocoon there as well. Keeps the hypercharge for later, and the penny turret will helping hand it. That's much better. Synergy displayed by Crazy Raccoon.
The penny turret's cracked. It's pinching every time he needs a pinch. It's like perfection timing on when the Cocoon's about to pop. Ali coming aggressive again, though. Might lose that. Just gets traded out. CR.
Every time!
I was waiting for two of them to get hit by that mine, but they did evade it this time. And in the back, Lou's not having the best of times against this Penny turret either, and he's just holding his hypercharge at this point. Now, going to place it over the left-hand side, and Drake's going to want that down, but he gets dealt with quick.
Beautiful stuff, absolutely beautiful. There you see as well, that beautiful gadget there, which just locks on, and the hypercharged Penny turret is the only way you'll be going down. Drake as well, immediately eradicated now as Crazy Raccoon have ironed out the creases. Just 4%, and there's no real ability for Peaceful Games to bring it back in any way. So what looked to be shaky, and again, I'm still thoroughly unconvinced by CR's ability to handle those bone mines. Nonetheless, we've got a set, it's 2-0. It's kind of what we were saying coming in, that CR should be winning this matchup. It is a lot closer than I think it should be, but nonetheless, you know, a 2-0, a 2-0. I still think we should see CR in the final, but you know, every now and again, they just make me feel like, you know, could we see something spectacular happen still? I think it could.
It was a pretty similar situation beforehand. Feasible Gaming 2-0 down against WWL, then turning things around. We're sweeping them and are now standing in the semifinals. On the other side, we have Crazy Raccoon. They are quite comfortable with a 3-2. That's usually what we see at the end of their day. I think Crazy Raccoon is the team with the most matches go all the way from all the teams around the globe.
Yeah, honestly, it doesn't surprise me. They do like to bring it down to the wire. And it happens so often to them as well, but I feel like it's always a 50-50 of how well they actually kind of do in that situation as well. Sometimes they just can't get that fifth set done, and sometimes they do bite back and get that finish. Drake, another good performance from him. I think we expect that from the alley in this kind of situation, but just more consistent across the board from the side of CR.
This definitely is Ali's best map, and Drake did a phenomenal job at that. But on the other side with the Charlie and the Penny, we just had two very strong brawlers. The Penny, once again, one of these brawlers we don't see too often, but she was the pop-off in this round.
Yeah, I was pretty sold on it, to be fair. Not at the beginning, but towards the end when we kind of saw it play itself out. And I really like that ability with the Charlie. That I think is synergy that I think should be studied by other regions, actually, because that combination between the Cocoon, tricking the gadget with the Penny, and then having those mortar lock-ons really impact that turret. I mean, the Cocoon you should be able to take care of regardless with two players, but it allowed CR to split their time, because instead of having two people ensure that takedown, they can leave one person on it, trigger the gadget with just good communication. Super effective.
I'll write that in my little notebook as well. Eve is a good bow counter, and now that interaction, super interesting. Talking about bow arc, any more words to that?
He loves to see it.
I like bow. Can we establish this? I love bow. I play it all the time. I often get kind of frowned upon by people like Drage when I do, but I've always been playing in Double Swoosh. I play it. I love the brawler, but I just think at this level of play, you can't keep triggering mines, you know. That's just, I mean, I know that we get to see where they are.
You've just watched the world champions trigger about 20 mines,
which is concerning.
So you like bow because in ranked and diamond it works, but maybe not on this level.
Said you're done.
I just can't believe the strays that I'm catching right now. That's wild.
I personally wouldn't say it.
Yeah, absolutely wild. How many prestiges you got?
Who cares about leather, bro?
Wow, I mean, just saying.
Just so you guys know, I'm now 86,000 trophies. I've pushed about 30,000 trophies.
That's wonderful. I'm so happy for you.
Since the update, mate. I've been on it.
That's great.
And unfortunately, I still haven't reached pro rank as well.
Do you have all the star powers and gadgets at least? Because there was a big period of time where you didn't.
That is true. That is true. I've struggled with the economy. It's, I'd save coins about as well as I save money in real life.
Well, anyway, Crazy Raccoon could close things out here. We're on Hard Rock Mine. The bands are already in with Shade BB and Glowy on the left-hand side, and then Leon M's and Glowy once more. This brawl is just too good on Hard Rock Mine. We have Ruffs and Chester locked in first. Those two brawlers have had multiple showings already, specifically on this map. I feel like Ruffs is one of the best ones because you can either break open the map, you have the bounce shot to shoot around the walls. He's going to be the best lane, I feel, here. You could go something aggressive against him, though, and that's probably what Feasible Gaming are looking into here.
Yeah, I think Charlie's a great pairing to have, you know, with that Ruffs. So I'm liking how CR are thinking towards this one. Let's see. Just an early start, just in preparation of a
What are these player camps today?
They are a bit weird in this range, I've got to be honest. They've not really been wanting to really, you know, put their faces to the branding, have they, really? But hey, I mean, that cosplay has been the absolute peak of today, honestly, I've got to say. Janet going to come through. Certainly, you know, it's a brawler which has had a good place on this map. I just don't really feel it's that good at the moment. We see it kind of used more for cheese recently, but it's okay.
You're going to follow it with a Doug now and you're going to get the cheese, man.
Yeah, I know, that is not okay.
I don't know if they will. I feel that would be quite a bit of a long shot, but I do like what CR have got so far a little bit more. I mean, Chester's one of my favourite brawlers. I like to see it being played. So versatile, they're going to bring in the Lily. We've seen some great plays with this brawler in this map. The turnaround capability is really, really solid. If you manage to hit that hypercharge, get some all round, obviously the gem carrier being the main target of that. And then Ark, you're going to be pleased, mate. No bow, and we've got Trunk.
For the first time today, I believe Ark mentioned him multiple times, and he's going to be a very good counter into that Lily. Unlike the Lily against Ruffs, a great comeback mechanic. I think we talk about it every single time we have Lily on gem grab, how with a great gadget, with a hypercharge, you can easily take out that gem carrier and then walk away unscathed. So let's see if Feasible Gaming is going to be able to do just that. CR, again, can walk away from this one with a 3-0 sweep.
I think it should be the case. You know, I'd be very surprised if it's not the case. You know, in terms of draft, Trunk is a great brawler to have. I just feel like in Sergeant Clash, you know, who can forget that? You know, LCQ, he was such a menace on this very map with that brawler. So I'm hoping the Tensai can do him proud in that regard. Rio dancing back and forth with the Lily, goes down himself, and so far Feasible Gaming are the ones in the gem lead now at 4. Tensai behind the field of action, and the support from beyond of the Ruffs going down, but not really getting too much for his team. Some good hits now on the Janet, but just in the nick of time takes the air.
Yeah, Shigemi will pick up that trade as well, but they did get Lily in the back lines, I believe. I think that was a stun he just sent out there and did miss. So he's not going to be too pleased about that, and a super miss by Drake as well. They've just thrown out a couple of supers, which could be quite a bit of an issue. But Tensai just goes in and gets obliterated by all three.
It's the thing with Trunk, you know, it can be such a massive thing for your team, make some huge plays, be a real pest, or it can kind of be just one of those brawlers that's just kind of present, not really doing too much. Trey just uses this super to go through that transaction. That was unbelievable as well, surviving on, avoiding these shots. He's been playing wonderfully well. Honestly, I think he's the standout player of Feasible Gaming.
Yeah, Milcrow throws out a hypercharge when he had Gadget and Super. Surprising to see him go for Janet in that situation, but there's a hypercharge drop being replaced now. That should be Janet picking that one up. But see a Cocoon on himself to try and stay alive past that Lily super. And Milcrow not in a good position here. Tensai trying to get the job done on his own, but can't either. And that's going to be 10 gems over the Janet's head. And Crazy Raccoon desperately trying to get it back, but nobody in sight.
Yeah, so far behind the spawn cycle, not in their favor whatsoever, and the hypercharge on the Chester at the same time as Janet being able to take the skies as well. It's just going to be a very straightforward game really here for Feasible Gaming. Night and day difference, and again a chance to delay the onset really here, and that's kind of where I feel like this team could still make something of this matchup. They can just delay and slow the advance of CR. CR are not a team that ever get stuck inside their own heads. They're able to stay super calm and composed in the most pressurized of circumstances. Think back to Brazil and LCQ, going the distance, reverse sweeping Casa Brawl on home turf, and Brazil is like next level home turf. So I don't feel like they're going to be in any way deterred if they lose this set. But Feasible Gaming, they do need to hang on and just delay the inevitable.
Drake going to be trying to make the moves around the back again, but Tensai needs to do better than this time. I don't even know if he got a kill in the previous game and didn't do a lot for his team at all. Drake's going to go in, super through, and he gadgets out the way. Just about evades that drop coming down on the way back, but there's another kill on Moya, and Milcrow's one shot too.
Yeah, CR's struggling at the moment. Charlie not really kind of doing the most for me. I think that they can stay more on this interaction with Drake in that regard. And look at that. Oh, it's just absolutely disgusting. He's just taking his time to really aggress the back lines of CR. And it's just giving plenty of time for the mid control. And 7 gems that are now in the pocket. Oh, that's a great stun there from Chester, from the pack of cards there. There's now 7 gems to 3 for CR. Not looking good.
Oh, that's 8 now as well. CR still waiting for this next one to spawn. Drake going to be able to gadget or super out the way of Milcrow's super, and same goes for the Janet as well. It can just get out of the way of it so easily. They haven't got the ability to turn it around with that Charlie super, so gonna have to be pretty cautious here. Has a hypercharge as well, and Tensai still really yet to do anything.
He's got a hypercharge now, but you know, again, to use on who? The Lilies are just doing such a great job of staying away from him. He has been able to get somewhat of a controlling takedown, but then burns down at the end of it. Hypercharge from Milk gems in his pocket now to 9. They can just find a cocoon, but that's a miss as well, and you can't be making that mistake at that stage. You need to earn it back so quickly now to try to use on the Janet, but then she can do super. It's a really tough position now for Sia.
Power up is there for Tensai and the 10th gem for Crazy Raccoon as well, but still need to stay in this mid as it can be equaled out from there. There's the super coming down to try and stop them from getting that, and Tensai wanted it. The next one will spawn on CR's side, and there's a just narrow miss. Tensai picks that one up. Can he survive this one out? And they might get away with that. Crazy Raccoon somehow. It feels like they've completely robbed that game. I mean, there was no massive gem drops or anything, but they just somehow managed to stay in it all the way through without really doing a lot at all.
I was so worried when Tensai went for that one gem, leaving the rest of them in a really precarious spot, in a cocoon that was inevitably going to be coming out of into a Lily. I mean, it was very, very touch and go there, but you can see that there was the super to hand. Milk really felt like he had a good response, and I'm sure the communication was very much the same story, but it's a match point. But, you know, it really feels like this could go any of which way, and maybe it's just a little bit of lacking of experience of Feasible Gaming to tie things up, because honestly, I feel like they had a couple more monthly finals under their belt. This could be one that goes the distance.
Yeah, it's a match point, but it really doesn't feel like it. After the last couple of sets, like, Feasible Gaming have been looking pretty good. Drake gets hit there as well, has a super but can't get away, and this time, CR just seem in control, and I don't know if that's just because they've got match point, and as you say, they're against some pretty rookie players who just can't seem to get the job done, but Tensai going in, getting a kill. Shigemion will pick up one of those gems, and Moya looks like he might get the other two.
Moya not able to find the bounce shot now. He's going to be in the middle of 3 players, so one of them will get the kill for sure. And a good connection there from Chester, those gems teetering in the top. Milbury just forcing his way up, and just got a cocoon there I can see, and the pixel that I can see in the top right, so he's going to stay alive there just because he was going to burn down. Made sure the gems were as far away as possible before doing so. And now Hypercharge from Moya. That's going to be fantastic. Handed over to then Tensai. Let's see what he can bring in terms of aggression.
Yeah, already had the Hypercharge, so he's chosen to leave it in the back. Maybe for when he next comes up if he uses a Hypercharge there, but Milkro getting pushed quite heavily. There's still a gem on CR's side, which could bring the lead back to them, but Drake is waiting for this Hypercharge, gets it off as well. Should be traded out though, I feel, even if Milkro dies, but he's got to catch it. Actually didn't even get any of the gems out of there, and a Hypercharge from the Chester will get the kill, but the gems still remain in Crazy Raccoon's hands, but it is 8-7 in favor of Feasible now.
Yeah, things are teetering now. Feasible are just getting under the skin of CR. 8-8. Support there from Moya, lands down, but Hypercharge is popped now from Janet. Maneuvering towards Milkbury, who's going to go straight to Cocoon as well, and that can't be outstayed as a welcome. He's got to come back. Tensai does get the pinch, a backstage pass, Gadget not enough. Tensai comes back, but I'm sure he could have sealed that.
Definitely could have committed there and got the kill, but I guess he's maybe a little bit scared of this Chester, with his team doing so well as it is. Didn't want to overcommit. With that gem in his hand, they will be able to keep it, even if they get some from mid, but Moya's going to go down, the push coming in as well. Shigemion hasn't got the right super, can they get up? Tensai will get one, Hypercharge there, straight into the Cocoon, and that will see the end of Feasible Gaming as CR take this in a 3-0.
When I talk about scorelines not reflecting the reality, I mean, that is a huge example of it. CR look just all over the place. I mean, if this were the World Finals, then I just feel like they would be getting grouped at this point. It's really just, you know, I don't want to take anything away from them. They are in the Grand Finals. Congratulations. But, you know, they should be making that look much more straightforward. And Feasible Gaming, I think, had a great debut here today. I mean, many a team can take a lot longer than them to reach the semi-finals, so I think they can be proud no matter what. And I think looking back, they could have actually made the Grand Finals.
They were on the brink of turning things around here, actually taking that first game. It was almost the dream come true once more. The reverse sweep against Crazy Raccoon after they already did it to WWL, but it wasn't quite enough to actually beat the current world champion. We talk so much about it, how Crazy Raccoon is looking so strong on those international stages, not really in their home region, and they need to make it into the grand final, not only this month, but also next month. Hopefully even win it to make it to the World Cup. Step 1 done.
It is still a big ask, though, don't get me wrong. They probably need to get this win on the board as well to, you know, buy a few more points, because at the moment, they're really not looking like... They're not selling to me that they're going to do well next month, to put it that way. Like, as Ark said, the 3-0 is not a reflective scoreline of how that was. I think overall, you know, it should still be a CR win in that circumstance. Like, I don't think Feasible looked good enough to be able to take the win home, but CR did look a bit sketchy. But a team of that caliber just knows how to take wins home. Even if they're not playing well, they know how to get the job done.
And talking about the Brawl Cup, this is actually a perfect situation for Zeta Division right now. Fennel, the #1 current seed, didn't even make it into the monthly finals, and then Crazy Raccoon, who dropped out in the quarterfinals, does now make it into the grand finals, but they're not really at risk of coming close to Zeta Division here. Zeta Division has such a huge lead in terms of points.
Zeta are so scary. You can see it in their stats and their scrims. You can just see it in just the clarity of their plays. You know, they are just squeaky clean right now. And at the moment, you know, we kind of always would see kind of like the Zeta Division CR because again, they play together so frequently on different teams. Like, so we have to like always compare between those organizations. And so far, Zeta all day long, as far as I'm concerned. I'd love to see CR make it interesting for the region, bring something to this grand finals that we can go, oh, do you know what? Now, actually, where is the race and who's going to be able to take who down? But I just feel like there's only one way this grand finals goes.
Zeta Division might win this one again. At least that's what we seem to believe at the desk. Let's have one more look at the bracket though and just see their journey. Zeta Division with a 3-0 sweep in the quarters and the semis are now standing in the grand finals. Same story last month, Trev. They only dropped a single set in the whole month, and that was in the grand finals to Fennel.
And honestly, that wouldn't surprise me if that's exactly what happens here as well. Looking at how the team's performing, it's looking to me like a 3-1 Zeta Division, something like that. But you look at Crazy Raccoon's journey, it's at least in the quarterfinals, their journey's been harder. Like, Zeta Division have played DF, SK Kalala should have maybe got a bit more than a 3-0 out of that semi-final against Zeta Division. But Crazy Raccoon against Reject, ending in a 3-2, I think is about as good as that game had gone. But from there, Crazy Raccoon haven't looked incredible throughout the day, and Zeta Division just looked that little bit of a tier above.
Kenny's back at the desk with us. Welcome back. I hope you're ready for this grand final, and it's Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. I think if we could wish for a final, this would be it, no?
Yeah, it's the one I had predicted before the day, and I'm a little more surprised to see CR stumble. I mean, as far as a stumble goes for a 3-0 kind of win, but I still haven't been fully convinced by them. I mean, Reject, they went wire to wire with it, and Zeta Division just seem unfazed, for lack of a better word. It doesn't seem like any team has been able to stand up to them, and I think it's a testament that we're in a grand final situation, that CR have the legacy, the 3-time world champion, and yet it's 4 members to this desk all picking against them. That's how confident we are in Zeta Division.
I love your shirt on this one, by the way. Phenomenal. You're a bit small there. So tiny.
Well, I hit a growth spurt in 2025 coming into 2026, so I'm trying to catch up to
in the off-season, he was like, he's sprouting in the off-season.
Just a little bit.
Makes a lot of sense. As you already saw, all 4 of us are saying Zeta Division will probably take this one. I think that's the logical pick after what happened in February. Now I want to see what you guys at home have picked. You can head over to event.brawlstars.com, lock in your predictions, get that spray still for yourself. If you don't get it today, you still have 3 more chances. We're going to continue with EMEA tomorrow, next week in SA and NA. Now we're in the grand final of the East Asia March monthly finals, month number 2 only, and it's Crazy Raccoon versus Zeta Division. Why is Crazy Raccoon going to take it?
Oh, you want me to pick? You want me? That's
He's
a tough
fighting
argument.
for the other side now.
I got to switch it up real quick. Let's see how well we can do this. Look, CR are a great team. There's no disputing that. They have the record, the legacy of somebody like Tensai. They obviously came off the confidence of winning a 2025 World Championship. The regular season is where they have stumbled. But if they can just right the wrongs of what they've done and try and channel some of that energy, for whatever reason, these guys just play better with a live audience. Here's what I would do. Pump some crowd music in the rooms. Maybe just manufacture a little bit. That would be my strategy coming in. That's about the best argument I can give. I really think Zeta Division in the regular season, for whatever reason, are just so strong. CR's one weakness seems to be their own countrymen, which is rather confusing to me because they play so well against these top dogs from EMEA and other regions. I wouldn't rule them out from winning this, though. Despite what we've seen today, I did think leading into this month, this was a quality team that was going to challenge Zeta Division. I'm hoping we get that. I think selfishly, I kind of want to see CR win this. I want to see the race in this region be close. If Zeta Division wins this, though, I'm terrified. I'm terrified for the rest of the teams.
Trev, what have we seen from Crazy Raccoon in their quarters and semis that they have to continue doing to win against Zeta Division now?
I don't know. I feel like they'd want to play completely different. That's the thing. I think even Crazy Raccoon.
Wow.
I think Crazy Raccoon would even admit this. You know, I think they'll know they've not been playing well enough in the quarters and the semis to be able to contest against Zeta Division. I think they have to change things up. I think some of their drafts have been pretty decent, but some of them have been a little bit questionable. And their mechanics have pulled them through that game against Feasible, realistically. And, you know, they're able to get the job done against teams who are lesser than them. But will they be able to do it against Zeta Division playing like that? I just don't think so.
I can tell you one thing for sure, and that is that Zeta Division is not going to pick a boss into a triple counter. So there goes that. Zeta Division has namely picked some really great things. Mameshi, their coach, has done a beautiful draft for them so far. These are the picks in the semifinals. Chloe once more banned out quite often. They really do not like Kit. That was the global match ban in the quarters. They have now banned him out on Hard Rock Mine. And global match bans have been Bull and Leon. Two brawlers that I would usually say they themselves are quite good with. They had a BB instead though, so it was all good.
Yeah, I think it just, these global bans have really forced teams to kind of go a step further in terms of their brawler bag, if you will. I think it's been really awesome to watch. I mean, I think we're getting more brawlers than I think we regularly wouldn't have seen because of these. And I'm curious to see what the bans look like at this stage in the game, because I think Zeta Division aren't the kind of team, or Crazy Raccoon are the kind of team that in a grand final setting are going to play around with some of these targeted, more cheesy brawler bans that maybe we've seen them pick earlier in the day. I expect Bull, Crow, Leon, these kinds of brawlers, the top tier of our meta, to once again be out of the equation.
On the other side, with Crazy Raccoon, Trev, you already mentioned you do not love their draft. Let's have a quick look at that as well. In the semifinals, it was a 3-0 sweep from them as well, and they also don't like Kit, so at least they have that in common, Zeta and them. They also showed us a call just like Zeta Division. I feel like kind of similar, but a little less aggressive than Zeta maybe.
Yeah, they seemed like, looking at their bans and stuff, it seems like they're more open to some of the stronger brawlers coming in. You know, they're not global banning the Bulls, the BBs, that kind of thing. They're rather just kind of targeting towards their opponents rather than just getting rid of some of the stronger brawlers. And I think that would be a smart thing to do against Zeta Division as well, because as I've mentioned, I think they're probably the lesser team coming into this grand final. So why not try to leave some more of the stronger brawlers open and then try and get them yourself?
And we're looking at the global bans now. Crow and Charlie are going to be banned out by Zeta Division. Charlie was the most featured pick from Crazy Raccoon, so very targeted here. And then on the other side, we have that BB banned out together with the Spike. Let's see what the people at home have voted. 86% for Zeta. Kind of going with the flow here, what we said as well. Probably a good choice if you really want to get that spray. On the other side, we do have the current world champion though. They had great drafts. They seem to not really struggle with the opponent picking up those meta brawlers. So let's see if they can do it once more.
It's wild that a team of this tenure is only grabbing 14% of our audience vote. And look, we're just as guilty of that. All four of us ended up picking Zeta Division. I'm not disputing that.
0% of the cast.
But it's just wild to me that we're in this position that despite Zeta Division in 2025's World Finals absolutely flopping, going 0-2, and CR doing the exact opposite, going all the way for a World Championship. But for whatever reason, in East Asia, if there's one thing I know is that this town runs through Zeta Division. And that's ultimately what I'm going to bank on. There's some teams out there right now that I'm just going to struggle to pick against. And Zeta Division have had as flawless a start to the season as possible, including qualifiers matches. They have dropped one set. One. And it was in the grand finals last month. That is unbelievable.
However, this is the month where Crazy Raccoon finally has a chance to show up in the grand final. They broke the curse of dropping out in the quarterfinals against their own home region. If they don't take that chance now, I don't know when we see them again in the grand final. So they have to win this one, Trev. They're certainly motivated to do so.
Yeah, you've caught me in chill mode there. I'm leaning in. So I was really getting into it. But yeah, I think genuinely, Crazy Raccoon are a caliber of team who deserve to be in the grand finals, realistically. We just haven't been seeing their gameplay at that standard. And I still don't even think now we have, even though they're in the grand finals. So I'm hoping that we can see them, because this is what the grand finals of East Asia should look like. It should be Zeta Division against Crazy Raccoon. I just hope we can get some more a Crazy Raccoon win on the board in the grand finals, because we've mentioned a few times now, we don't want this to be a one-horse race of Zeta Division just pulling away from the crowd and them being, you know, a competition for second. We want it to be close at the top, and I think Crazy Raccoon are, if they didn't go out in the quarterfinals last month, probably the only team who are going to be able to contest Zeta Division at the top.
I think they have one of the best scrim win rates against Zeta Division overall. It's actually not too bad. They win 45% of all sets played against Zeta Division. Yes, they lose more than they win, but 45 is not too bad.
Not bad, but ultimately when it comes down to this, I'm going to just trust what my eyes have seen. I just feel like Zeta Division have been the stronger team, and CR have been great in scrims across this month, so have Zeta Division, but when it push comes to shove, on game day, I'm going to side with this. But I like how you mentioned this. CR are in a position where they almost have to win at this one, right? We're not just talking about Brawl Cup, we're talking about the longevity of this season. This one means a ton to the Red roster.
I'm really happy I get to say this now. We're ready for the grand final of the East Asia March monthly final. It's Zeta Division versus Crazy Raccoon. The stunt show, we are on Sneaky Fields, kicking things off on Brawl Bowl. A map, a mode where you really want to go in aggressively, and that's usually something Zeta Division is quite good at. So let's see if they can double down here, go even more aggressive than in the previous sets. Bull was banned out, global ban from themselves before, now they're going to pick him up immediately. So I guess if they don't get the BB, they're just going to get the Bull, not banned out.
Not bad at all. I think grabbing Bull this early obviously telegraphs that they want to tank, so that's why you're going to see the Lu insta-clicked here. It's Sneaky Fields as well, so there's a lot of grass on this map. It's interesting to see the double cord ban, but on the left-hand side, you just knew they were going to do this because you see Nita, Otis, and Cordelius all anti-tank, all anti-aggression going down. I think ultimately Zeta Division are trying to empower this Bull. I think they're going to double down on this, look for strategies to try and help out that brawler and give him the best lanes possible.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bull first pick, it's such a strong such a strong brawler, but it's a big risk. We've seen so many times where we've just had entire counters, just 3 counters against the Bull and he can do nothing. But that's a good pairing to have with it, that healing available, and the Mo as well, another great pick to have on Sneaky Fields. 3 really solid ones. Glowy, great to have to be able to pair along with that Bull, the healing, the damage, and if the map breaks open at overtime, Bull will struggle, but Glowy will thrive.
Not even just because of overtime, Mo and Bull are also going to break open that map. Glowy's going to have those connections made and not broken, so Glowy's going to pop off even more. So Willow now is last pick. Even though they cannot break open the map, they're going to go with a thrower here, kind of side with Zeta Division's comp here. Overall, quite strong on both sides. I like the Sandy into Bull. I've mentioned it before. Bull is actually one of the only ults you can stop halfway through thanks to a Sandy gadget. So it is sort of a direct counter to the Bull. Does not really have the damage on his own though to get rid of him.
Definitely a tough factor there. Bull is certainly going to be empowered by Glowy, a great support brawler in the meta right now. Zeta Division, will they finally be tested? Crazy Raccoon have to break the mold. They have to find a way to excel in the regular season. That starts right here, right now in our March monthly finals. Unfortunately for them, it is all blue so far. 3 roster members standing tall as Badaman looks to heal Suzuku up. The Bull now marching his way towards this left-hand side as Titsai has to hunker down, throw up a few shots, a nice kick over. Oh, look at the assist coming through. Phenomenal team play from Zeta Division. In just 25 seconds, they've already put up a goal.
Yeah, lovely little 1-2-3 pass there. Shitampo has super in hand as well. Mind you, could have actually just gone for the ball there because Moya seemed to be in a bit of an ice block, but Tensai super in hand, so no one can go too aggressive. Batman's still in the back here, trying to survive. Moya pushing forwards, Tensai with the super in hand. They can't let this get towards the goal line, or he can just push that forwards and super, and that should be a goal. But Batman is just going to have to accept this goal, I think, because Tensai in too much of a strong position to be able to defend.
That's one spot where Glowy's going to be in a really awkward position, because especially with that 5-pronged wall right in the middle, there's nowhere really to walk, and especially when you're tethering onto enemies or your teammates, they just have to walk around the corner and it's an easy access. Look at this though, double dive-in coming out from Zeta Division, all blue members. Just a kick 4 will seal the first game, and already Zeta Division have started off hot.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon had a great answer, I won't lie, to what they had. You know, instantly we see a goal and control for Zeta Division, but then they have a Sandy super, they have the Willow super, they get control, they score. They just need more of that, and it's tough to get, especially early on with no Sandy super across the grass, so the Bull's flying under the radar, the Mo's flying under the radar. It's just so difficult to be able to get early control, but I think that's the only hope that we really have. This Crazy Raccoon.
Oh, yeah, well, goodness, we're just blinking an eye.
As they're talking of early control, but it's just giving Batman the ball there. Might still be a goal, pushing forward just off the line by Moya. Another great defense, and that's a fast start for Zeta Division. And Stampo back in the grass again, trying to keep control.
CR counting their lucky stars that Tensai had a super already charged up. The mind control allowed Glowy to take a step back, and then they ultimately had a loose super go down there. So I think for extra protection, just kind of piecing together what we didn't see off the screen, a super pass forward. I'm sure a little miscue there for Milkrio. Zmoya low HP, definitely can't go up yet. I believe if they have a gadget, they can just throw this one in. Doesn't even need it. Really nice play there. CR with a big bounce back. That was looking scary for them off the start.
Yeah, Stampo just slipping and sliding, unable to get into that goal, but Super's readily available for Zeta Division now, and the heals there as well. Might choose to go through the mid, but actually just goes for his opponent in Milkrio instead, and he'll just walk that down. Next up's Moya, and a good fear factor from Batman straight onto Tensai will allow them to get the kills and get the goal. Just one away from taking his first set already now, Zeta Division.
Immediate response from Zeta Division, and this is a high-caliber Crazy Raccoon team. I mean, I thought coming into this season they were easily a top 2 team in this region, but maybe the difference between number 1 and number 2 is just that large. Right now, though, CR, a great way to start moving this ball forward. Milkrio can go for this, I think. Has the Hypercharge available. If he has a gadget on top of that, could be an easy walkthrough. Oh, and just manages to punch one in. Beautifully done. CR suddenly make this a fight.
Suzuki couldn't get close enough in time. That's going to be a rough one for Zeta Division there. They managed to get the goal on the board, but just wasn't enough to close out that first set. So going to a decider here. Whoever wins this one will take the first set, and that's a big thing in a matchup like this with 2 Titans. You want to get the first set on the board, don't want to be playing on the back foot. And yet again, it's Zeta with control of the bushes early on.
Batman gonna tether to this left hand immediately, knows that Suzuku is the one they want to be the playmaker. Meanwhile, Shitampo can kind of swoop in whenever he charges super, just trying to apply some pressure on this right-hand side to force Tensai away, moving him all the way back to the mouth of the goal. Zmoya falls low as well. Suzuku on this left-hand side will debate whether to use a super, completely misses, whiffs that, but still manages to find a kill amongst it all. Batman there for some extra support. All they have to do now is try and grab this ball, but thankfully for them, a freeze goes through.
That ice rink was a saving grace for Crazy Raccoon at that point, because that was all control in a 3v1 for Zeta Division, but they were just slipping and sliding, couldn't grab the ball, couldn't get in a position to score. 3 supers still available though for Zeta Division, but Tensai has one of his own, and we know what that can do in the face of goal.
Sandstorm once again going down for coverage. A stun going out to Suzuku, so will halt the incoming Bull Super. No Bulldozer this time, as now it's 3 red members walking forward. Tensai with a wide open. That's an easy waltz forward, and now CR take the lead. Could be changing the narrative of this entire region.
Stampo super in hand, so he's ready to go forwards, but Tensai yet again with another super in the pocket. Batman trying to find the connections and get Suzuku in a position where he can go forwards. Has the hypercharge now, doesn't go for it and gets stunned out twice and taken down so fast. A hypercharge super ready for Tensai here as well, and that can be very, very difficult for them to defend. Just going to stay behind this wall and break this tether. Make sure that he's not taken by surprise. He just gets Batman by surprise, but Suzuku will clear it up to Stampo and just ensure that they don't concede another too soon.
Going to be cutting off some of those heals from the Siphon as well. Suzuku diving in, but doesn't quite make contact with the wall, so it won't break it down. Heals are the only thing keeping him afloat right now. Now Shitampo popping off. This is a super available as well. Batman could have an opportunity if he plays his cards right as Tensai tries to body block as much as possible. The mind control, just in the nick of time, will buy them just a spurt of a moment to try and get a respawn.
Brutal for Zeta Division here, still desperate need of a goal. Stampo got a super, but he gets brought low there. Milkrio one shot, but Batman can't finish it. They can't get the killing blows on these players. In goes Stampo. Suzuku will grab the ball, gets 1 kill, but can't get a second. Double stun and a 3-piece for Suzuku. Will take this to overtime. He's burning the seconds as well. He wants to play against that Willow in overtime, and he's got a hypercharge ready to roll.
Ban that ball. It's too good. Suzuku, a menace on this brawler, and now he's a hypercharged super as we walk into overtime. CR started off hot in game number 3, but are on the back heels, and insta-freeze going down on the left-hand side. They have to make it count, but Batman won't fall. It's still 3 members standing for Zeta Division.
Suzuki used the hypercharge there, but now gets controlled. Stampo being hailed, but I think Suzuki might clock out just in time, and Batman ball to the corner, and Suzuki all alone has to try and get the defense, but can't. A little pass to the middle, and Moya will slot it in with a great pass from Milkrio. That's going to be a start that was unexpected as Crazy Raccoon come out the gate swinging.
Much needed, not just for Crazy Raccoon, but I think for the region as a whole. We need to see Zeta Division bleed for other teams to have a chance. Unbelievable stuff, especially considering that Zeta Division started off this set with 2 very quick goals. That game number 1 was over in the blink of an eye. But Crazy Raccoon still stood tall, held off on defense. There were so many moments where I feel like Zeta Division could have won this set, but it was just this insane defense from CR, whether it was a perfect Lou Ice Ring, a Willow Mind Control at the right time, or even a Milkrio stun coming out from the gadget. The Sweet Dreams came in clutch. Just multiple options to not hard shut down the bull, if you will, but just enough to stop him for a moment.
Zeta Division might have been a bit too secure after that first game. It felt like they have this in the bag already. Crazy Raccoon comes back very strong. I really like the ball in Suzuka's hands, honestly, but it still was not enough. And I'm pointing out the ball because I kind of saw that coming. In the stats, he's definitely doing the best here. 11 kills on him, but it's not about getting those kills. In the end, it's getting the goal scored. And despite Suzuka scoring 3 goals, Crazy Raccoon takes it. So really well played. And yes, as you said, Kenny, it's good for the region that we can all see with our own eyes now. Zeta Division can bleed. They can at least drop sets. Trev, question is now, will they drop the whole grand finals?
I mean, it looked pretty 50-50, to be fair. I do feel like Zeta Division were kind of in control of the map for the most part and in control of the bush, but Crazy Raccoon just seemed to take those chances a little bit better. The Sandy Supers in overtime, the Willow Supers for the defense, Lou Supers made a huge impact on defense as well so many times. So I do feel like Zeta Division were more in control, but as you just said, it's not about the control, it's not about the kills, it's about getting the ball in the goal, and Crazy Raccoon just did a better job of it.
And even in terms of draft, I feel like we kind of sided with Zeta Division's draft. So Crazy Raccoon just really knocked this one out of the park. They played super well. We're now heading over to Dueling Beetles. Hot Zone is our mode. It's all about standing in the zone for as long as possible. Let's see what draft we're going to see here. Once again, Finks is going to probably have a showing here. Another Hot Zone map where he is quite good. Draco banned out this time around. And that Lou that came in clutch for Crazy Raccoon and Brawl Ball is going to have another showing.
Anti-tank off the rip, which is a big reason. And on top of that, the Lou Ice Ring already is just a great mechanism to prevent teams from stepping on. If they do, that super is going to encompass them, and they're just going to be tiptoeing their way around it to line up some easy shots for Lou and his teammates. Curious, too, if it's the Finks that they try and line up in the middle here, or if they go in a different direction. I still think there's several good options. Some of them being removed, of course. Glowy is one that's very threatening on this map, but I want to see if on the left-hand side, they also kind of prepare for anti-tank or anti-aggro as well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is Ruff's, I think it's a smart pick just in Hot Zone in general, but also you're going to be able to break up and have more of an angle in than just through that left, mid, or right portion of the map. If you break one of the walls, you're going to be able to come at it from more angles. So I like that from Ruff's, and obviously the ability to hypercharge, to power up your teammates. You compare it with so many brawlers who thrive off the hypercharges like a Chester will, being able to throw it towards that Hot Zone.
Definitely expected Chester to come in here at some point. Now it's going to be Zeta Division picking up that very good tank counter. On the right-hand side, we have the Lou. Brawlers like Lou and Squeak strive when there's really only one way into wherever you want to be. And that's why breaking open the map, especially Dueling Beetles against the Lou, definitely helps Zeta Division in their case. So I like that they can break open the map now. Also with Chester, it's going to be broken open quite quickly. Now, two of those L-shaped walls you can't actually break open, so you still have somewhere to put your bow totems behind. And with that bow totem, the Lou is going to cycle ults like crazy.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, I think that's a big reason why Bow is so prevalent in our meta right now. It's mainly because of that totem and also other reasons as well. Getting buffy brawlers just in general, you're going to be a leg up on the rest of the field. And I think now they've kind of made their own makeshift wall break as well. Can throw those down in the enemy grasses and step on them. I was waiting for somebody to pull the trigger. So we've seen a lot of anti-tank and anti-aggro go down on the map already. But at this 5th pick, CR are fielding bold enough to where they can go Mortis. Now this leaves the other side in a tough spot. Do we try and counter the Mortis hardcore, or do we grab an aggro of our own?
Yeah, that's the question. Do they have enough to defend against it already? I mean, it's going to feed Ruffs a lot of power-ups, but Chester alone, I'm not sure if he can kind of do it while still wanting to break up the map, use supers on other people. So it's, yeah, I mean, can I go Meeple, actually? I mean, Meeple's a brawler that I feel like we haven't seen in other regions kind of at all. But it seems to be popping up here and there in East Asia.
We've seen him banned out quite a few times. I think with his gadget to stun his opponents, he's going to do quite well into the Mortis. He has a slow reload speed though, so I'm kind of worrying for the damage on the side of Zeta Division in this round. Really like the Lou on the right-hand side. Was the first pick too and didn't really get addressed from the left-hand side here, Kenny.
Really curious to see how this goes down. A couple interesting strategies, especially the Meeple. So these two teams get geared up. CR taking advantage of set number 1 in what was a close call. Finally, Zeta Division starting to bleed a little bit, showing some cracks, but plenty of Brawl left to be played. It's going to be Creature of the Night from Tensai as the gadget from choice, but Rage Quit for Bataman is a great answer. The lower HP, the longer stun duration, and now they're opening up the map as well. This is close in percentage, but I feel like this is a better start for Zeta.
Yeah, Moya's low, but Stampo just unable to get that kill so far. Tensai slotting onto the zone, just allowing his teammates to heal up, be a bit more passive once he takes those front lines. Bowmines on as well as the Lu Super. And that's going to allow Stampo to pinch and just forces Moya into a bit of a compromised position.
Now they're going to trigger all those mines. Look at them tiptoe their way around this. Bataman Super is also so good into the wall break right here. That L-shaped is going to be perfect placement. Now some extra sandbags going down the right-hand side to absorb all those shots incoming from Milkrio. This is beautifully executed. As now a gadget goes down, a quick TP away, but great team focus coming out of Zeta Division.
Well, Bowmines, when you're the only person kind of alive to put pressure on them, is a little bit surprising for me for Milkrio, but just trying to keep them off the zone and not allow this lead to get any further in their favor. Moya back up, and Sandbags going to quickly be taken down. It's just, I mean, the horse is doing nothing.
Yeah, just running in for the sake of running in. It feels like that's nice, though. At least they're going to get a pickup off of that, but there's the mini Chester Super going down as well. It's a Lu lookalike. On top of that, some Poisonous Clouds going down, too. And despite that, it's CR maintaining a little bit more control, a recycle of those mines, but here comes another Hypercharge. They've already fed him another. What a powerful mechanic coming in, and that's why Colonel Ruff shows up so much at the professional level.
Yeah, no real kind of nothing back from that Hypercharge of Chester, though, so he's going to be pretty mad about that. With 2 people kind of within range, it would have been great to get, but Mortis again doing nothing, but the Bowmines are just decimating. Moya and Stampo are going to trade here, and nobody left on the zone. Chris Raccoon definitely closing in, and if Mortis starts to pop off, they 100% have a chance. There's so many mines sitting on the zone too. Minute on the clock, and it's rare we see these hot zone games kind of fizzle out with time. There's a possibility that might happen.
I love that they're throwing down these bow mines right in front of the indestructible walls too, because they know that's where Meeple's going to try and hold on to, especially if he gets a super. And now Shatampo on this other side has a hard work ahead of him. Tensai going for the long-range bats, makes the contact and the connection. Now dives into Suzuku. A lone brawler right there should have advantage, but Bataman takes care of business in the middle of the map. Now has a super of their own, and the other 2 members are coming back. This is looking like Zeta Division can take charge.
More Bowmines on the zone, and there's the Hypercharge as well. I don't know if it actually did get a connection, but still, 25 seconds on the clock. They're going to have to get on very soon, and Tensai going super aggressive, but Suzuku and Batman will shut him down. Bowmines still lingering, but they're getting just these 1% now stepping on fully, and Milkrio will go down. That's going to be game to Zeta Division, and they do get it up to 100%. Really nice plays from them. I feel like Tensai needs to do more.
It's hard because I think this Mortis has a difficult matchup.
Absolutely,
in the sense that the Rage Quit is such an instant shutdown. And then on top of that, I feel like the communication has been very crystal clear with Zeta Division. They have a clear focus, and that's Mortis. Anytime Mortis is diving at them, they're ready to go. As that game progressed, I feel like Zeta Division didn't do as well into feeding the Bowmines. The Bowmines were kind of plaguing them everywhere. They had a couple trip-ups from Bataman, but other than that, pretty smooth sailing. But those Bowmines, it really did feel like were the only thing keeping them afloat.
Well, we'll see if Tensai get something going in this one. Does go down again, and that's a gadget burn early on. Batman places the super and gets the kill. Bowmines still on the zone. Stampo going and baiting that one out now. Milkrio just playing from the left, trying to get something done. The wall break of the home part now down.
And opening up those walls, quite beneficial, especially with Mortis. Don't want him to have any kind of sort of positioning for an advantageous. Milkrio dropping all these mines. Batman once again getting tripped up as Suzuku falls as well. This is a great team wipe. They have a lot of percentage points to make up. Now I want to see what Tensai does. He's got a difficult matchup. Either goes into this Rage Quit or runs into a Chester. Kind of has to just look for these low HP brawlers and try and take advantage whenever he can. This would be a great moment now to flank now that Shatampo is marched up the top.
Hyper not making a connection for Chester again, and Lu Super, Bowmines all still lingering on the zone, but it is, regardless, Zeta in control in terms of percentage. CR starting to get it back now, and a good kill up top from Suzuki, but he gets traded out quite quickly, and these Bowmines still lingering.
That's a good trade out of Tensai, now going to use the gadget to try and march forward, but quickly realizes that he's outgunned. Those mines going to be making contact with the middle. You can still see the 2 hypercharge ones lingering as well, so there's plenty of time for them to try and trip up the enemy. Shatampo doesn't quite fall for it. Alu Ice Rink will push them off the Rage Quit once again, and Mortis has to exhaust 2 ammo just to run away.
Batman will go down. Nice hyper there from Milkrio, and that gets the kill secured. Tensai sitting behind this wall. Tampo coming aggressive, does evade the mine nicely, but still more waiting. He throws out a super, but doesn't get anything back from it. Crazy Raccoon in the lead, but Zeta Division with control.
Now some sandbags going down, a hypercharged super going to the right-hand end. They're going to try and feed Batman so they can get this wall break and instant walk through. Sensei, once again, just impromptu timing. I feel like he's forcing it and just trying to find ways to bring value, but it's really difficult, like I said, into this gadget, especially alongside Suzuku and Chitampo. Still plenty of positioning. Now a hypercharged super to cut off the mid entirely. There's just nowhere for ZR to walk right now.
Not on the zone yet, and Batman now slides on, trying to get some percentage. 2 mines still lingering there. Tensai going forwards again, will be killed, and just trying to cycle something, get something going for his team, allow an opening. But Zeta Division just shutting every avenue down.
CR have to make a comeback. Tensai has to make the hypercharge count. The blood boomerang going in. Tensai looking for another kill on top of this. And it looks like Batman is going to be left all alone. Shotgun out of the bow from the extra shots going in. Suzuku doing his best to make up ground, but with 15 seconds to go, this one's going to be a battle for the clock. There are so many mines plaguing the middle of the map. A hypercharged ice lure rink on that left-hand side. It's going to come down to the final seconds, but CR will prevail. They cross the finish line just in the nick of time to keep this set alive.
Whew, I mean, that was a lot. That was a lot. Crazy Raccoon doing a great job there, really were, coming back from that deficit, because Zeta Division was so firmly in control. But the bow mines, the loose supers, it just keeps them off and stops them from getting that kind of a bit of step on percentage here and there. You know, if they get a few percent where they should do, but they can't because of those supers, they win that game. But there's just so much to prevent them from stepping on.
More flashes of the CR that we knew and loved from 2025. Demonstrating that in the regular season, they can put up a good fight too. Last year, only winning 1 grand final against Zeta Division's 4. We're going to see this early onset too. Tensai trying to make some good tags onto the enemy team. Won't grab a kill. Nice little blast there coming out of Suzuku. And still winning that affair rather early. The more times they can get rid of Mortis and make him useless, the better it's going to be for Zeta Division.
Well, Tensai gets one. And Suzuku will go for the wall break. Rage quit there again, and Batman places a super. I mean, it's not really doing too much. It stopped Milcoreo from pushing up, so I guess that's kind of the whole idea of it. And Zeta are in the lead. Chester pushing forwards, trying to make the move. Moya's so low, he can't really peek this mid, and there's the wall break. That's exactly what these guys want.
A little TP to the left-hand side. Once again, Rage quit. I think had the cycling of the bats ready to go, but it just couldn't quite click the button in time. And now they're going to throw mines down just to put a little extra pressure on, but not enough. They're able to trigger them rather instantly, and so they throw in a Lu ice ring just to try and cycle things up. CR certainly playing from behind, going for the bats. Oh, a nice takedown. Make it a double. This could shift the game.
Yeah, it really needs to as well. Tensai doing a great job in that situation. When he doesn't have the rage quit, he's absolutely in that matchup. Hypercharged bow mines down 2, and Lu, who's trying to get super, just sat in this turret. It's rare they're able to have these turrets up for such a long period of time because they haven't been having control. A good rage quit there, and that seems like a bit of a waste of hypercharge for Tensai, but doesn't really get an opportunity to make good use of it.
Love that Batman is using these gadgets to respond anytime Mortis dives in. This is a much needed Moya super though. The insta-freeze going down from the ice ring, and Tensai now able to get an isolation play. It's still Chitampo persevering though, activates the hypercharge, and honestly the biggest benefit was the extra speed. It kept him alive. Now he's frozen, dead on contact. It's still the red roster holding on to the extra percentage points despite Tensai running in, diving out. The one thing I will say is it's buying time for the teammates to move forward to gain those extra percentages.
Yeah, I mean, poor Chitampo there, he baited out about 6 mines with his hypercharge speed and then walked into the one that was remaining, but Tensai going in now should be able to get some good kills. Batman so low, Tensai super and finish off there, and that should be the set for Crazy Raccoon. Suzuku all alone has the super, but can't do anything with it, and that's going to be the set to Crazy Raccoon. And in a surprise, they're 2-0 up.
Especially considering how close this has been, the fact that they are able to escape with a 2-0 lead is massive. Can't say it enough, Zeta Division in this region have been dominant. It has not been close. They've been nearly flawless this year. They won 4 of 6 grand finals last year. A lot of people sleeping on CR, definitely myself included. I thought this would be the grand finals, but I still thought it was going to be something like a Zeta Division win. It doesn't feel like it's been the cleanest match, though. I feel like Zeta Division are still playing fairly well. CR are just scrappy, though. It seems like they're just able to make any situation work. I think Tensai in this set is a perfect example. I'm sure his KD is abysmal. I'm sure it's really bad if I'm being honest with you, but he did his job. He's a distraction. He's wasting gadgets from Batman, and even if he's not always grabbing kills, if he's just trading out enough, it allowed for Lou or Bo to get mines and ice rings down. It didn't look pretty. It's not going to look pretty on the stat sheet, but nonetheless, a win is a win, and that's ultimately what matters. It's putting that ego aside, and especially for a 3-time world champion, I think that's really important.
Not gonna lie, I did not see that coming either. Tensai did get 13 kills, but his deaths are probably higher than that, as you mentioned, Kenny. Crazy Raccoon struggled, and they fought so hard throughout this set, and in the end they take it, and they're now 2-0 up against the winner of the February monthly finals. Keep in mind here, Zeta Division, from the 6 matches we've seen in the monthly finals so far, they have dropped 3 sets in total. 2 of those now to Crazy Raccoon. It's incredible what we're seeing from them today. Crazy Raccoon is really popping off, and as I said, they kind of broke the curse by making it out of the quarterfinals. They have to make this count, so I think their motivation is just through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, Crazy Raccoon haven't really been, the better team in either of these sets, because they've been visibly doing worse, but they're winning the games. So, you mentioned it in the first one, they're getting goals. In the second one, they're dying so much. They're just cycling deaths to the point where they're getting percentage. The bow mines, the Lu supers, the Mortis just going in over and over again is getting them percentage, and that's getting them wins.
And Zeta Division does manage to take that first game, making it seem like, it's an easy set for them. But in the end, Crazy Raccoon is just holding on to that win with their teeth to really make it count. Chloe's going to be banned out here. Leon and Jean from the side of Crazy Raccoon. RT, Enrico and Cordelis from the left-hand side. And for the first time today, we're going to see Kit left open. He was global banned by Zeta Division in that first quarterfinal. And after that, the opponent against Zeta Division has banned him out every single time because Zeta must be really good with that brawler.
Kit going to be a first overall pick, so right-hand side, I think it makes a lot of sense to try and beef up because the Assassin loves those pesky little small brawlers, and instead they're going to send in Ollie who can get a Hypnosis, and also add on top of this, if you paired Kit with Ollie, nasty combination. So I think that's a good kind of taking 2 birds with 1 stone.
Yeah, I like that Ollie. I do like it a lot. I think it's a brawler that we've seen kind of pop in here and there in Knockout. It's not like a mainstay, but if the comp's right, the comp's right. You pair it with a Byron, really solid. You're going to be able to go in aggressive whilst having the heals. And kind of if you're just chilling as well, if you're not getting hit too much, Byron, it's still a valid sharpshooter. You're going to be able to deal not great damage, but decent damage over time that's going to burn them down and keep them low. So I think that's a good shout.
I think you need something alongside Yoli to make sure he can come in close to get that super, because that's what you want for when the smoke comes in. An Ollie super to hypnotize maybe 1, 2, maybe even all 3 of the opponents. Byron is going to help him with that. Dust would have been another option. Now on the left-hand side, we already have an aggressive pick with the Kit. Now Mortis to double down. I wonder if this is going to be a cheesy combo where they just try to get a Kit super, not really do much until then, and then dive in with a Mortis, Kit on his shoulders, the Bat and the Cat coming in and trying to get those kills on the right-hand side.
Yeah, this feels like a really aggressive strategy coming out of Zeta Division, so I'm curious if they triple down on this, which I think would be a little crazy or at least a little unusual, or if they find a brawler here that's going to be able to assist. Kind of neither, right? This is just kind of an old standalone brawler. Goes for the long range. I think Pierce as an individual can combat really well against somebody like Byron as a more traditional sharpshooter, also the extra ammo that can go on the ground. I think that's probably what they're looking for, but I'm still curious how they try and bring down somebody like Ollie. I think that can be really difficult. I mean, they're just playing the range game, but Colonel Ruff's now there to assist as well. I mean, I think this is a pretty solid shout out of the right-hand in.
I think Pierce is going to make sure that Kit has enough time to get the supercharge in. Pierce's alone job is to make sure Mortis and Kit have their ults available when they need it.
And the thing is as well, Pierce can do it on his own. Like, you'll see so many situations where he's kind of like almost down and out, and then he picks up like 4 pieces of ammo, it spams into people, you get a load of ammo back, you get your super, and you just win it all. There's so many situations where that can happen, and having Pierce, a brawler who can do that, to be able to back up 2 people who need the time bought for them, is going to be huge. But, then again, it can go the other way, and he can miss 3 ammo and then not be able to fight at all.
CR trying to do right by their names. Tensai, a 3-time world champion. They've been underestimated, underrated so many times in the past couple of years. And despite all of that, somehow, some way, they always find a way to win. They ain't no exception. Zeta Division diving in head first. No real kills made out of it, though. It's going to be a 2v1 situation. Shitampo has to do this alone. Now he's going to have to bounce around from all the rocket rain. Gets shot to the right-hand side as Tensai charges all those health points back up. I think Shitampo knows that he is in trouble here, especially with 11,000 plus HP from Tensai alone.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping himself low. It seems like he's just buying time for this gas to start coming in. I don't know when it will, but he gets another shot and should look to Ollie to try and get his super, really. But Milkreo trying to find the shots as well, and honestly, they're just not getting any of them. But it's better to have Ruffs get a shot than get none at all.
See how the start goes this time as Shitampo going to take the left hand in. This time, Kit just clinging onto the back of Mortis, who's going to be looking to lob up shots alongside. That's the Yarn Balls going straight to Colonel Ruffs, who gets healed up instantly by Moya. They're still pursuing this kill, though. Hypercharge available from Milkreo, but doesn't have a chance. Moya kind of left him behind. I think because CR spaced the floor a little bit and isolated all their brawlers, it was a lot easier for Zeta Division to pick up kills. Kit could be in trouble here, too, though. Does have a get-out-of-jail-free card with that dive. Instead, stays aggressive. Beautifully executed, as now this is going to be a clean round for Zeta Division.
Yeah, really good stuff there from Zeta. Started so strong, and now he's got his hypercharge super as well. He can kind of just go aggressive on his own and make some big moves. So it doesn't really need to be on the back of Suzuku, and if anything, it can go a lot better for them if he doesn't get on his back. Stuns them up, Mortis goes in, gets some good shots, but he'll just do it on his own, gets a really nice kill there, follows up with a super again. And, I mean, it's just night and day. First round goes Crazy Raccoon about as much as it can, and then from there, it's been all Zeta Division.
Despite Crazy Raccoon being 2-0 up, we've talked about it several times, but it feels like Zeta Division are still playing well. It's just CR somehow persevering, and this is another instant where CR are going to have to make some great adjustments. In our first two sets, the opening games went Zeta's way, and then ZR made adjustments, figured things out a little bit, went for a new strategy. Now Zeta Division suddenly getting a little hot. Only one game, still plenty of work left to be done. Suzuku gonna have to fall back here as Bataman gonna play the mind games. Of course, has the box where he can go invisible, try and sneak up on enemies, especially if he charges up a super, obviously. That's where it can get deadly.
He's coming in with his gadget there. And I think they're honestly just, it just seems like they're just trying to sack the first round. I mean, it's not looking like it now. He's got his super, but when he went so aggressive, I was expecting him to just kind of like give up and get his super and then come back for the next two, but it seems like they are going to try and go for this one. So, I mean, Pierce hitting so many shots, cycling so much ammo. Milkreo kind of forced to tank that one for Tensai to keep at least one of them healthy. And heals from Moya will keep them in it, but Batman goes really aggressive here. Gets wall, that's huge from him, and that's surely cleaned up. Tensai will be able to hypnotize, but instantly Suzuku comes in and cleans up. Great from Zeta Division again.
There's just so many options for Zeta Division to win, whether it's Pierce just being the sharpshooter that Shitampo is, the Kit plus Mortis combo, the Kit invisibility, just feels like they always have an answer. And now CR, a very defensive-oriented team, one that wants to play for those final moments, one that has to revolve around Ollie, hasn't been able to really get any hypnosis off. It's just been Zeta Division having their way for 3 straight rounds.
And they haven't been allowed to get into those moments either at the late of the game. Hypercharge being popped now as well, and he just does choose to jump on the back of his teammate. A little wall break comes in here, which might help them out in the long run, but Tensai slowed down and hit him. Pierce just throwing out infinite ammo super as well. The kickflip forced out to avoid it, but it's a 3v2, and I just don't see them winning it.
Nasty stuff, and I'm with you. I think Zeta Division certainly favored, and even if not, they've still got the round banked in from the first. Suzuku just taking his time here. This time they're going to be a little more patient. With the fog closing in, they don't want to get too hyper-aggressive here, make any mistakes, but this stun is going to be deadly. Somehow Tensai survives, though. Low HP, Suzuku cleans up. There it is. Zeta Division won't go down without a fight. All of a sudden, 1-2 in the match. The #1 from the region still has life.
Yeah, nice convincing set there for Zeta Division. Real strong stuff, and didn't really look like, other than the first round where they kind of, I don't know if they were still trying to kind of like piece things together, make sure they knew what they were doing. First round instantly went Zeta's way, and then from there it was just all Crazy Raccoon. As soon as they knew what they needed to do, if they just couldn't, they just couldn't be stopped.
Pretty convincing stuff here from Zeta Division, turning things around and on their way to evening out the score. Crazy Raccoon still has the opportunity to get a match point in that next set. They can still close things out in a 3-1, which would be huge. I want to emphasize more, huge into Zeta Division. Even just claiming a single set against them is a feat that not many have achieved so far. We see it here, Suzuku doing very good in terms of kills, not really in the DPS section, but whenever he has Bataman on his shoulders, he can go in hyper aggressively and make sure those kills are confirmed, Kenny.
Yeah, they just couldn't deal with the kit, I felt like. It just had so many avenues for takedowns, whether it was invisibility, and I mean, especially when they charged up those hypercharges, there was no way to get a takedown, especially when combined with invisibility. Now I'm a super powerful little kitten, and I can go invisible. It's too much to handle. You had Mortis that he could ride alongside as well, and Chitampa was hitting, it felt like everything. It felt like he never ran out of ammo. It was unreal.
And as you mentioned, Kenny, during the match, or during the draft already, it all went wrong. They kind of gave Zeta Division too many options to turn things around, to win the match with the kit on the shoulders of the Mortis. Piers leaving him open on a map like Bell's Rock, also usually only really good if you want to pick him up themselves. So Crazy Raccoon just left a lot of options open for Zeta Division, and they got punished quite hard for it. Safe Zone is going to be our next map. Here we're going to continue on Heist. Once more, Crazy Raccoon could close things out here if they get the draft right, if they keep holding on to the win with their teeth, like I put it before, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to get that draft right. I just can't understand how they can be like banning a brawler so consistently and it's being global banned, and then Kit just like seeps through in one of the maps where he's actually going to be good. It was kind of baffling to me, but we'll see if they're able to kind of cling on, bring things back, and close this out in a 3-1, because Crazy Raccoon need to get this on the board points-wise. Bans Kaze, Chuck, and Glowy out of the way, so no real massive aggression with the Chuck and Kaze to start things off. Bell, just a bit of a neutral brawler, good sharpshooter, solid on the map. You need a mid like that. Their bans being the Colt, Penny, and Cordelia's can't blame play.
Bell just safe. I mean, like you mentioned, it doesn't pigeonhole them into anything strategy-wise, and also the nest eggs are a great defensive mechanism, so you can get bounce shots onto either enemies or the Heist safe, especially if this left-hand side wanted to have any team play or any synergy where they revolve around each other. I think that's going to be a lot more difficult now that you've got that defensive option.
On Safe Zone, you usually want to have a sharpshooter in the middle to make sure to lock that lane down. Bell is one of those sharpshooters that come to mind, honestly, to me immediately when I see Crazy Raccoon. They pick up Bell quite often. Tensai quite likes the brawler. On the left-hand side, I kind of expected Piers to come out again. He's the sharpshooter at the moment. If you want to keep mid-control, they're going to go with Bow instead, have some more safe damage with him, of course, than with the Piers. Throw those mines onto the safe. You can wait for the opponents to come out of spawn, walk over them, or just trigger them with a gadget. Colette now gonna come in, and that's an interesting one. She used to be the Heist brawler before Chuck even was in the game. Colette was seen on every single Heist map. We haven't seen her in quite some time.
No,
He's back now.
This feels really old-timey from Zeta Division, to be honest with you. It's not that I never see it like you said, but I just think when there's 100 brawlers in the game, there's so many options. Leon and Bull, so we're just going full-on new meta. Buffy brawlers galore. Look, Bull's great, but Leon specifically for Heist has me a little perplexed.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that Leon in general is a really solid brawler. I feel like he can be decent down one of these lanes. Like, if you send him left, I don't think he's going to do a bad job. And also, you're going to be able to invis your teammates, invis onto, you know, you're going to kill the Bow at close range, you're going to kill the Colette at close range. Like, he's not going to be doing damage to the safe. Okay, he might occasionally if he gets the opportunity, but like, he's just going to be there to free up room for the Bull, I feel.
And they have an answer for it on the left-hand side. Zeta Division is going to come in with Nita just to make sure they can at least cycle bears off the Bull. Bull will eventually do some damage to your safe. He's kind of like the Chuck in that situation. He will eventually make his way to safe, but at least they get a bear as an answer. Really like both comps here. Super surprised from Crazy Raccoon because so far, I think they're one of these teams that have picked up the least amount of Buffy brawlers and now showing us both Bull and Leon. We talked about how they don't really play aggressive. That also kind of contradicts that.
Definitely an interesting one. I'm curious to see how this Leon fares on something like Safe Zone. Has to be a reliable killer. Has to play into the assassin because otherwise it won't be enough DPS on that Heist safe. It's off to the middle of the map. Chitampo going to be trying to take down this Bull. I think that's a matchup you have to watch out for. That's all Chitampo is in this role. He's a damage dealer and a hard tank counter. That's how Colette was built.
Yeah, Moya just baiting this super here. Just went back to the grass and pretending that he's using the super. And he's just thrown that lollipop drop on the right-hand side as well, so I'm not sure he's trying to bait that as well. But looks like Invisi-Heal to me. Actually not got the pace of the smoke trails will bring to the table. Nice super there from Chitampo along with the gadget as well, so get some heals back from that. But it has opened up a bit of room for Tensai. Bell just can't get much done here through the mid.
Now Madaman's going to be able to dish out those mines. They're going to put it right on the Heist save so that it makes sure that Moya can't step on them. He's either triggering the mine for damage or trying to avoid them. So either way, it's going to lead to more shots on save for Zeta Division. Ooh, and if they had survived that, would have been devastating. As now Suzuki's forced to entirely play defense. A quick change of pace and a piercing of that Heist save on the bottom of of the map as Colette looks to do work, finally taking down Bull. It's CR who are able to manage. There's still 3% to go for Zeta Division. That's a lot of ground to make up for, especially if CR can hold the positioning in the middle.
Yeah, huge to be able to get that crack so early on, and there's the lollipop drop as well. Stampo might go for this, as he would get it done. The gadget almost keeps him alive in that situation there, but a hypercharge available from Moya, and Tensai still going down this left-hand side, can't quite get the stun off, but Bell's hitting so many shots, can just go for the safe now and try and get that second crack. Tensai will do a little bit of help here on the left-hand side as well. Should go down, but actually finds a kill along with Moya and stays on the safe.
This is getting really out of hand. CR are able to get through another spot, and they're 3% away from cracking to the final percentage points. Lollipop drop, sure, it's keeping him invisible, but Milcrio has been tapping with this Bell. Mine's going down once again. Chitampo skates forward, gets the tag, easy access to the middle, but they have to watch out for the bottom right-hand side of the map. Tensai has now penetrated through that high safe with only 25% left to go. All they can do is rely on a stun. Zeta Division have to be perfect the rest of the way.
Yeah, they really do, and they got 2 cracks to get through before they get to that percentage. The Crazy Raccoon are on. Here comes the Hypercharge Super. That'll do one, but they still need to stay aggressive. Moya doing a good job down the bottom, and Tensai Super here on the right-hand side can just go straight up, and that should surely put them on match point as he obliterates the rest of that safe. And Crazy Raccoon on match point up next.
Zeta Division finally have their backs up against the wall. It's been a long time since we can say that for them in this region. They were phenomenal last year. 4 of 6 monthly finals, grand finals, wins. They even won the last one there with a substitute, and they started off 2026 hot, only dropping 1 set walking into their day. And finally, CR with an opportunity to put some respect on their name. Underrated constantly, always having to prove themselves as worthy, and right now there's finally a worthy adversary going against Zeta Division.
Milcrio with some incredible taps here, and Chitampo will go down as well. Moya, don't forget he's running that Invisi heal, so probably could have survived there, but thought maybe better to save that super and wait for them to come back up once more. Shot towards the safe puts them in a very narrow lead, and Chitampo coming up on this left-hand side should be able to quickly equal that out, but he's going to die on return.
Tensai just going straight in on the bottom of the map as well. Little early contact there as Tensai still staying alive somehow. Finally goes down. Suzuki required some help though. Moya being invisible. Could decide whether to get aggressive or go for this kill, and I think kill it is. A nice healing gadget coming out of Chitampo. A lollipop drop there to penetrate, try and cause a little disturbance. Not as easy now as CR have to put Tensai on defense. All of a sudden this is getting really messy.
I mean, with Moya still alive here on the hypercharge, he should be able to get the second crack, but it's looking like Zeta Division are going to be able to do the same, and we're exactly even in terms of percentage right now. Milcrio just trying to run this bear away from the safe, but there's mines on the Crazy Raccoon side, but Leon still alive and controlling the Crazy Raccoon side.
It's really interesting to me that Chitampo has been glued to this because I don't think Colette ideally wants to deal with this. Has a gadget. Oh, and that is a brutal misstep. It's not only not going to make contact with the enemy brawler, it's not doing high safe damage, it's not getting kills, and somehow Moya is still afloat. Now Tensai has cleared the middle of the lane. They've gotten down to this 25%, only 1 crack to go.
I mean, this is going to be absolutely huge now. They're just trying to get this defense, but Moya is staying alive over and over and over again. The bear trying to come up, mine's on save. That might be able to get it down to 25%, I think, because they're hypercharged. So this could be close if Zeta Division get this control back.
Now a hypercharge for Chitampo, but low HP. Tensai diving in at the bottom of the map, just a few tags away. Less than 4,000 health points, and CR can give themselves another monthly finals win. It's been well over a year, and now a hypercharge for invisibility. Moya just trying to get a few extra daggers down. Chitampo clinging on, trying to play defense, but after a long wait, CR have finally conquered their demons. They're back on top in East Asia.
Absolutely incredible performance from them and a well-deserved win in the finals. When everybody doubted them, we doubted them, the public doubted them, and they still come out on top. Incredible, incredible performance. Zeta Division cut short, and the race for this #1 spot is back on.
Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. They're your March monthly final champions. And what a finish they gave us in this one. Zeta Division only takes the single set. Crazy Raccoon closes it out here on Heist with a 3-1. Milcrio with some wonderful taps on that bow. We saw mostly Moya just surviving on that left-hand side and just never go down. And then Tensai on the ball. At the beginning, he fed quite a lot of ults. I think in the first round, Colette had a hypercharge after just 40 seconds of the match, but it did not matter because Tensai takes out first to Colette despite the hypercharge. Then also his opponent's mid here. Bow falls to him as well, and Tenside just make sure nobody is staying left alive on the other side. With that, Moya and himself were able to do so much damage to save.
Shatampo just wasn't a good enough answer on that Colette into Leon. It felt like they needed to mix up the matchups and really force Colette onto that bull and then switch it up somewhere else, because Leon is the least of the worries in terms of high safe damage. He was just able to be a nuisance on that bottom left-hand side lane. You can see it there with the DPS, even though he wasn't necessarily doing the high safe damage of something like a bull. That's not my expectation. The fact I think that he even has 44 over 1,000 is pretty remarkable to me. I thought that was really well done, despite maybe not having the easiest go at this mode.
And we look on the other side here, Suzuku, only 8,000 damage onto save. That knee touch really wasn't the 6th pick they needed, Trev.
I mean, to be fair, it did just seem like a defensive brawler, but it also... it didn't really do its part on defense either, did it, to be honest? So I think, you know, what you said about having to swap it out, force the Colette onto the bull, Nita into Leon, when you're peeking around those walls, is not a bad matchup, let's be real. You throw the bear on him, he's going to be pushed back, but Moya did such an incredible job on that Leon, just staying alive around that wall, and Shatampo just wasn't enough to match him.
I'm so happy for Crazy Raccoon, really. They were the underdogs in this one. My heart always goes out to the underdogs. And I'm talking about the world champions here, just mentioning that on the side. We kept saying how they just can't beat their own home region. They're only good on the international stage, and now they have gotten some very important points towards making it to the international stage. Brawl Cup, Worlds, we possibly see them there again. We want to have a quick look at our predictions. They're miserable, but we already are used to that. So at this moment, I'm just super happy for Crazy Raccoon, honestly.
Look, not bad. I mean, still a pretty good bounce back from the whole desk this month. East Asia was a little more predictable, but the grand finals, most importantly, wasn't. Crazy Raccoon are such an interesting story. I just never feel like I have a good grip on when they're going to be incredible and when they're not, because it felt like in their quarterfinals and their semifinals, I certainly wasn't convinced. They had a rocky go at things. I mean, they hardly squeezed by in their first match of the day, and that was against Reject, a team that didn't even auto-qualify. They had to get lucky and have a team DQ just to make it here. And somehow, some way, they always find a way. It's good to see this region be a two-headed race once again.
Reject has taken more sets of Crazy Raccoon than Zeta did. That is actually a crazy fact, Kenny. Yeah, you're right with that. And then on the other side, we have Zeta Division in their whole run this year. They've only dropped 4 sets, and 3 of those have been to Crazy Raccoon today, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, that's just how it goes, isn't it? Like, so you'll be absolute, you know, smooth sailing all the way to the final, through the qualifiers, through previous monthly finals, and then you'll just all of a sudden hit a bit of a roadblock. And Crazy Raccoon with that roadblock today, they played that finals really, really well. And I'm not taking back anything I said. Through the quarters and the semis, they did not look convincing at all. But in the finals, I feel like they maybe had a few gifts here and there from the drafts of Zeta Division, to be honest with you, but they played it really well, they drafted well, and they're the deserving winners of March.
We mentioned it today was a little bit more predictable than last month's East Asian monthly final, but regardless, we had some beautiful matches today. These are some of the best plays of the day overall. We had some upsets, we had many 3-2s, I'm happy about that, and we had some amazing plays, Kenny.
SKC versus Rival is a rivalry that I really hope we get as the seasons progress. I think CR and Zeta Division, same can be said for them. This feels like Zeta Division are still in a good spot, though. I mean, as you're going to see throughout the day, still some good stories going on in this region. Feasible Gaming, for example, somebody that stands out. I'm looking forward to seeing if WWL Esports can live up to the hype that we were hoping for from them this month. Made a semifinals in that opening month, and of course, didn't necessarily go their way. SKC with a nice bounce back as well. I think there's a lot of good storylines from this region that we can carry over for the battle for the Brawl Cup next month.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Zeta Division, we saw it all day long. They were the most convincing team until they weren't. And then they lost to Crazy Raccoon in the finals. So I guess that's just how Brawl Stars works. You can look as good as you want, but if you don't win, then you don't win.
Spoken like a very wise man, Trev.
Oh, look at that. That's the first compliment she's given me, I think, all year, possibly through 2025 as well.
It's also going to be the last one.
It's usually non-stop, just insults.
It's also going to be the last one.
But I'll
get too used to it.
I'll accept it.
We want to have one more look at the bracket as well, just how dominant Zeta Division has truly been in the quarters and in the semis. We see it here, a 3-0 sweep against both of their opponents until Crazy Raccoon came along.
I'm just glad to see a little extra fight back, and now Zeta Division are certainly challenged. Obviously, when it comes to the leaderboard and things like that, CR didn't have the best month #1, so it's still Zeta Division. I wouldn't say I'm as worried about them, but it's reassuring to know that Crazy Raccoon still have it in them. They haven't won a grand finals outside of today, obviously, but before that, February of last year. That's crazy to think about, that your world champions struggled that badly in the regular season to where that was the last time we saw them take this. So it's nice to see early on in 2026, they've grabbed another one, especially when it comes to the postseason Brawl Cup. Now they give themselves a real chance. It looked hairy. I mean, look at that quarterfinal number 1. Crazy Raccoon with only a 3-2 victory over Reject, went down to the wire. There's a world where they could have lost in 2 straight quarterfinals, and we're thinking this region very differently.
I'm still saying if WWL wouldn't have lost in the quarterfinal against Feasible Gaming, they could have won it all today. They only would have to beat Crazy Raccoon for it.
Nobody's buying that, so nobody's buying it.
Feasible Gaming was an upset for me today. SK Kalalas, we predicted them to win. It was still a very good match because Rival Esports did win 3-0 last month. So SK Kalalas got their revenge. Crazy Raccoon has broken the curse of just not making it out of the quarterfinals. It was a beautiful day overall.
Yeah, Feasible Gaming there at the 3-2 as well. Obviously, didn't take down EMEA's monthly finals champions, but still a very good win nonetheless. I think it's just we're starting to see a little more depth out of the region, and I think CR taking this as well brings Zeta Division back down the totem pole a little bit. I still think of them highly, but not necessarily indestructible anymore, which is healthy. It is good. The region needs that.
We had global bans for the very first time. We had Glowy for the first time in a BSC competition. Before that, he was banned out the last month. And this is how he did so far today. Banned out a whopping 20 matches, played only 3 times, and won 2 out of the 3 matches. Quite a good win rate.
Yeah, that's not bad. You can't complain at winning 2 out of 3, I think. But I think that, showing that he's banned 20 times is the more accurate statistic here, just because of how strong he is. You're going to have to ban him out, or as I'm sure his win rate might also be higher. 5 most picked in East Asia: Chester, Charlie, Ruffs, Bo, Spike. I think we've kind of seen that throughout the day as those 5 very versatile brawlers is what this region seems to go towards.
Spike even made it into the global bans once. He's definitely one of the best brawlers in the current meta. I'm surprised to not see BB and Bull higher up in the picks, but we see here why BB wasn't that high up in the picks. She was banned out quite often. Nothing beats the 20 bans from Glowy though.
For sure, and I mean, I'd be curious to see on top of that how many global bans somebody like Bull had, and Glowy on top of that as well. I imagine the 20
there
bans.
There you go.
There we go. Wow,
Your
they've got me covered. Bull and Crow at the top of that list. Crow and Bull, easily 2 of the top choices. The one that's interesting to me, I think, when I look at this real quickly is seeing Kit at 3 picks overall. I mean, that's a pretty big statement. When you're doing global bans, you were saying, I don't want to see this brawler a single time. It does not matter the map or mode. So I think that the fact that East Asia values that brawler so highly is really astounding to me.
I love these stats at the end of the show now, by the way. Thank you, production, once more. The race for the Brawl Cup is now closing in. Things have shifted also in this region. But what is the Brawl Cup? Where is it? When is it? Put it into your calendars. May 15th and 17th, make sure to put that in your calendars, make sure to get those tickets, and you'll see those beautiful faces in Berlin, maybe, also.
It's that same thing.
Any last thoughts on today overall?
I'm happy. I mean, selfishly, look, we try and be as unbiased as possible, but it's hard for me not to want to see this region have a more diverse winner, right? I think Zeta Division winning or being a Goliath of it would have been cool. I love seeing greatness, but I love seeing teams challenge them. I want to see Zeta Division grow from this because we haven't seen them do well on the LAN stage, and I think moments like this where CR tests them are going to help them out in the future, especially when we get to things like Brawl Cup, which I'm fully anticipating that Zeta Division will make. I mean, I don't think that's a hot take by any means.
No. I mean, I totally agree with you there. I do think they're going to make the Brawl Cup, and as you say, it's nice for them to have a bit of competition because I feel like through last year, and it might be why they lost so early in the World Finals, they got way too comfortable. They were winning, I think it was 4 out of 6 monthly finals, breezing through certain teams. Then you get to these big events and you face against teams who are also doing that in their regions, and you just don't have the same luck. So I think it's very, very good. Very nice to see them have that competition. And we're hoping for, as you say, maybe Zeta Division will make Brawl Cup, but we'll see a fight for those Worlds and LCQ spots later down the line this year.
My personal wish for this month would be that we have a different winner in every single region. East Asia, they fulfilled field. So let's see how it's going to go in the other ones. We're going to continue tomorrow with EMEA. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Make sure to stay tuned also for tomorrow, next week in South America and North America. You won't want to miss it.